What it do? What it do? Welcome to Vigo's court, everybody. What's up, Shep? How you feeling over there?
I'm good, Q. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. I know we are, I know we're going to it's been a little while since we've been back on the desk over here in the courtroom and everything. But I'm excited. We're not going to be doing our traditional like Vigo's court style things, of course. This is our Playstream tournament today, which I think is going to be spicing things up quite a bit. I can't wait to get into it.
Absolutely, guys. So it has been quite a while, and if you're wondering what we're doing here today, we've been working on a couple of changes for our upcoming season of Vigo's Court, and this is one of them. So we're going to be doing play stream matches today where you guys can influence your favorite teams and how they play their games, what happens in their games, challenges that they have to do, all that kind of fun stuff.
And of course, with the as far as with the tournament itself, it's one of those things where it's going to, one, not only does it benefit the teams that you're challenging, the players that you're challenging, as well as, you know, putting a little bit of cheddar in their pocket, but it also helps influence the overall like prize pool for the tournament as well. So it's a way that we're going to be able to kind of help, really kind of raise some extra money for our squads here. I do see that we've got some concerns about level for Shep. I'm going to try and turn this up a little bit here, make sure we've got everything going for that. Part of the reason why we go live a little early here.
Just start yelling. It's fine.
But of course, you know, with the play stream, so a couple things. One, of course, you get the opportunity, like Shep said, you're going to be able to put some extra coin in your favorite team's pocket. But also we saw where it caused some people to cause some extra challenges. We got to see during our last season, during our play stream tournaments, we got to see some like no mither gaming and things of the sort. So I'm super excited to see what kind of challenges get thrown everyone's way.
Yeah, and once again, you guys, everything raised here helps us. We put that towards our prize pool for this upcoming season. Our upcoming season is already ramping up to be really, really exciting. So you guys are helping contribute to that, even before any of the gameplay has actually gotten started yet. And if you guys are curious, you can you can donate through our Playstream links. However, we will be posting the links to all of the players who are going to be playing in each of the matches. So if you want to pay for a specific challenge for somebody, or you want to donate money directly or give money directly to somebody, a specific team or something, you guys are more than welcome to do that too. That still helps us out. Just because you are paying for a challenge in somebody else's stream, somebody else's play stream, that still helps us out. So don't be afraid to go and harass your favorite streamers or your friends.
Yeah, and again, remember that even though you are, again, donating to like the actual players, it still helps us out over here at Vigo's Court, donates to the pool and everything as well. So, kind of like, you know, like Shep was saying, don't feel like just because you're going to a different link, I know there's going to be quite a few up. Remember that you are challenging the players themselves, which is kind of the whole name of the game here.
Mm-hmm. And our first match, if anyone is curious, is going to be Calamity versus Frozo. So we're going to get you guys those links as soon as possible, as soon as we start getting everyone ready and in here.
Now, I'm going to be interested to see kind of what goes down today. I mean, you have the chance to pick maps. You have the chance to pick the killer. You can restrict or limit items. You know, we saw where we saw people force people play, whether it be one no mither, a team of no mithers. I still like the idea. I think we saw someone pick the Oni as a killer and then made a team of no mithers play, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, you get to make a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really great. And again, you guys can influence how it goes. So, what are some of the things that we did see from our last Playstream matches? We did see a Michael Myers on the game. That was fun.
We saw Chase Hag.
We saw Chase Hag, strong Chase Hag. We saw Legion against 4 no mithers with only no mither on the game again. You guys really liked the game last season for some strange reason. Really wanted to send us to the game.
I mean, I feel like part of it is because the like we like kind of seeing in these environments, seeing things that aren't like atypical for comp, right? I mean, I know like we recently have seen some new introductions to comp kind of across the board in some of our other because there's a lot of comp DBD that goes on, right? Between DBE, DBD, of course, here us at Vigos, but we've seen like RCPD with Michael Myers this past week in comp DBD was really cool to see. But that's like set up for balance wise. Here we get to choose the balancing. So like if you want to put like Wraith on a map and then equip everyone with flashlights, I mean, you have the option to do that.
Bullies. You're all bullies for it. But you do have the option. And if you guys are paying attention in chat, you're going to see those links like 2 minutes ago. You are going to see those links to all of the streamers who are going to be participating in our upcoming match, which again is going to be Calamity versus Frozo. So make sure if you want to see anything specific, those are the people that you're going to go and harass.
Yeah, go talk to them, say what's up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Show them a little love, pick a couple challenges. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I think the other thing that I like seeing when it comes to these is it keeps like the players on their toes, right? Like it's one thing when you've got like whether it's a tournament or league play and you've got like the week to prepare for like whatever situation set playing your way, whether it be a certain killer, certain map, whatever. Here you like literally you don't know until you load in, right? Like it's kind of you have to be on your P's and Q's.
Yeah, definitely. You really don't know what's going to get thrown your way, or if anything's going to get thrown your way. You might get a complete loadout picked for you, or someone's like, hey, you're playing on this map, and you have to be like, all right, well, what do you play on this map? So really the possibilities are endless. Kind of, not really, but there's a lot of options out there for you guys.
So while we let people start using those links that are in chat to be able to challenge our competitors today, it's been a little while since you and I have been on the desk over here at Vigo Squirt. We've had a whole new chapter introduced, a new killer, a new survivor. What's your thoughts so far on the new chapter?
I have a lot of thoughts, actually, surprisingly. I think that it is an interesting chapter. I really love the media that it's pulled from. I feel like Sadako is interesting. I don't think she's good, but I think she's fun to play as and against. She's creepy. I will give her that. She scares me so much. So I think she's interesting. I like the perks that were introduced with this chapter. I think those are really cool. I'm a big Blast Mine parental guidance user right now.
So the Blast Mine does trigger the stun, right?
Yes. Blast Mine does trigger a stun, so I like to use that to work on generators injured and just. But the thing is, the killers never want to kick my generators anymore, and I'm like, how did you know? How did you know that I needed you to kick that? Why are you doing this?
It's the trail of steam, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they see it and they're like, that looks suspicious. That's why I'm trying to do it during raid.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
How do you feel about it, Q? How are you feeling about this new chapter?
So, I feel that the new killer has some potential. I don't think she's ever going to be. Actually, I shouldn't say I don't think she's going to be like a top tier killer. I think part of the problem with when we look at how killers eventually get balanced, right? Like we know they usually kind of get some sort of touching up the following mid-chapter based off of, results and how everything feels. What's interesting is I feel like when you look at least a lot of my experiences, a lot of people use her as more of like a more advanced version of the hag, in the sense that like you don't have to worry about traps. You can just wait until the TV that's like right next to your hook is there, and then you just go right back to the TV. And I don't think that's how she's the strongest, but I think it will affect the differences in results because a lot of people are using her more for like the tunnel aspect, which I mean we could have a whole nother discussion for hours about how that's become more of a thing with MMR being introduced. But I feel like it's going to cause some changes, at least in the short term for her, that I don't think are going to be the best balance wise for her. Kind of like we saw with like Pinhead, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Yeah, I think the only similarities that I would say people are right in saying that Onryo is similar to the Hag is that Onryo is meant to be played as like an ambush character, right? Because she does have like she's a stealth killer.
Right.
Um with the way that her manifest works. Um but I think a lot of people want to chase with her and she's really not made for chase.
Right, I think the big thing with her and Chase is using kind of like the demo dog, more like Freddy-esque, like let me teleport in front of you, especially with like some of the add-ons that kind of give you some undetectable availability like outside, you know, right when you come out of the TV. It's interesting because I feel like there's so much to her kit that introduces parts like a normal engagement with a set of survivors and killer that we don't typically see in DBD that I really like. I really like the ambiance around her, like surrounding her and everything too.
Her sound cues are A plus. Like she's creepy,
super creepy, and like the ability to be able to like cover up your terror radius. You know, even though you don't have the ability to like really do damage at that point. There's so much like aspects that they added that I really like. It's just I don't know when I feel like. When I see her played at the highest level, there's just something missing. I'm not sure what that is. You know?
Yeah, I really don't think that she's ever going to be really high tier. I think they kind of need to make some really big changes to her kit. Her condemned status, condemnation mechanic. That's a hard word to say for me.
Well, especially if you're trying to say it so fast, right?
Yeah, like I have to like think about the fact that that is actually a word first and then go from there. The condemnation status, that whole thing, it's just really weak. I don't think it's really well thought out at all. And I think that needs to be changed majorly if they want it to work. I mean, I get why it's 7 bars. I don't really know how they could fix that. I have no good suggestions 'cause I don't do game development at all, but I think that's weak. I think her ability to phase through survivors and just completely deny body blocks is really interesting. I do kind of like that, but she's just like, she's like almost there. Like she's really cool, but she's just missing that one thing that makes her like viable, I guess. Like super viable. I don't think she'd be good in like comp. She's like maybe.
I like, still feel like for her, I want like do you think it'd be too strong to have like a slow build up to the condemned status? Like if you're working in the area of a tape, maybe it's not as like heavy as like when you're holding a tape, right? But if like if you're not in chase and you're just like in the like perimeter that sometimes causes like the rickety pinwheel add-on, you know what I mean? Like if you're in that area and you saw a very minimal like build up on the condemned status, you think that'd make her too strong is my question.
I feel like that would make her too much like Pinhead.
But you're only like, forcing but it forces more engagement with the tape, right? Because the tape progress is kind of like individually based versus whereas like the chain hunt is like it's the whole team that kind of does it, you know what I mean?
The whole team, yeah.
Because I feel like when you look at her kit, like one of the big things that's missing is like forcing more engagement with the tapes, right? Because sometimes you can go the whole like trial and not have to like even have to touch the tapes once.
Yeah, definitely. I've only had to do the tapes a couple times. You know, I think that might actually be a really good solution for the problems with her. I don't know if that fixes all of the problems, but I think you are right. What makes the condemnation status weak is that like there's no real need to mess with the tapes, honestly. So I think if you're gonna force it in that way, that might help with making that mechanic a little bit more viable.
Because then I think it like forces a decision similar like Plague, like the whole like cleanse, don't cleanse. If I'm working on a gen next to a tape, I can take out the tape so she can't teleport here. But then my kind of condemned status is going up higher or faster. Or if I'm just sitting on it, there's a chance she can teleport here, knock me up a full bar, but it's not going up at like the same pace. You know what I mean? I feel like that decision would add like a really cool dynamic to the game personally.
I think so too.
New video for YouTube this week? Q? Maybe? I don't know.
Q. Yeah, I definitely think if Yeah, I think that would kind of help with some of the problems. Again, I don't know if that solves all of her issues. Because again, like, I don't know if that's the thing that makes her kit feel like it's almost there. I know that's like a big part, like it doesn't feel complete, but I don't know, there's something I'm missing that I'm just like, she just feels kind of weak still.
Right. Real quick,
So
chat.
I think it would help.
While we're waiting, I know we got a couple minutes while we're still prepping up here. Keep in mind, with the Playstream, you're challenging the players using the... Hold on. I always get confused whenever I'm hosting and I'm not hosting. This way? Yeah, the chat over there. Check over there. Use those links. I know it might look like in the corner there that we're not seeing any progress. That's going to be once all of the challenges are confirmed. Like everything's at the end. Because remember, if you get a challenge and they don't complete it, whether it be they like don't like complete a certain action or a task in the game, or maybe they like skip on running no mithers because, you know, they're scared and they want to win. I don't know. You get that money refunded back to you, right? You own like the challenge is only like it's only goes towards the pot once the challenge is complete.
Yeah, so you guys won't start seeing those bars fill until like the end of games or the end of matches as challenges are completed.
I do see, though, we have one thing going on in the background that requires a very quick little bit of attention, chat. So we're going to go to a Be Right Back screen here for like 2 seconds. And then we'll be able to get into our first match. Cool? Peace.
I'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here. We're back. It's good to go. And all right, so for those of y'all who might have questions as far as like why we just took the second there, so we had someone brought up to our attention that even though there were challenges and stuff that people were able to pick, they weren't able to pick what map we were going to or what killer they wanted. And those are kind of like really important. So we just had to contact the sponsor real quick, had them add that in as far as for our collection, get that squared away. So that is now in there for you guys. If we had anybody that was looking at that as far as for our first matchup here between Frozo and Calamity. I was trying to remember Frozo because actually, luckily, Frozo was like a last minute like step in for us. So like honestly, big shout out to them for stepping up and kind of doing this last second for us. And not only stepping in last second, but stepping in last second into a slot that was empty in the to start the day. So we really appreciate it, honestly.
Yeah, and like huge shout out to all of our teams. We really appreciate everyone kind of coming together, getting their friends involved, and joining us for a lot of fun and to support again our upcoming season of Vigo's Court, which is going to be starting shortly here.
Yeah, we've got qualifiers start next week, week after. It's so
yeah,
close. It's crazy.
It's so close. Yeah, I'm very excited. I've missed everyone. I've missed all your faces.
Yeah, it's it's weird. It definitely becomes like a grind during the season, but then we finally like got a couple weeks off. It's like I miss some of my friends. Like,
yeah.
I
don't have my time anymore.
Yeah.
What am I practicing for?
But we do have that. So we got the qualifier starting up soon, and then I think like the first week of May is like the actual start of the season itself. So. Right around the corner. I can't wait.
I'm so excited. We're going to be here for my birthday, I think.
That's exciting.
I'm very excited. I'm checking the dates now. I could be wrong.
Wait, does that mean we're actually starting? Are we starting on May the 4th? Star Wars Day? I'm down.
I don't know. Are we? That's a Wednesday? Thursday? That's a Thursday?
It'd be a Wednesday. So, I mean, that would be like a start of our normal like broadcasting week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
The 4th of May is a Wednesday. Yes. Yeah. So.
I think that's right. I could be wrong. We'll for sure let you know by the end of the...
We'll figure it out. We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you.
We'll figure it out together, chat. We're in this together for the long haul. But yeah, so as we were kind of talking about heading into break, so we're going to have the possibility of really seeing anything brought to the table today. Is there anything in particular that you are really hoping to see?
It's been a while since you've asked me that question, and I know generally I'm always like Ghostface. So I would like, this would be a great place to see a Ghostface. So fun. We did see a Ghostface in, I think, our last Playstream tourney. Not our last one, like a couple of Playstream tourneys ago. Yeah,
and I think we saw a Ghostface also on Larry's during one of the Playstream streams during the season, I think, right?
I don't remember. We might have. We did quite a few Playstream tourneys. Usually it's a Ghostface, which I think would still be fun to see here, but actually, I kind of want to see a demo doggo.
Yeah, it seems that the demo doggo is becoming... Also, can I just say that the new like TV thing in-game, really cool, has me freaking out about my headset about 2 or 3 times a day, though. Because I'm like, is that static in my wireless headsets? I don't even... I had to bring it up because it literally just happened again. But,
I love the... I love how creepy they made everything just like surrounding the new chapter. Creepy.
I would love to, maybe even see some artists today brought out. Haven't really seen much as far as artists on the comp side, really across the board in DBD. I know we saw some in DBE this week for the first time. I think maybe like A Game and Blood Moon League. We haven't. I even think like thinking back to watching like the Tofu tournaments. I don't even know if we've really seen artists played in there, even though she's available. It's going to be interesting. I feel like we saw the same thing kind of like with Nemesis shortly after his release. Like everyone was kind of reluctant to pick him, but then like I feel like Nemesis has kind of become a killer that we're seeing often in comp, right?
Yeah, I think it's just a little too soon. People haven't really figured out her optimal play style, like figured out all of the good combinations that work within the different rule sets. I think we're kind of on the cusp of like seeing her emerge a little bit more. So I think actually as our new season starts, we might be seeing her quite a bit. Because that would have been about the appropriate time frame. But I think people just hadn't had the chance to really figure her out yet. I think that's still a lot of experimenting. And of course, because she wasn't even allowed in most seasons, because she kind of came out in the middle of everything. People wouldn't have been worrying about her yet anyway. So I think, we had to wait for people to actually start getting to considering her and trying her out. And now we're kind of like getting to that point where people have had the time to kind of experiment and like play around with her and see what works best on her. And how she works with certain perks and things. So we should actually be starting to see her a little bit more here pretty shortly.
Yeah, I mean, I know in the very small sample size that I've seen from her as far as like in comp DBD, she seems to be faring quite well. I think Artist is one of those killers, and I hate to instantly put killers in a class like Nurse and Blight because everyone's like, oh my god, you think they're that strong? That's not what I'm saying. Chill out. But when you look at like Artist, there's so much in her kit that could be used in so many different ways that it really kind of takes a learning curve to really not just understand the core mechanics, but like really dig in and understand how to use it to the best of your ability, because you can shut down loops similar to like, the Freddy who just puts puddles down like in the middle of chase, you have the ability to like literally hit somebody with your birds close enough that you get it's like a hatchet. You have so much at your availability, but we've also seen her get stomped like once or twice, like so.
Yeah, I think again, I think people just kind of need to figure her out. I have seen her do really, really, really well, but I think that's because it's like people don't know how to play against her either. So I think that's going to start balancing out soon. Another character I feel like we're kind of seeing that with is also, I think, someone that is underutilized is Pinhead. I know how you feel about him.
I am a big fan of Pinhead. I understand. I think one of the biggest reasons that like Pinhead gets undervalued is it's kind of like the same reason I was saying with the new killer and how people like use her to just kind of camp hook. People are like, oh, well, I'm on a chain hunt, so I can just kind of camp hook. Or like every Pinhead you run into is running, Porter's Franklin. And you're like, bro, can I like at least get like a switch up? Can we change the meta even just one perk here and there? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that comes to people not really taking the time to understanding like box mechanic, right? Like they just want to take the time to just get 4Ks,
Yeah, actually.
Oh,
so
is that somebody picked Midwich? Y'all are dirty.
I know the killer too.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, you're not
I'm not allowed to say it.
Why wouldn't you be allowed to say it?
I don't know.
I guess we'll wait. We'll wait until we're loading in.
I'm waiting for a little birdie to tell me if I'm allowed to say it.
I was gonna say we'll wait till we're loading in. I think that's fair because I think that's supposed to be the whole thing as part of the element of surprise. But
yeah. Anyway, yeah. So one of my teammates actually is a really, really good Pinhead, and he gets us with box logic it's so annoying. I mean, like he still has to like work for it, right? Like he can't just let box logic will never carry you.
Right.
But oh my god, is it so annoying, and he's always so good at figuring out where the fuck it is. I'm like, bro, let me get to it first.
I think that's the hard thing, right? Is you just constantly keep people in chain. And I think that's part of the reason why I think people don't like how often you run into like the Hoarders Franklin combo. Because like you don't really need the Franklins if you already have Hoarders, right? Like you're already going to be on top of them. The Franklins just makes it so that the like chain hunt starts just a little bit sooner because you need to take a little bit longer to end the chase. You know what I mean? Eventually it's going to start like
Well, and if you're gonna do Franklin's Hoarders, like, what, you're gonna hit them the one time and have them drop the box and then start the chain hunt and let them get away, like, make distance anyways? Like, just take the time to down them.
Right.
Like, take the time, put the effort in. If you're not good enough to end the chase quick enough, then you need to work on your pinhead a little more.
Right. Because I think he's one of those killers, has a lot in his disposal.
He's got a lot of potential, yeah. But again, he's not like, you can't use him the way that you can use the other killers that people prefer to use.
Right.
He's not so cut and dry. Like, there is a lot that goes into him. And
it's interesting because, I know, like, one of the perceptions around him is like that the Swifts destroy him, right? Because they should be able to communicate around the box and be able to constantly be solving it. But that's honestly not always the case. I've found, as someone who does a lot less or who does like a lot of swifting with my community, you know what I mean?
yeah.
It's also coming from somebody who has, like, not the top time, but one of the times up there on speed runs for Pinhead. I mean, I would say, no, I'm not going to pop my collar too hard on that. But, because it's like 15th or whatever.
It's still a time on the board. And it's better than, like...
True, it's still a time on the board, though. You ain't lying.
Yeah. Couldn't be me.
But I think the big thing, though, is, one, I don't think a lot of people want to take the time to understand, like, box logics. Like, it's the same thing, like, with Blight. Like, he can be really good once you learn, like, some of the techs and the flicks, and, like, you don't need to have to be somebody who goes back to the hook constantly. But when you see a lot of Blights when they're first learning Blight, since they have troubles in loops, they feel like they need to constantly go back to hook, and that's just not the way it needs to be. 17th, by the way, not that I was checking in the background, but...
Yeah, I definitely think, Pinhead's definitely not, like, a brain-off character. You have to be actively engaged in that at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Not that, like, I don't know. Like, I'm a Demogorgon main, and literally, I'm just like, alright, I'm just gonna shred it, like... and it actually sounds like we might be ready to go.
Let's go, baby! So that means I can play Survivor? No. We'll go ahead and switch on. And I know y'all enjoyed that Joy Tea drip, though. Don't lie, chat.
It's better than the yellow raincoat. I will give him that.
True, though. However, I don't understand, like... Actually, I shouldn't say I don't understand. I've lived in the Northwest before. I very much get the going out hiking and the hiking jacket with shorts. I don't get it. I don't wear it in the fog, but, the jacket looks nice.
Yeah, but I like the jacket. I like his little, like, his hoodie underneath the blue jacket. It's got, like, a octopus on it. I think that's cool. Top 10, not top 10, maybe like top 15. On the top 15 list of, like, things I kind of want to own as clothing. I don't want to make it, though. Lazy.
So Midwich for the first game. Also, again, chat, by the way, remember, just for future, while we're going through the games, if you can also start preloading for the next game. If you know that you want to start picking the map and the killer for next game, you can already start using those the links over there. But also keeping in mind, we won't be seeing that total up in this corner. Change until after the games. All right.
Yeah. Those do not come in. They're not counted until the challenges are completed. So that's at the end of trials, you'll kind of see those start coming in as challenges are completed by the different streamers. And again, you guys, you can, of course, go to our Playstream link and donate directly to us. However, if you want to challenge your favorite teams and players, you can actually go directly to them. They'll have their own link set up. You can, challenge them directly, and that'll still help us out as well. Because we're all connected. The powers of the internet.
And while we have a second, I want to take a big second for a big shout out for all of our competitors today, but just everybody having the patience with us. I know we had to take the extra second because we had the issues with the cards not loading and whatnot, but we will have to take some time in between games just to make sure that we're allowing, challenges and stuff to get set up. So we appreciate y'all's, time and patience, and same thing for you guys who are, hanging out with us on this beautiful Saturday.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for deciding to spend your time with probably some of the coolest people you know. I'm not involved in that, but like,
Well,
cute,
I think the other thing too is like I especially when we talk about some weekends, like there's a lot of comp DBDs. So the fact that like you guys choose to come hang out with us here on Vigo truly means a lot. So
yeah, absolutely, yeah. We really appreciate that you guys decided to come over here. We missed your faces. And it's good to see some very familiar faces in chat hanging out with us. Like, I'm glad you guys came back after our little break in between seasons there.
I'll tell you what though, I think for me, and especially as someone who's still kind of kept busy casting, the break was definitely needed, like having a couple of extra nights off. Because during this season, like it's not so bad like when you think about like 1 week at a time, but when you figure we had 12 straight weeks, well, really 14 weeks because we had a couple of weeks broken up into half. Like it ends up to being a lot of time, so it was nice to have a little bit of a break.
Yeah, it was kind of nice to like vibe for a little bit. I did also a couple of smaller casting things outside of this. Actually, some of them with you, I think. I saw you, yes.
I've been busy. Yes.
Yeah. I saw you a couple times in there too, and it was kind of nice to just like, oh, like I have like one thing I'm doing this weekend instead of I've got games 4 days this week and I don't remember how many games it is. I wrote it down somewhere. Like,
right.
But you know, it was nice to have that break, but I kind of missed it after the first couple of weeks. I missed how active and busy it was, so I'm excited to be coming back to that.
Ooh.
Time for monsters again. Time to live on monsters all over again.
And so I have been let in on this secret. I'm making sure I am good to share this secret, but this is about to get spicy for game number 1.
Oh, I want to know now.
Wait, you don't know? We're about to be seeing not only Midwitch, we're going to be seeing one of your favorites, which is Ghostface Midwitch.
I just saw.
And not only Ghostface Midwitch, we're going to be seeing 4 No Mithers played in game number 1. Remember, this is where you get the chance to challenge the players directly, put some money into their pockets, and Playstream is doubling that up and helping us out as far as the prize pool. So this is going to be fun. Good start.
I'm so excited. I always love good old No Mither gaming. I think in one of the first Playstream matches we did during last season, we had to do No Mither. I had to play in a No Mither squad against a nurse. That was...
You were on the one that played against the nurse. I rember also, and actually it was on Larry's, we had a No Mither against Wispy's demo. That was a fun one.
Oh, I remember that. I think I was modding that. I wasn't casting that one. That was actually in the promo for the tournament, for this tournament. Yeah, that was a spicy game.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's gonna get spicy today, you guys. And again, you can influence that. Not only can you make your favorite people do some real crazy wild things, but you could also support them and support us. Again, you can directly donate to our link. We would super appreciate it. But if you want to support your friends, your favorite streamers, you know, anyone, you want to support somebody, you can go ahead and go directly to their links and donate, or, you know, select the challenge for them. And if they complete the challenge, Playstream will actually match that. They're one of our sponsors for our upcoming season. So, we're really excited that they're going to be working with us for all of our future projects.
And I see we have people bringing up the Arctic Wolves versus Demise. Was that in like the maybe like going live message? Because it definitely doesn't say that in the title. The title says day 1.
No. Right? I think that was the game, the demo game.
Oh, was that?
Yeah, with Wispy.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, because I even just opened up my phone to make sure that it said it on there too.
Yeah, no.
So Ghostface, No Mither. So of course with the No Mither, probably won't be using Ghostface's stock mechanic too much, but still has the ability to like go into the shroud, you know, kind of cover up the red stain heartbeat and be able to make some plays there. This is gonna be spicy.
Oh yeah, I feel like actually not having to worry about stalking is gonna make this a lot more fun to play Ghostface as.
True.
As much as I love my boy, I know he's not very strong, especially in the comp setting. He doesn't do well against comms. So,
although I must say, I know that there were some changes made to his like revealing mechanic not too long ago, and it feels weird since then as a survivor. There's often times where it's like I was literally revealing a Ghostface the other day who was like trying to stalk somebody else, and they didn't even move. All they did was literally turn to me, like turn to look at me, and all of a sudden my reveal got canceled out. I was like, what the? It was like just long enough that when it started revealing him again, it started from scratch instead of like, you know how sometimes like if you like reposition it starts right. It was long enough that it started back up from scratch. I'm like, oh well, I mean he's leaning, so yeah, I'm screwed. But I mean like, yeah, you know, it's like, what do I do now?
I've definitely felt that. Definitely been staring the man's down, had the thing going, and then it restarted, and I was like, all right, we're doing this again. I guess, and then like it'll pop that I popped him out of shroud right after he exposed me, and I'm like, if that had gone through the first time, you wouldn't have gotten that. Right. I don't want to talk about it. I gotta run. Thanks, game.
And it's like it feels bad because like you don't want to take away like the plays from the Ghostface because like you said, he is definitely one of the killers that kind of sits more towards the bottom of the tier list. But at the same time, like, I don't want to feel robbed, like, when I get it down. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's just a weird... It's weird. I do like, them reducing his, like, Night Shroud recharge is really nice. I thought that was, like, much needed, because it was so punishing for, like, nothing before. But now it just feels weird. Like... You guys made it weird.
You guys made it real weird.
You guys made it weird.
All right, so it does look like we're starting up again. Sorry for the delay, but at this point, we should be able to run pretty well smooth throughout. I'm pretty sure when we added the killer and map cards, that should be added through the rest of our matchups for the day, so we shouldn't have to have any other delays. Oh, I see why they're saying Articles and Demise. Why did that... not get taken off this? I took off the scorecard. Hello? That's... oh, nope. Not that. Not that.
Panic.
It's fine. I took it off the other one, not this one. That's why everyone's been saying it. I'm an idiot. We fixed it.
I didn't even notice.
Well, because when we first got in the establishing scene, I had taken that off, so we didn't see it there. It's when we switched to this that it showed. I was so confused why everyone was like, yeah, Articles and Demise. It's like, I took off the scoreboard. It's not up there in the corner, but it had still just the emblems. It's fine. Everything's fine. First timers.
We're fine. It's cool. We're cool. And if you guys have been with us before, you'll be probably kind of familiar with our rule set. We are, unless otherwise dictated by cards, following our normal rule set, so you'll probably see a lot of familiar action going on, but we are going to be starting with a Ghostface on Midwich versus a No Mither squad.
And this is going to be interesting. Of course, we're going to see instantly going into the Shroud. We will see as far as in the map, we're going to see the Corrupt. I mean, that's going to probably be a staple throughout the matches today. Not going to be able to find a connection with the first M1 or the second M1 here down in this bottom classroom. And now at this point, going to be seeing that pallet go down. This could be a pretty decent loop to work with. I mean, Dabs will have the ability to go back into that Shroud here shortly, maybe cover up the red stain, but it's only one shot, right? So that's going to be a down here. We're seeing some I'm seeing some sound notifications constantly across the way, which makes me kind of curious what the survivors are doing. Makes me wonder if maybe even doing some sabos.
I am a little curious. I would be curious as to why they'd be saboing right now, especially like kind of on the other side of the map. Oh,
Oh, that's
they're
smart.
pre-dropping. Yeah, they're pre-dropping the pallets so that they are forcing him to have to break them to get to where they are. Interesting tactic. Because now that resource is gone, and that's a really good pallet to have access to, but you know, they gotta do what they gotta do.
And this is tough here, right? Because now we're talking about at this point, um, I mean, we've already got a hook. We've got Ruin in play here currently. And I didn't even notice this. This is dirty. So Dabs here knew that you had 4 no mither. And you're like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and equip my Thananophobia. No, I got 20% slowdown on those gens right from rip.
And I am sure they are feeling that thanatophobia. You can also see that our corrupt intervention has been blocking 3 whole generators for them. It's about to be down, as well as I do believe that is it? Yes. We do have deadlock as well.
Yeah, so we will be seeing the deadlock is going to buy at least a little extra time, right? That's filthy.
A ton of slowdown. Definitely playing a little bit dirty here, but that's all right. It's all in
It's the name of the game. It's the name of the game, baby.
Name of the game. It's all in good fun.
Look, if you were looking for a completely balanced competitive scene, Vigo's normally has you taken care of. But this is the fun of the Playstream tournament. You talked about giving them the challenge of the no mither. That does give Dabs the ability to, play around that a little bit as well and kind of make them pay.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very funny to see how our killer has taken advantage of it. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like a resilience. That's going to be a sprint burst, a very juicy sprint burst there.
Yeah, you would imagine you're probably going to be seeing some resilience to be able to get some value, maybe some desperate measures around the way too. Ooh, gets done stupid, says the ace. Adding plus 10 wood to the face, creating some distance here. Going to be going back to this bottom classroom. Keep in mind, we do still have Google up on a hook. Upstairs, kind of close to where we're at. Which makes me wonder if maybe our survivors are sticking gens thanks to the slowdown from the Thananophobia on top of that ruin, which still is yet to be found.
Yeah, I definitely, I hope that they're gonna go get their teammate. No, they are gonna let them go ahead and progress to second stage. That's gonna be 5 hook states for our killer here, but we do see that second generator pop. So, hopefully that wasn't both of them on that generator.
I don't know. We saw the one survivor down at the end of the hallway there. Dabs was able to see him. So you at least have location on 3 of your 4. We do see here now, also able to cut off the lorry. Should give you a little bit of information here. Now, here's going to be the big thing, right? Is who do you prioritize? If you go for the save first onto Google, and this is going to be a down. This is big. We also hear a lot of progress on this generator here, but that's going to start regressing 200% thanks to that ruin here. And we still don't have a save.
Oh!
That was huge! You got the pallet save! Let's go!
Just when our killer thought they were safe to get their 3rd hook. And no, Power Struggle came in clutch to help Lori get off the shoulder there. We also see our first unhook. Hopefully they can make it to their other hook survivor in time to get them out of there. But that was incredible.
And I can't help but wonder if maybe even some smash hit value to get over to where we were. Not sure if that was the case, but definitely went right from the pallet stun over to get the person before a second stage was forced, and then over to get Google. But now at this point, we're talking about 5 stages. We do know the one gen that was covered up by the deadlock had a lot of progress on it. But again, Ruin still being in play, regressing that thing 200%. Also catching Ace out of position here. You've got footsteps, my friend. We can hear you. And he slaps him with the D.
I was gonna say, oh god, he has to have decisive strike. There's no other way he would have been there. Like, just hanging out like that. I was really scared there for a second. But that bought his team enough time to go ahead and pick Lori up. However, this could get really scary for Ace here because he is on Death Hook.
Yeah,
Ooh.
we do see, though, Ace going to be able to make the pallet, able to get the vault just in time. Not sure if maybe looking at for some resilience value here on this Ace, but now going to be playing the double back game. Might be able to catch him just out of position as Dabs. That is going to be the down here, though. On to the real C-Bot. And, of course, we don't have to worry about the D-Strike. Already got that there. Up onto the hook you go. Hook stage number 2 on to C-Bot. Number 6 altogether. Really strong performance thus far.
I really thought C-Bot was on Death Hook. I was wrong. Good for C-Bot, thankfully. He's got to hang out for a little bit, but that gives his teammates to go ahead and there's that other generator out of the way. Hopefully, we do see where their next most progressed generator is. So hopefully someone's on a 3rd generator and someone else is able to go get C-Bot.
It's interesting here to kind of watch multiple times. We've seen Dabs go by some of these like pre-thrown pallets, like the one I'm thinking of at the top of the little like ramp that we've seen him go by multiple times. And instead of breaking it to make it easier the next time, just continues to go around them. And going to be interesting to see how maybe those loops play out later. There's going to be another generator though that is complete other than the so that's going to be generator number 4. Now we only have one more left. Can't help but wonder how much progress is on that gen. Oh, and get behaviored, big boy.
Very unfortunate. Got a little ambitious with the swings, but our ambition finally paid off. We will get that down. And a rather spicy pingy down there. That will be our first elimination of the match.
And now with 7 hook states left, only 7 hook states so far, 5 hook states left in the trial. Talking about, you said 1 gen left needing to be complete. Ruin is still up though, so if they're not like split up on gens and you happen to find the gen that is the furthest progressed and you're able to push people off it, you can still get some assistance from that. However, we do find the Nancy. Now working on the backside of this classroom, not really quite as strong of a pallet. Nice dead hard though, E to outplay Nerd, and that's going to buy a little bit of additional distance, but that's to the backside, which there isn't anywhere to escape, so that's just going to result in a down 5 seconds later.
Yeah, it was a really tricky situation to be caught in, unfortunately. However, Nancy is a fresh hook here, so got plenty of hang time there. Hopefully her teammates are slamming out that final generator. We do see, oh no, they were both on the same generator, and this is going to be Claudette kind of trapped in this weird back area.
Yeah, it does have only 1 pallet to work with here though, whereas sometimes you get the RNG where there's 2. Dab's trying to go for the 360 while we... Oh, no, there was another pallet over there. I thought I didn't see that up. That's interesting. So now at least the 1 is out of the way. You might even see Dabs go into the shroud. Oh, doesn't even need to use the shroud actually to be able to secure the down. This is going to be now Google back down onto the ground. And if we're able to put this hook out in the courtyard or even close to the courtyard, as we actually have a hook over here to the left, this is going to allow us to continue putting pressure on this gen that we can probably assume is the most progressed gen in this trial right now.
I was gonna say, I actually think this is an elimination hook, which might not be great for our killer, depending on where our other hooks are. If there isn't anything closer, and this is the gen that they're going to be working on.
You know, I think the other thing too now to keep in mind, this gen or the hook that I think below us was used as one of the sacrifice hook as well. So that means we now have a hook on both sides by doors. So yeah, that could spell disaster for our killers here a little bit later here. But Ruin's still up, going to be helping as far as on the generators right now with that regression at the 200%. Taking chase here as far as I believe that was the Nancy that we're following. No, is that the Nancy or is that the Ace that we're following here?
I think this might be, I can't tell. I think it actually might have been Nancy, but instead we're going to switch to our Ace. Ooh. That was interesting.
So Ace should be Death Hook here, and I think the forced grab here is going to be in order to prevent the slug. Although, of course, slug would be a little bit harder to do against 4 no mithers compared to like your traditional end game and comp, right? But you know, this could be a play for our survivors here. This could potentially be 2 stages going through the hatch. I mean, the hatch is going to probably be on the bottom floor, but I mean, at this point, Dabs has checked this half. We haven't seen the survivor. So if Note is across the way, yeah, Note's at the end of this hallway. And now we're basically going to be following behind them. So Note's probably going to get this hatch.
Ooh, fingers crossed they can hear it before. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. At this point, they are probably going to find it first. But they do still have to run all the way there with the killer paw on their tail. So, ooh, yeah.
Oh, all the way in the corner too, back like tucked behind the secret doorway. So that is a hatch
Yeah.
play though. That's big though, right? That's going to be a chance for our survivors here,
Yeah.
essentially to help make up for not only the lack of additional escapes, but also helps make up for that last generator that didn't get complete, right?
Yeah, it'll help just a little bit getting us some additional points that we otherwise would not get, and with that we will see a couple of challenges completed there.
And so we are going to be seeing those ended up getting complete. You'll see those up in that top right-hand corner as well. Keep in mind, chat, that you have the ability to challenge the teams directly using those links that I would imagine we'll probably start seeing thrown up in chat here again in between trials, because of course we are going to be switching sides in the matchmaking there. Give us a moment to get a for sure finalized final score in the background, and we will be giving that and updating that to y'all here in a minute. But we are switching sides in this. We didn't really mention that as far as in the first round here, this is going to be a best of one. So you have one shot on survivor, one shot on killer. So we are halfway through the first trial. I know a little bit behind schedule here because we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're going to keep things rolling here.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for all your patience. We had to work out a couple kinks there, but we should be rolling smoothly from here on out. And don't forget, you guys, if you want to challenge your favorite streamers, if you know when they're playing, of course, we are using this tournament to go ahead and raise funds for our upcoming next season of Vigo's Court. However, you can also support your favorite players by going directly to their streams and dropping challenges directly on their links. Any challenges that you give to them actually also benefits us. So, you know, you can kill two birds with one stone. Help your favorite streamers and also help your favorite comp stream if it's us. Hopefully it's us.
Hopefully it's, I mean, you know, if it's not us yet, trust me, we're going to find a way to earn that reputation over the course of this next season here. Things are going to be getting lit. I can't wait.
So spicy. So spicy.
So spicy. If y'all haven't gotten to see any of the promo yet, y'all are for sure missing out. I know every time I show like the promo for season 3 on my stream, like I get the goosebumps, you know, I get the hairs in the back of my arm stand up. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Every time I see it, I get so pumped. So I'm just like, the actual season's going to be so good. I'm so excited. And you guys, we have a lot of really big things planned for this upcoming season. Not just planned, like in motion. So it's going to be great. I promise you that.
So we saw and started off with Ghostface on Midwich.
Interesting map.
And honestly, I gotta say, with the rate that the survivors kind of went down early, I was kind of expecting to not get as many generators done. So honestly, a pretty good job by our squad there to be able to come out and still get the 4, and you get 2 stages out the door thanks to the hatch play as well.
Yeah, that was a really exciting game, honestly. Yeah, that was for No Mithers, they did really good. I mean, again, Ghostface is is a little bit of a weaker killer. But I mean, I don't know. Both sides did really well. So.
And remember, keeping in mind that this event is more as far as for, like your scoring is based off, you know, your who's getting challenges done and then how many challenges are getting complete. It's helping out with that, I believe. Yes?
Yes. I believe so.
I want to make sure that I am getting the best information as possible here. And I also apologize. I see my lighting's a little bit different. We're getting some springtime. We've got the windows open and I don't apologize.
You know what? You gotta enjoy that fresh air.
I'll tell you what though, it's like this, the change in weather is nice until the trees all start budding, and then I'm like, miserable for a week and a half, and
My
then
gosh, no, I totally get it. I got hit with the worst allergies this week. I was like, oh my God, I'm dying. No. Yeah, no, I love spring because I love going outside.
so like
But
I was a military brat growing up, right? So when I got my allergy test done, I was a wee old lad down in El Paso, Texas. So I didn't really care that I was allergic to like 16 types of trees. You know what I'm saying? And then I moved to the pollen capital of the Midwest, and there's like 16 different types of trees, and my life got just shooketh.
I didn't actually start developing allergies until I moved out here. So
Really?
I'm gonna have them when I get back. Yeah.
Well, I guess
didn't
because
really
you were a West Coast girl though, so it's kind of like more dry,
Yeah.
like dryish air and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm from like the high desert area, so not a lot of like. I mean, we still have like a lot of like wildflowers and like all sorts of really pretty foliage and stuff, but none of the like trees. So. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, yeah, most of my like seasonal allergies, I really didn't start having until here.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of agree. The only reason like I had known I had some because like I felt some while I was like over in Belgium, which is where I was at before El Paso, and that was why we like the next following year because I was like really young when we had left Belgium even, and then we got to Texas. We're like, oh, that makes sense, because there are trees and stuff, and we weren't worried about it, and then. When I got to the Midwest, there was like that green air for like that week and a half, and
green air, no. I feel the struggle though. I feel the struggle.
where like everyone's paint on their car turns like slight green. You know what I mean?
Yeah. From all the or like that weird like yellowy color.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh, gross.
All right, so here now we got Peps lined up here. It looks like that's going to be our killer. And we're, of course, again, chat, you have the chance to use the Playstream stuff. One of these ways. That way. Yeah. We'll be throwing down those links as far as for the players individually as well. I'm trying to remember who I could invite real quick in for the survivors. Who was our killer last round? Oh, the killer didn't add me. Note would have been on the team. Laser, maybe? Laser, probably, I think.
They accepted, so I'm assuming. I would assume.
I hope they're not expecting the Swift. That's not why I'm inviting them.
They're like, oh, Q wants to play. And they're like, what is this?
Nope, not today. Sorry, my friend.
Where am I?
All right, so we've got our survivors starting to low in here. Well, actually, I'm gonna leave that comment alone in chat. Never mind.
No.
Yeah. I mean, honestly though, I remember. So, actually, there have been a couple of times. Like, I used to work in like the auto industry, right? So when like the pollen would get really bad, I would legit have to wear like latex gloves because what would happen sometimes is if I didn't. And I didn't like wash my hands like right after I did something. A couple times like I would like wipe my eyes and like I would get pollen and it would literally like swallow my eyes shut. Like it was not pretty. So yeah, Q and trees do not mix.
Also, I saw someone complaining about me saying that my hair was green. It doesn't look green if my light is not like blue, or if my light is blue, it makes my hair look blue. If it's anything but green lighting, it makes my hair look blue. So my hair's green. Leave me alone.
So I've been overdue for a beard dyeing, and
ooh, that's exciting.
And today I officially so part of the problem was my old ID was expired. But then, since I didn't have some of the other stuff needed to get a new ID, I had to kind of track down some things. So all that process is finally done. So when I get back from my trip at this point at the end of the month, I'm going to be back with a pink beard. So get excited.
That is actually really exciting. Put glitter in it.
But I figured, you know, if it was going to be for a government document, you know, like an ID, I might as well at least wait for that to be done. So that was fair.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
And now at this point, I'm so close to going out and visiting family. And although, like, I know Pops would be cool with it eventually, he'd be like, bro, you're coming out here and we haven't had pictures in this long. You're coming out here with a pink beard. So I'll wait. It's fine. I get it. It's fair.
I feel that struggle. Yeah, it's fair. My mom, I'm a 28-year-old woman, and my mom still gets on me. She's like, why is your hair green? I'm like, mother. A whole year later, my mother is still like, why is it green? Oh, come on.
So what do we want? So we saw the no mither. So one thing I gotta say, the no mither with the ghosty was intriguing, right? Because we've talked about before, like the no mither with the oni, right? Because like it gives the oni more the power. Yeah. But to see the no mither with the ghosty just means that like it took away the stalk mechanic, which just means it's a stealth killer like Wraith, but not like Wraith. Which I liked. That was fun.
Yeah, I like that. I like that the killer knew what he was playing against.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of abused it. It was funny. It was funny. It was funny.
All right, so we saw that Calamity had a pretty decent start on the killer side there, right? Was able to get the 4K at the before people left. But, you know, I see some names on this survivor list for Calamity, which makes me think that unless y'all are like really putting this team to the challenge, I think they might be able to match getting more than one person out the door. So I'm not saying y'all should go over there and give them more challenges or anything like that, but you know,
I will definitely say y'all should go give them some juicy challenges. Make this fun.
I mean, I feel like no mither for no mither is fair, right?
Yeah, sure. Or you know, something else. If you want to spice it up, you could spice it up however you wanted to, as dictated by the cards available to you, of course. But there are a lot of ways to spice it up. Don't be afraid to try out some new things and make your survivors do some fun things.
I've got an idea, and I know the killer mains out there are gonna hate this idea for Playstream. But what if you forced a survivor squad to run all their survivors instead of running no mither? They all have to run boon totems, and they have to have all the boons or all of the totem perks on their one totem.
Oh no, that's awful.
So that means, but that does mean though, there's no that would mean though that you wouldn't have to worry about second chance perks. You wouldn't have to worry about borrowed times, right? So like you're kind of trading some off. Yeah, you probably won't be able to slug because a lot of people are gonna have boon exponential. So
everyone's gonna have exponential.
So there's some trade-off.
But they're also gonna be like 2% faster.
Yeah.
Look, as somebody who consistently hope games, it's
Look though, but I've actually had this discussion a few times. I feel like the 7% versus the 2%, so amazing. Like the 7% feels like a benefit, and it kind of makes sense because it's only end game, it's for 2 minutes. But I must say that I feel that when you look at what's the best way of putting it? Now I lost it.
No.
I was going somewhere with that.
I mean, I can't tell you where you're going with that one.
What was I even saying?
Okay, wait, why is my thing picking up?
Huh?
My voice comms are picking up my Skype in the background there.
Oh, I mean, that just happens.
It wasn't happening before, was it?
No, if anything, maybe check and see how loud your Skype output is.
Yeah, I think I need to check my
Because I also hear sometimes when I get really loud, I can sometimes hear myself, but that's okay. Because I don't think they hear that in the actual like stream. because it's so loud, like little. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just noticing my mic's lighting up whenever Sam talks.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wait a second.
So keep in mind here, we are going to be seeing Frozzo killing this time around. Calamity out and surviving here. We do still have a couple of minutes to get those challenges in. We do appreciate everyone who has been participating thus far. If my eyes do not deceive me, it looks like that first match, the first trial of the first match, already helped us out as far as with that pool for $50. So remember, you guys are not only helping support the players themselves who complete the challenges, but again, you know, that is getting matched by Playstream up there in the one of those corners. This way? That way? That way? Yeah, that way. Up there. Up yonder way. All right. Game number 2. I think I saw Blood Lodge chosen. I'm not sure if that is confirmed where the map is. I would imagine if they're picking that as a map, that is probably where we are going because of a challenge. Which then leads me to ask you, Shep, if you knew that the killer was going to Blood Lodge and you wanted to give them a good challenge, what's a killer you would go with?
Like, I wanted the killer to be challenged?
Yeah, you want to give the killer a good challenge.
I don't know. On Blood Lodge?
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. That's kind of like a weird map.
It is a very interesting map. It is a very interesting map. We have been seeing Blood Lodge used for Blight, I think, in DBE, which has been interesting. Or we did see that used for DBE, I should say. DBE is, of course, done for the month. It's like you said, it's definitely an interesting map in the sense of it's a little bit longer of a map. Now, it does limit the amount of like tiles that you're given because it's more of like the little filler like around like the junk and the actual junkyard itself kind of in the middle. You don't really have like actual, you know, TL, 4 lanes, long wall, jungle gyms, stuff like that. But yeah.
Sorry, I'm checking on some things in the background real quick.
No, you're good. I'm hoping we are. I know we've had a little bit of complications going on in the background. I know we're trying to make sure we're getting this puppy, this ball rolling here. I know we started a little late, so we're trying to see if we can play a little bit of catch up, while also make sure that we've got everything going on in the background. So definitely understandable. 'Tis you know, the nature of the beast, so to say. But we do appreciate everyone. I know we've been seeing people coming in and saying hi to both Shep and I, and even just us here at Vigo's Court. We appreciate y'all hanging out. Y'all are amazing. I know the weather is warming up in a lot of the places, at least here on the NA side of the world. So there's a lot of people wanting to get out and do stuff. So the fact that y'all are still coming in, hanging out on this Saturday, especially while we're seeing so much being going on as far as just competitive DBD, we appreciate y'all vibing with us for real.
We love to see all your faces here. I kind of, actually, since we've got him in front of us, I kind of do want to see Billy.
Yeah. I always enjoy watching some good Billy gameplay. I feel like, even when you look at Blood Lodge wouldn't be bad for Billy. Again, because there's limited like tiles that spawn. A lot of it's more of the fillers. Yeah. So depending on what fun bus spawn you get, you talk about coming in with low pros, you can kind of deplete the resources somewhat quickly, right?
So I've seen some really interesting spawns on Blood Lodge where it's like 10 billion pallets in the middle.
Right.
And then it's a lot of like really short, narrow loops with like really close tiles. So it can be really hard to kind of navigate. If you can't curve really well, it can be really hard to navigate. So it could be like if it's like a complete dead zone, then you're golden. But if it's Pallet City, it's like, this is the worst thing I've ever had to put myself through.
Why did I sign up for this?
Why did I do this?
Oh, and also, while we're shouting out people, shout out to Playstream, our partner, by the way, for like, helping us put this whole thing on together, While we're thanking people, huge shout out to them. Honestly, I know that this was something that we kind of picked up in the middle of season 2, and we had kind of trialed with a couple of, exhibition games here and there. Then when we had a couple of teams drop last season, it kind of gave us some availability to kind of do a couple more during this season, try out this whole method of gameplay. And honestly, I like it a lot because, again, it allows us to kind of see some things that we aren't typical used to seeing in comp, right? And also, like, I like being able to give the control to the people a little bit.
Yeah, this is a really nice way to kind of get our community involved.
Right. Well, especially because, like, when you talk about it, right? Like, getting the community involved and supporting, again. If we have anybody that's pulling in here late, yeah, when you submit challenges in, we'll see that number. Hey, I'm doing this right this time, except it's not in view. You'll see that number continue to go up in that top corner over there. That is right corner, right? Yeah, top right-hand corner. I know my lefts and right. I know. U.S. education didn't fail me that much. But that number will go up. But that number also, when you challenge the players, like, that's actually going to go and support the players as well. Like, that's cheddar for them. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, you guys can just donate directly to us, but go support, some
go
of
support
our streamers.
The players, man.
Go support the players. Yeah, they took time out of their days to come here, and they've been so patient with us too. And I'm sure you love some of them, so go say hi. And we have a lot of like really great people playing. I mean, everyone is fantastic. So please feel free to support them as well.
All right, and do keep in mind, if you are in the broadcast, you are on the squads of Caffeine, Dreams, and Rebels. Y'all are up next. We're a little bit behind here. As soon as this game gets done, we're going to be moving right into y'all's and getting y'all's set up. So that also means if y'all are looking to challenge those teams, maybe we might be able to see if we can get those links to y'all during the course of this match. Get this process a little bit quicker for you guys. Again, I know we had some technical difficulties in the beginning that kind of pushed things to go a little bit back. So we just want to make sure that we're trying to kind of ease the transitions here so we can still get through as much as we are hoping to get through today.
I hope we get as much as we were hoping to get through today.
I mean, we've got a really busy day on the schedule, but I think we should be able to still get it done. I just think, obviously with the style of play that we've got, like allowing the extra time for the challenges, not allowing the extra time, but having like the time open for the challenges. And with this being the first time of us kind of doing like a full day of it, not just one matchup, right? So it's kind of also a learning process for us guys. So we appreciate y'all's patience.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really, really do appreciate it.
I'll tell you what, you tell that voice in your ear if I don't hear a yes or a no, if I should be switching, I'm switching. What do you think about that?
I mean, I agree with you. I don't know.
I know part of this was getting things set up as far, again, because of the delay on the first one, it kind of pushed everything a bit back. But we are going to work on as far as I think the learning curve is going to be through the first matchup or two as far as the downtime in between trials. Again, allowing enough time to let sufficient challenges come through because that is kind of part of why we're here, right? So we just want to make sure we can get everything up and running. All
I'm
right.
trying to figure out what's going on right now.
I'm doing it. No, I'm not. I do see people ready up, though, so I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm full sending.
I support this.
Sometimes you gotta ask for forgiveness and permission. Or something like that. You know what I mean?
Something like that, yeah.
Uh-oh. All right.
Uh-oh.
We're good? We're good. Right?
We're good. We're good.
Okay. I very faintly heard it, and I just wanted to make sure. I was like, oh, I'm dead.
Am I, like, can you hear that? I don't know what's going on right now.
No, it's very, very faint. Like, I don't think chat,
Okay,
I don't think chat will hear it. It's just like, it's enough that I can hear it.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure Dad wasn't mad. It's early in the day. You know what I mean? I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. I'm freaking out. That's a quote from the movie. I'm fine. I'm not freaking out.
All right.
Really? What do we have here?
Yeah, so I think Blood Lodge has been confirmed.
Yes. Our kill has actually also been confirmed.
Oh, has it?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it? We can tell it now. We told it by this time last time.
He likes knives.
Oh.
It's gonna get a little tricky, you guys.
Oh. Well then, let's go ahead and take another trip on back into the fog here, and we do see the Trick Daddy Kane. Peps, you there? Peps? Hey, Peps. Oh, does he have to look up for so many seconds at the start of the game?
Oh God.
Not like this, Peps. Oh no.
Not like this.
I want to see things too, Peps. Okay, all right, we're good. Had to have been like like 15 seconds or something. I'm guessing was the challenge.
Yeah, like a short challenge.
I like it though. So it does look like here we're going to be seeing the corrupt. We do see the 4 no mithers here as well. Now the no mithers against the Trick Daddy is interesting because of course that means that you really only need to get the 6 knives to hit and then you've already got it down. Not like this. Oh
no. Super quick down, and we are seeing that lovely no mither again. Yes. I enjoy it.
Oh, I just realized I wasn't tabbed out. It was probably lagging just a little bit, chat. I do apologize about that. Or if not, at least Discord was probably bugging just a smidge there, but we got it taken care of. That's going to be hook number 1, though. We do have a Ruined in play at this point. We're about 75 seconds into the trial. I would imagine with the no mither, we're going to see kind of like we saw last trial there, where we're going to be seeing a lot of the pre-dropping of pouts, especially in the jungle gyms, allows just a little bit of extra ruin there. Oh, were we throwing another, like, look-up challenge? Wait, can they be throwing look-up challenges during the course of the map? That's filthy.
No idea. We do have, you guys can't see it just yet, but our survivors are definitely feeling that thanatophobia.
Yeah, kind of like we saw in the ghost face trial, right? Like you get enough of the thanatophobia, or you got the 4 stacks right off the rip, 20% slowdown. So to keep in mind, that means now instead of gens taking 100 seconds, or instead of them taking 80 seconds, they're going to take almost 100. That 96 seconds for completion. So plus the ruin on top, that's tough.
That's going to be really nasty, and especially because it's such a wide open map. Trickster can throw over a lot of these obstacles. Oh my goodness. Peps, no. Peps walking into a corner. I do believe that is our ruin actually going down too.
Yes, that is going to at least stop as far as the regression there. Now the question is how much progression has there been on these generators before the actual ruin itself was cleansed. We do see we were able to get a couple of knives onto Lunez there as they broke across the way. But also we have the gen that was kind of behind us there when we were throwing those knives at Lunez themselves. And we had heard there's a little bit of progress, maybe around 30-35% or so. So 2-3 gens now that we can assume have about 1 piston's worth of progress on them. But this is going to be tough here. I mean, now we're talking about seeing a couple of knives being thrown at that survivor there. And I mean, again, no mither against a Trickster. This is tough.
Yeah, this is not a pretty place to be. Of course, if they're able to prolong time between those knife hits, they'll be able to delay how quickly they go down. But unfortunately, we've run ourselves into a corner here as Zarina. So that's going to be another down for Peps.
And interesting to see. Okay, it's not a slug play. It's just going to be go to refill the knives. I was going to say, it is a slug play. Peps, we know the risk we're taking, right? Peps, you know you can get you know V1 can get off the ground, right? Not like this.
Hopefully this is a calculated move on Pep's part. Maybe nope. It looks like Zarina is already back up. Oh my gosh, still able to hit that knife. Okay, that was kind of impressive, honestly.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what we were doing there for a moment, but then to see to still be able to pull the hit there stops also the decay, right? So that's going to be a big thing there, especially because we do see the actually seeing our survivor going into the basement. This is going to force Peps to either have to come around this side. Oh, able to get the heal though, and just in the nick of time. Only 8 blades left. That's big.
Oof, that was really, really nice there.
Now this is going to be hook state number 3 as far as on a Jake. Again, keep in mind that was part of the reason why we had seen the tunnel out, right? Like it allowed it allowed for the 3v1 to happen that much sooner. And also, when you look at the gens that got done, both of them, I think, were over on the shack side. So they're actually kind of constricting, or I shouldn't say constricting, but restricting the amount of area left that really Peps needs to go.
Yeah, definitely. I was like, who are we throwing knives at? Oh my goodness. Good eye. Our survivor was able to stick that gen out despite Peps throwing some very nice knives there, but we will just come around and go ahead and pick up chase with our survivor here. Uh-oh, and our main event is loaded up now.
I'm going to be interested to see what Peps does here as far as with the main event, because of course main event being something that you can't really hold on to too long. I know there's some debates across the community whether maybe that's something that would make Trickster a little bit more viable, not having such a short timer or even a timer on that power completely. But now at this point, I mean, gonna get 0 value from it.
It's really interesting that Trickster, this is kind of a tangent, but Trickster is really the only killer I think who has to charge their power, but then loses the ability to use it if they don't use it immediately.
Right.
So that's an interesting choice on Behavior's part.
Now, we will see as we're getting closer to these lockers over here, we see the knives posted up. Of course, that's because our killer here, a little low on the count, 12 of them to be exact. So we're going to go ahead and refill. Back up to 44 here is Peps. We are down to just 1 generator left here. And we see a little bit of pressure as far as on the Pride Rock gen. Basically, they got the 3 generators across the middle of the map. And with also having a survivor hooked in the middle of the map, this could be tough. We see someone moving in, taking a couple of knives. Is V1 here also getting some knives onto Laser as well, spreading that pressure here. Might even be able to go for a double down, which honestly might be necessary here for Peps.
Yeah, Peps is going to want to start racking in those last hook states. We do have our final generator being worked on. And, ooh, nice down. Our last game, it did see 1 escape, but there was still 1 generator left when it happened because it was a hatch escape.
And now even seeing, I was going to say, already going to be getting this hook in the middle of the map. This time, though, rotating our survivor just a little bit more central here. Again, we have the 3 gens all the way across, so this will give us a little bit more ability to at least put pressure on this generator here in the middle. Honestly, kind of surprised to not see even just a dry kick that would start regressing it back just slowly. But also kind of understand from Pep's point of view, from feeling the need to kind of get back over to monitoring the gens in its entirety. Wondering if maybe we see our survivors doubled up on that gen across the way. No, actually, we did have 1 survivor over yonder way that got pushed off the gen, while we also have a survivor coming in for the saves. Laser is 1 shot. We do have, oh, I think that actually, was that? I'm not sure if that was value from the cut through you single there. I think it was.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
But I want to say that that's what we saw there. That's the purple add-on, by the way, where the blades pierce the survivors, which would have allowed for enough. Also going to be seeing the save across the way. I think that was either a sprint burst or maybe an adrenaline. I don't know why you'd run adrenaline unless it was just solely for the speed at the end of the trial itself. 6 stages thus far, and I believe... Yeah, this is Lunez back here. That is going to be taking the chase. Pre-dropping the pallet here creates a little bit of additional room. We have not had to worry about no ed or no way out. Ooh, unfortunately getting caught out of position. That's going to be Lunez going down. That's a fresh hook here as well. That's a lot of stages if they would be able to camp this out.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably going to be what happens.
It does look like our door on the far side is the one that got open, so that will be our survivors going ahead and taking that out, leaving Lunez to give up a full 3 hook states to Peps here.
But that is 3 stages off of 2 separate survivors. So I mean that's the benefit for you. Also less hook states taken, or less hooks. Let me say that right. Less hook states taken, or more hook states taken out the door, less hook states given to the killer. Jeez Louise, English is hard.
And we will be deliberating. So the way that our scoring system works, you guys, we're doing this a little bit differently than in our normal season. And let me make sure that we are... I think the current exclamation mark rules
is from the season, I believe.
It's for our normal season. Okay, guys, so we're doing this a little bit differently this time around. Our teams are competing to actually earn points for certain events. So there are 2 games being played, right, between each team. Each game, a single point will be awarded for whoever... So either most escapes or most kills. I think in this case it's I actually don't know about that one. I think this might be a tie here.
Well, it was tied. I thought 1-1. Oh wait, no, it wouldn't have been 1-1 last time.
No, I'm not entirely sure actually about that one. I have to ask our ref about that. But it is a point for so each match. A point can be earned for either getting the most kills or getting the most survivors out. A point can be earned for whoever earns the most blood points, either a single survivor or the killer has the most blood points. So whoever there has the most blood points earns a point for their team. There is a point available for whichever team completes the most challenges between both games.
So that's why it's taking a second here in the background, everyone, is because there's extra kind of things based off of the 2 matchups together. So we kind of have to weigh the 2.
Yeah, so we don't necessarily have all of, well, like the entirety of what the score is, because some of it is awarded after both trials and some of it is awarded after a single trial. Also, I think there's a point available for every person who's streaming. Uh-oh.
I hate Steam. Chat, the stream's gonna lag for a second. I apologize. Steam is trying to open up another version of DVD in the background. There we go. Now I'm fixed.
Huh.
My bad. So I'll go ahead.
Able to fix that issue.
It's like that weird thing because, you know, I have the better like performance in game, like as far as for stream on Epic, as far as when I'm spectating. So sometimes when I get invites sent from a player, it goes to my Steam instead of Epic. So then I say, accept, yeah, I want to play with them because I know Maelstром's my next killer. But then it tries to open up Steam instead of just letting me play on Epic. So I fixed it. Everything's fine. It's fine.
Is it fine? And we're fine?
I'm hoping
It's
so.
fine. It's good. It's good. All right.
So, I know they're going to be, they're getting that score calculated here as far as, for them. Let's go ahead and start getting ourselves set up with game number 2 here, which is going to be Caffeine Dream versus Rebels.
Yes. I'm personally invested in this one.
I'm trying to figure out, I know Maelstrom my Caffeine Dream connection. I'm trying to see who
We're looking for Draxi.
Do I already have Draxi added?
Let me see if I can figure out who's on Rebels for you. You're looking for. Actually, no, maybe not Draxi. Hold on. I don't know how to say this. I'm gonna send it to you. I told them illiterate, you guys. It's not a hard name. I'm just illiterate.
I mean, it's fine. I know that Rambo got the name out to people for as far as who they should be adding, so hopefully they've at least added me and they can join in, maybe, even.
Fingers crossed.
Because I know everyone likes to be more on time, so if we could help. But yeah, also, now I don't even remember what I was going to say. That's happened twice now. I should really get that looked at. But also, while we do a quick finalization on that score, and also so we can figure out who we're getting in here for Survivor and get that figured out quicker for you guys. And also, because I have the smallest bladder on Twitch, we're going to go through a quick be right back screen. And then we're going to get this lobby set up and we're going to roll for you guys. All right? Cool.
Be right back, guys. All right, everybody, welcome on back. Thank you so much for your patience while we got all of these scores tallied up and figured out.
So chat, before, when y'all were using exclamation point rules in chat, y'all were getting the rules from last season. We now have that in there, changed under the rules command, because as far as for the tournament here, keep in mind this isn't like a traditional layout as far as for like traditional comp DVD. So the rules are a bit different. There are some categories are changed under a little bit, under 3 different categories. So there is one basis kills versus escapes. Basis that's one possible at 2 points. Person with the most blood points per trial. Most challenges complete. Everyone has full teams of everybody streaming and getting challenges, so that one's actually negated. So essentially what happened last round, the score was 2-2. Not equating for the points for everyone having a challenge, right? So the score was 2-2, and the tiebreaker goes to the overall amount of blood points accrued throughout both trials, which that tiebreaker went to Frozo. So it will be Frozo moving on as far as into winners bracket round 2. And they will be facing off against the winner of our, not this matchup next, but the winner facing off against the winner of the matchup that's after this one. So exciting stuff.
Very exciting. And it does look like one of our survivors is having some issues with, looks like one of our survivors is having some issues with Dead by Daylight, Dead by Daylight doing Dead by Daylight things. So that's what our holdup is right now, I do believe.
It's all right. We will get things resolved here shortly. So again, we appreciate everyone's patience. We are learning as we go as far as on this one here, because again, this isn't your traditional thing, but you will see up in that top right hand corner, we've already raised quite a bit for our pot through just the first matchup. We have quite a few of these matchups left just today, and then kind of throughout the next couple of days, and that's also going to be helping out as far as helping our players themselves. So we appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for all of your support and for supporting all of our wonderful players who have come out and decided to give their weekend to helping us get ready for next season, which I hope you guys are so excited for, because I am super excited. I cannot wait.
By the way, have I shown you my new mug?
No, but I love that. I was going to ask what is that, because I saw the bottom. Okay, that's really great. Okay, so one of my friends.
It's 50 fluid ounces.
It's so much. One of my friends, his mortal enemy is Snorlax, and I kind of want to get him that mug. There's a Snorlax backpack at one of the stores here, and I'm like, I should get you that.
So I got this Master Chief light that I just turned on back behind me.
Oh, that's so cool.
We were at GameStop last week before last, after it was before my eye exam. There's a GameStop next door. We had some time to kill, so we went and looked at it, right? Had to have been the week before last, because I had the Snorlax cup all last week. And we saw the Snorlax mug, and Weevil turns to me, he's like, oh, that's cute, you should get it. I'm like, I probably should, shouldn't I? And then we sat down there for a minute, and then we saw the Master Chief sign, and I was like, oh, I definitely want that. And if I'm getting that, I'm definitely getting the mug, because they had like a stuff a bag, get 20% off sort of deal. So we went a little crazy.
Might as well.
Yeah, when in
Have
Rome.
some fun with it. When in Rome.
So I do see, though, it does look like we've had all of our survivors were able to get in and everything. Again, we've had those challenges. Pick a side. That way. Fuck, I did it wrong again. That way. In chat over there, you can challenge them. I think we've had those up for a little bit. We should be probably moving into our next match here relatively short. Listen, man, it doesn't matter how small my cup is. The bladder are there regardless. It just means I don't have to fill up as often. It's like one less stop along the day. You know what I'm saying?
I have to get 2 cups to have enough water for my day. So, Q's playing smarter, not harder.
All right, here. So I do see. Have you, by any chance, gotten any spoilers yet? Because I haven't.
I've gotten none. No spoilers whatsoever. Not yet.
Snorlax does live the life, though, if you think about it. Like, all he does is eat and sleep. Like, I can kind of understand why.
Okay, so the reason that it's his mortal enemy is because he was trying to catch the, like, the Gigantamax form, I guess. So he was trying to farm that from the most recent. Not the most recent, from Sword and Shield. He was trying to catch the Gigantamax form, and he could not get it. It was so fun. Like, that was the one. I still don't think he has it. Like, it was just a struggle. That's why it's his mortal enemy, because he can never catch one.
I think it's crazy to see, like, the legacy of Pokemon. I know we're straying very far away from DBD, and I don't apologize. Because that's just the way it goes sometimes. Plus, like, since we don't really, like, that's, like, again, like, part of the whole thing with the Playstream tournament, right? Like, we don't know what we're getting, so we can't talk about what to anticipate just quite yet. But back to the Pokemon thing. It's been interesting as someone who's kind of remembers when, like, Red and Blue first came out, and has seen it go from, like, I don't know, what was it, 152 Pokemon to, like, now there's like 700 and something Pokemon. I don't think anyone can actually, like, name every Pokemon the way that we could as kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can still remember the song. Yeah, honestly, you could show me a picture of literally anything and I'd be like, yeah, that's a Pokemon probably. A leaf? Yeah, that's probably a Pokemon. I know there's one that's literally a trash bag.
Really?
It's kind of cute though. Yeah, Trubbish. Its name is Trubbish. It's god awful, but it's cute. The small version is cute.
I think my favorite besides, like, Pikachu growing up, because I mean everyone loved Pikachu growing up. He was too cute. But I remember when the first expansions came out and Togepi was there, and it was like Misty's, like, little companion on the road. So cute.
Yes. Oh, I miss Togepi. And now Togepi's got, like, 2 more forms. We finally see what the egg turns into. It's a chicken. If you guys didn't know, it's chicken. And then a triangle.
Spoilers!
A triangle. Look, those two have been out for a while now. Oh, it's a chicken and a chicken nugget. Oh no.
I remember growing up, like, the fight between Red and Blue, and you had to trade between the games in order to collect all the Pokemon, because there were certain Pokemon that were on Red, certain Pokemon that were on Blue. They still do that. Do they? Like with Sword and Shield?
Yeah. So like Sword and Shield, I picked one game because I wanted, like, I don't know, Galarian Ponyta or something, and my friend got the other, and we just traded with each other. But you can't catch, like, certain. I think, like, I couldn't get Farfetch'd, the Galarian Farfetch'd, so me and my friend had to trade.
And then we saw, Pokemon Yellow switch up the game, because then you could literally, not only did you start with Pikachu, but you can get all 3 of the starting Pokemon without having to trade.
Yes. What was I gonna say? Oh, you know what game okay, so speaking of older games, you know what game I'm really glad that they remade?
What's that?
Pokemon Snap.
Ooh, Pokemon Snap was really cute.
Fun. That game was so fun. I actually really like the new one too.
I still thought it was so cool when they did the Pokemon Stadium, where it's like a game on a different game, but then you could insert your cartridge to upload, like, whatever Pokemon you currently had. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Changing the game completely. By the way, chat, this isn't a Pokemon event. We're here to play some DBD. We do see we're loading in. We've got... Wait, was there a Mori? Was there a Mori played? Was there a Mori challenge? We don't know all the challenges off the rib.
I haven't heard anything. I don't even know where we're going. I don't know where we're going. I don't know who we're going to see killing. I don't know what's happening right now. Your guess is as good as mine.
I don't like this. I feel like I should be in the know.
Mom, I'm scared.
This isn't fair. I'm supposed to be in the know.
The game where nobody knows what's going on, not even the caster.
Well, you know what, though? Honestly, though, it's like, I do kind of like the concept of, like, we get to find out what the survivor... Like, obviously, like, the survivors and the killer both have challenges that they were, like, issued, but we get to learn everything at the same time here. And here we go. Let's take another trip on back into the fog. It looks like we are going to be seeing some twins action Looks like we're having another looking up at the sky to start the game, I'm guessing. Is that what we got going on here? And I'm trying to remember, was Blood Lodge this game or last game? I see we're on Azerov's, you know?
Yeah, I think Blood Lodge was last game. And no Mither this time, but we do see an early attachment of Victor to one of our survivors.
And then it does look like we are going to be seeing not only the twins, but we do have Azerov's resting place, which is, it's funny that we get this as a game in Playstream, honestly, because this is kind of like more your typical comp layout, right? Like twins,
Yeah.
ARP. Of course, ARP does give you the double choke point. Here, as far as in the middle of the map, we will see, of course. Oh, we're going to be saying hold that, though, as far as with the Firecracker does get the blind. We've got the Corrupt, but of course, we saw that our killer had kind of spawned more center map, which kind of gives us an awkward two gens on one far side of the map covered up by the Corrupt, one on the opposite side, as we kind of see here. And also, I believe, because of the weird rotation of this middle gen, we've actually got a pretty wicked 4 gen on this main side here as well.
I do believe that is what we're seeing here, and unfortunately wasn't quite slick enough with that locker to prevent what's about to happen.
All right, and there we are going to be seeing generator number 1 popping here off in the distance. Also, the Undying getting cleansed that was protecting the ruin. So we do still have a ruin in play here. 5 seconds or so left on that corrupt intervention. The 4 gen up on the main side of the building also still being very much intact.
Yes, and you guys can't see it, but our survivors are definitely feeling it. The Thanatophobia is once again active.
Yeah, here, I mean, I feel like the Thanatophobia is definitely a very common perk that we see across the board when we talk to about just kind of your typical twins play, which again, we're kind of seeing as far as with the layout here, ARP, with the twins. But, you know, now what we're going to see, this is going to be a 3rd survivor that is now either on the hook or injured, because we had Legum is, you know, capturing the little turd across the map. And that means, though, if we have somebody on a gen like Autumn, that means it's going to be slowed down by 15%. That's a big swing and a miss, because that's going to cause a little bit more distance to be built here by the Nia. Instead of following up the Nia, which I feel like might have been the play, instead just going to go for a quick 1-for-1 on Caliber.
Yeah, Caliber is going to go up on the hook there. It does look like we see the reset coming in on Autumn, but Gum and Seizure are both still injured, both still applying that Thanatophobia along with Callie on the hook there. When we do unfortunately find an injured survivor.
Yeah, they were paired up, though, so we do see that the Kate was there to lead us, the little Victorino there from the trial, at least temporarily. Of course, a very quick cooldown as far as for Victor. Don't think we're going to be able to see the heal here, and since we don't see the heal, we're going to see a health state change onto Autumn here as well. And sometimes you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. You might have been able to see the pickup onto Legum, but... Wait, would that have been an unbreakable from Legum as well?
That might have been an unbreakable there. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to cause any spectator bugs here just quite yet, so I'm going to take a second before we look at that. Here's going to be the down, though. 2 downs, and you still have an injured survivor as well, so if Seizure is... Oh, no. Able to get the heal in time.
That was really, really close. A little too close for comfort, but we do still have 2 slugs over here. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and pick up our first one, which is, I believe, Legum. Well, 5 Gum.
Yeah, we are now going to see, though, this is going to be hook stage number 3 here. Autumn getting picked up off of the ground here as well. That does mean we have another survivor somewhere in the shadows. Makes it an easy decision to go ahead and release Victor out into the field of play. We do hear some foot pitter-patter here behind us. That is going to be Seizure, the Nia, taking the application. So again, back to the point, 3 injured stages across the board, meaning that if we have someone working on the gen, 15% slowdown. And now, if this happens to be Felix taking an M1 here, that'll be 20% slowdown.
Yeah, and it will be Callie going ahead and taking that injured state there. We are going to see the unhook come in. It looks like it might have been a trade there. Otherwise, Callie just ran into a corner trying to buy some time.
Yeah, I mean, understand this, right? You pull them as far to this side of the map. The only problem though is we spent so much of our time within our 4 gen over here that I don't really think we've been able to apply much pressure to it, especially because the ruin still being up. We've had constant, needing to get people up off the ground, trying to go for resets. That we really haven't had much time to hold progress on the gen. I think we had somebody on the generator to the right of us there. I'm not sure if the haha man happened to see that or not. But we see a lot of progress on this gen here. 2 survivors both injured. One of them is going to be able to apply the foot to the face of Victor. I think they get that gen done in time, though.
I think it depends on if they opt for the pickup or to finish the generator. And it doesn't look like they're going to opt for the pickup, so I don't know if they're going to be able to finish that generator, especially with the Natophobia slowing them down quite a bit there.
Yeah, we do see it. I like this decision from Haha Man, not taking the aggro with the one fully healthy survivor. Instead, going to check on the generator itself. Oh, trying to go for... That would have been a nice snipe jumping over the truck if they would have landed that. I would have lost my stuff.
Yeah, that would have been really wild there, but unfortunately, no cigar. We are going to send Victor out once again over at the shack area. Oh, no. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's big. And we saw the progression allowed across the way into the elimination state. Still have yet to see a generator complete here as well. Keeping in mind that that's less points that are going to be earned across the board for our survivors. We saw in the last matchup that blood points ended up being the tiebreaker. So by that one survivor not being able to get limited points, plus we've got 2 survivors on the ground, only 1 gen's been complete right now. I mean, honestly, we're seeing Rebels Killer just really putting the pedal down.
Yeah, we're seeing,
oh no,
honestly, just really good. Ooh, basement, not the place you want to go right now. That's a tough position to be in. You do, of course, have one healthy survivor in Seizure. And we do have Gum slugged on the ground, so I think our killer's going to want to go ahead and pick them up. This might be a chance to get Seizure out of the basement there, but I'm sorry, to get Autumn out of the basement there, but not entirely sure.
No, I think if I am not mistaken, I think what we saw Autumn actually giving up on Hook down across the map. You were hoping to see Victor, or you were hoping to see Lagum go up on a Hook. I think Seizure might actually be fresh Hook, so I think they're trying to set up for an endgame play here.
Yeah, that might be what we're seeing here.
But this is tough because, I mean, when we're talking about, again, knowing that the blood points are used for, a point and, like, the tiebreaker as far as that goes as well. I mean, our survivors really haven't been able to get much done. Maybe we're seeing Seizure not only setting up for an end game, but maybe also sitting on a gen, possibly. Trying to get valuable points as the completion as well as also just the actual work itself, but instead finding Seizure on the back side of the main building here now, going to be getting the application. This is going to be big because now you have 200 survivors in the trial.
Got a pickup on Gum there?
I don't know.
I'm kind of thinking that might be Soulguard instead.
Oh.
Because Ruin is still up.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't want to look over and spoil it. We'll have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, we'll have to make sure to check that out though in the end. Oh, unfortunately not going to make it the connection with Lagum. Lagum's going to be able to get the kick here as well, which gets the crush, buys you a little bit more time.
Yeah, and our survivors still doing a good job of trying to get those generators done as well. Trying to get as many points as they can garner here, but that Ruin's going to be really, really hard on them with Victor able to push them away from the generators.
Now, the other unfortunate thing here as far as at this point, it is Lagum again that we are finding. That is the survivor who was on the ground earlier. And, again, I think what we're seeing is they are trying to set up for an end game play here with Seizure. The one thing that's going to be working in the favor of Rebels Killer here now is Seizure is injured, will be leaving blood spots, will also be leaving, will be having grunts of pain unless there's an Iron Will in play, right? So I would imagine going to be trying to play this a little bit more cautiously, maybe even trying to go for a locker play to kind of cover up a few of those things, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. And also, I think I don't know what a bleed out is going to constitute here.
You know, that's a
Because in our
good point,
normal
because I
season,
feel like
in
you'd
our
want to get
normal
the
season,
hook.
that's points lost. Yeah, in our normal season, that's points lost. But I don't know how here if that will just count as an elimination for the killer or not.
I mean, I would imagine it's an elimination, but that does kind of like we were talking about how we've limited the survivors' points. Oh, we guessed the right locker. Talk about game sense here from the Haha Man, able to find Nia in the locker. That is Seizure. That is a fresh hook. Gonna be going up onto the hook here as well. That is big.
Yeah, that was a really good guess on which locker we were looking for there.
Oh, it wasn't a fresh hook.
No, I think, yeah.
Oh, getting Legum just before the bleed out too, which is going to be, you know, again, referring back to the blood point, since that will be used as far as even a tiebreaker, as well as also the person with the most blood points per trial. You give yourself a point for. You're able to you know, accrue more of those by getting the stages instead of the bleed outs here. I mean, we're gonna see. I mean, honestly, that was just a really impressive game by Rebels Killer here. Honestly, really nice. I am disappointed though. They brought a Mori. We didn't get to see it.
Oh yeah,
I must say.
Mori there.
I must say. We were also asking about Legum. It does look like it wasn't just an Unbreakable. No Soul God. Curious when they used the Unbreakable though. Kind of curious.
The second time, that might have been a pickup. I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, we had seen the one earlier too, where we thought that maybe it was the potential, maybe that was the potential. I mean, we thought very early we might have been looking at, an Unbreakable. So who knows? Hard to say. We'll have to wait a second as far as from our producers in the, our scorekeeper in the back. Again, if you are wanting to know the scoring, because scoring is a little bit different. It's a little unique as far as for the event, because the big thing here is we're trying to focus on the Playstream aspect, which kind of, I guess would say counteracts some of the usual comp DBD aspect, right? So, you know, we're focusing on who's getting, you know, trials done, who's getting the most blood points, things like that. All of that available with exclamation point rules in chat. And that way you can kind of, as far as get an understanding there, but we will be getting an update to know who's at least in the lead at this point. But knowing we don't know who's got, you know, the most, we don't know who's got the most challenges or anything done yet, because we aren't that far in through the matchup. So it's kind of hard to give you a up to date score until we're completely done.
Sorry, I'm communicating with some of our teams in the background, trying to get some stuff set up.
All good. I see we've got Maelstrom already in here, chat, in the right, or over on the right in the, where we've got the, we've already got everything listed out for you to be able to go in, get those challenges rolling. If y'all could do us a favor, we are trying to play a little bit of catch up, as well as trying to stay on schedule here at this point. So if you got time, check that thing out over there. We do already have a killer and a map selected, apparently. Not sure if my voice in the back is going to let me know.
I would be really curious as to what map we're going to be on if it is already selected.
Also, you know, again, big shout out to everyone that is, you know, contributing today. This is not, again, I want to let a couple things be clear. One, obviously this does help us here at Vigo's, getting ready for the new season and everything. but also you're supporting the players individually when you're challenging them, right? So that's kind of like a really, I can't think of anywhere else that I know of right off the bat that like allows that, right? Where you can reward, like you can like challenge the competitors and get them like a cash prize before like the actual cash prize for the event itself. It's kind of cool, honestly, as a competitor, I think.
So we do know what our next match is going to be.
I see Sheltered Woods. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to tell me? Are we allowed to say it? I think I know it. I think I heard it right, but I don't want to spoil it if we're not telling it. I'm excited, though. Oh, also, I should probably get into the killer side. Also, y'all like my drip for Joichi? Don't lie.
Tell it.
Gotta have the blue jacket. It's the rules. But Sheltered Woods, huh? Is that what I saw right?
Yes, it is going to be a Shelter Woods for our map.
Now, Sheltered Woods is interesting because it's one of those maps that we talk about with whenever like Dead Dog comes up, right? Like it's a small map, so the killer can kind of put pressure on everything pretty easily. And the same thing here, but you can say the same thing with Sheltered Woods, right? Like it's a very small map. You can get to everything pretty quickly, but that also means for the survivors, once they figure out the location of the generators, they can kind of rotate to their objective pretty quickly on the survivor side as well.
Yep. They are, because it is a smaller map, they are going to know, kind of be able to figure out the layout of where everything is and what's going to be available to them, but it's also going to be really difficult to keep chases away from each other, I feel like, because resources are strange on this map.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I think with the resources on this map is they aren't there, really, at all. Maybe you get, the question is, do I have like 2 or 3 pallets? Basic. No, okay.
Yeah.
It's not that
it's
extreme.
It's between 2 or 3 pallets. Yeah, pretty much. I do know what the killer is for this map, and I think this is gonna be interesting.
I mean, I'm just a fan of this map in general. I think it puts more stress on, I think, both teams. One, obviously, it puts stress on the survivors, because as we were just talking about, you've got the limited resources, right? You do tend to have less tiles, so sometimes RNG can really not be on your side. You know, maybe all you're given are TNLs and 4 lanes. You know what I mean? You're not given any like jungle gyms or anything. Maybe your filler pallets, depending on where they're spawned, gives you less of them too. But it also challenges the killers, because again, you know, once the game gets set into motion, and once the game gets set into motion, you got to be careful with your gen speed. So it's a map where maybe we continue to see the trend of some Thananophobia, right? Seeing some ruin to help with the regression, because once it gets going, it's hard to
yeah,
like, stop it.
And I mean, I think it can be said for any like quote unquote comp style game, or like, you know, tournament style game. Really, the key to winning is kind of setting the pace on your own terms. So yeah, I think that's gonna be really important there to kind of, especially on this map. Like you don't want it to start going too quickly, because once it starts rolling downhill, it's gonna go.
And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like lately, every time I get Macmillan, like not off of like a Macmillan bone offering, it's always freaking Sheltered Woods. It's honestly starting to drive me up a wall.
You know what though? I've been really enjoying Sheltered Woods as a survivor. Like, it feels refreshing, I guess. But I think it's because I have to play on comp maps so much, and like Shelter isn't really one that I go to too much. That I'm just like, something different. Yay. Please get me off of groaning. Oh my god, I'm so tired of groaning storehouse.
Well, that's because that was your home map last season, right?
Yes, and I still have to practice on it a lot too right now. I'm also tired of Cold Tower. I'm so tired of Cold Tower.
I don't know. I think, and obviously it's easier for me to say from somebody who doesn't like play comp. Like I just simply like watch it and cast it. I like the dynamic of Cold Tower in the sense of you have your traditional 3-gen on the top side of the map, but otherwise like that's it. You like that's the only 3-gen that you can rely on as a killer, which means that the survivor side kind of gets to take advantage of the fact that it's a smaller map. Again, you can rotate around, kind of the same way. But again, limited amount of tiles, so like the chases have to be really on point. And I think that's the big thing for me.
Yeah. Yeah. It does sound like we are good to switch over.
Let's do it!
So we can find out, get the pressing answer to what your question is about what killer we're going to see. Again, I already know. But I like to make you guys wait.
Also, I see the discussion going on in chat, and I have to agree, Dr. Pepper all the way.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper supremacy. Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, yo, I didn't say Shelter Woods was a good map. I just said I enjoy playing on it. Look, I played Dead by Daylight. Obviously, I enjoy suffering.
So you enjoy Suffocation Pit?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I do hate when I get the dead zone up in that top right corner, or like a 5-gen on one side of the map and then 2 generators on the other. But otherwise, I think it's fine. It's cool. It's calm. It's another Dogbone map, whatever.
All right, since this is our second of the 2 trials here between Caffeine, Dream, and Rebels, if we have anybody hanging in here in chat from Ruby Wolves and from Jesterline, I know I see a couple names that look familiar to those rosters. If y'all can just kind of be aware that y'all are up next, we're going to see if we can try and help with our turnover time just a little bit, try and get caught back up. We appreciate y'all's patience. We kind of done it a little bit here, but maybe over the next couple our first round games, we might be able to get a little bit closer to being on schedule. That way we're not going into like 10 p.m. Smiles.
My camera is frozen.
Your camera's frozen.
Yeah, no, but it's only, there we go. I know. I was like, these 2 things aren't matching up. These 2 things aren't matching up. One of these things
is not like the other.
Also, I would love for this to not get a 10 p.m. because you know what time that is for me.
I don't know exactly, but I know that the time difference is pretty insane. So
it's like 13 hours from EST right now.
So that means it'd be like already the next day, well into the morning.
Yeah, it's already like 4:30 in the morning for me right now.
Right, so it'd be almost noon.
So yeah, it'd be almost noon for me.
Crazy. Yeah, I definitely, like, I had always kind of understood like the time difference in time zone like throughout the course of the last season, but I don't think it was until I started casting some OCE events, and so like I started having like those very early morning wake ups. I'm like, dude, this, I don't want to say it sucks, but like it's tough on the body, man.
It's worth it, but it's hard.
Yeah.
It's really rough. Like I'm gonna have to sleep for the next like 12 years after these 2 days. Luckily, I don't work tomorrow, so it'll be easier.
I was gonna say you'll be able to sleep for pretty well the 12 hours leading right up to meeting right back over here on the desk.
Pretty much. It's fine though. We love it. So we do see 5 offerings. One of those gonna be a Mori? Nah, cut coin.
All right, so I also see some people talking about Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew is cool and all, but if y'all live in the certain regions of the world or of the United States where they happen to have this citrus soda it's called Ski. It's at Clinton County Crack. That thing's so good. I'll tell you what.
I think Mountain Dew tastes good.
Really? I'm a fan. I like Mountain Dew.
It kind of tastes like really like plasticky to me. Also though, I think Mountain Dew is just like really, it's like overly sweet to me. I don't like really sweet things.
All right, so let's go ahead and take another trip on back into the fog. We're going to go ahead and see the demo
The demo
dog.
puppy. I'm very excited. I very recently started playing this killer, and it is my favorite thing ever. I fucking love demo dog.
Yeah, I've always kind of felt that when you look at demo dog, it's like one of the I used to always kind of say like the epitome of like a balanced killer, right? Like it's a setup killer that doesn't take forever to set up. You can set up over the course of the game. And then, like some killers, like your chainsaw boys, you have the ability to remove things like pallets out of the way, kind of like we saw just here from Maelstrom with that shred ability as well.
Yeah, and Maelstrom also showing us a part of what demo is really good with the use of those portals to use as add-on.
Yeah,
To go ahead and start our first chase there.
Yeah, when we talk about the Lepro's Lycan add-on that we see pretty consistently in comp, also as we do see Lucky Rolio here saying, get done, stupid, I'm buying some extra time, but the Lepro's Lycan add-on there gives you the extra ability to kind of get the auras, right, when you're traversing the Upside Down, gives you so much information here. Going to be seeing a down around the 90-second mark as far as in the trial itself. Now going to be seeing a hook around that same portion as well. It's going to be hook state number 1. Also going to have quite a bit of progress on this generator here, trying to see if we have any survivors in the shadows.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Maelstrom do kind of the same thing, putting some portals down to go ahead and figure out where our survivors are.
Yeah, I would imagine what we'll see is Maelstrom's going to come over here, check this gen, as we do see, and actually finds Trust in Godly TTV. I was going to say, I think if you hadn't seen the save, you probably would have seen Maelstrom here go ahead and put a portal down and go back with the Lepro's Lycan, and might even still see it at this point. But I think now continuing to take the chase with the entered survivor, you get those fresh hooks out of the way. That's going to be some extra points for you as far as those blood points, knowing that that's a big thing here, getting people closer towards spreading the pressure. Like that way, it's not just one survivor getting close to elimination, right?
That if you didn't hear it, I very certainly did. That bamboozle, blocking that window and preventing Trust in Godly from being able to escape when Maelstrom shredded into that pallet area.
And that's going to be 2 gens here. Now popping off in the distance only for 2 hook states. So honestly, doing a pretty good job thus far is the survivors from Rebels, who, if I'm not mistaken, if the information I've gotten is correct, we are looking at a 2-0 lead currently for Rebels.
Yeah, so Maelsom's going to want to try to maybe pick up the pace here on this game, because that is going to be our 3rd generator. Rebel's going ahead and just tearing through these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, really talk about just pounding out the gens here, and going to be seeing, I mean, we see some progress getting done off in the distance here. Minimal progress on this generator, though. So I think for that reason, good decision by Maelstrom here to go ahead and switch the way here. And look, I know the broadcast can't hear you yawning, but I can see it, and that's contagious. So I'm going to need you to do me a favor and watch what you're doing over there, Missy.
Doing Maelstrom trying to count out that borrowed time, but unable to prevent it without having to eat that pallet anyway. So he's gonna go ahead and tap Godly there.
And it is interesting because you get the borrowed time hit onto Godly, but then we continued the tunnel out process instead of allowing kind of like the extra slowdown from that men status, right? I mean, I understand you do know that this is one of the survivors who is closer to being removed from the trial thanks to the life is life, says Trust in Godly, able to build some distance now. So that's actually going to cause Maelstrom to break chase, does find the Nancy. Question is, yeah, actually Nancy doing a good job playing patient, is going to avoid the first shred here, and Maelstrom needs to start getting some downs.
This was where our first chase took place, so there are going to be very limited resources here.
Generator number 4 popping off in the distance. We need to start getting, not only some downs, might even start considering going for a little bit of slug action here if we're wanting to compound this pressure down and fight back. Keeping in mind, Rebels already up 2-0 because of a very impressive killer performance. Now seeing their survivor side is here to play as well. This is going to be hook state number 3. It is a third fresh hook here. But again, kind of keeping more unique score style here, thanks to the Playstream. So those unique hooks not really as important as the eliminations.
Yeah, Maelstrom's definitely going to want to focus on trying to just get these survivors eliminated from the game in general. He's got 1 generator left, so he's got a lot of work he's going to have to do in a short amount of time. Oh, interesting. Guess we got stuck on each other at the corner there.
Yeah, we are going to see a save across the way. I'm wondering if that was just a situation of both people trying to look the opposite way. Survivor was looking behind them. We saw the moonwalk going. They just ended up running into each other. There's going to be the down, though, at this point. On to Draxi. I believe we should be far enough out of that pallet space. Even if there was someone close, shouldn't have been enough to cause the save. However, that is going to be another fresh hook here. So we have gotten 4 stages across the board. And now that we have moved into the end game, I think it's safe to say that even though we were not getting anyone closer to being removed from the trial, the 4 fresh hooks, as we saw that sound notification across the way, was going to be contributing to the no way out, which means with 4 stacks of no way out, a full minute here until our survivors can start attacking the doors. But you'll notice no haste status, which means no ed, which means it's going to take 2 health state changes in order to even get the down onto Lucky Rolio.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky for Maelstrom here. Because he does still, I mean, he has a little bit of time left on his no way out, but he's only just gotten that first hit on Lucky there.
Oh, gets done, stupid, says Lucky. Gonna be able to buy a little bit of additional time, a little bit of extra distance. We do see the moonwalk in the hold in W. Nice. Dead hard, which then baits out the swing from the actual shred itself. There's going to be another pallet here. No way out has now expired off of the gates. We see 1 light. We see 2 lights. We see a body block coming in here from the Zarina. Why didn't we drop the pallet? Zarina?
Interesting. I think.
And that is going to be 1, 2, 3 into the 4 survivors out the door. That was insane, Shep.
That was really insane. They were so quick on those generators there.
And I do see, as far as in chat, that we do have the list up for our next matchup, because we do have some challenges coming in our next matchup here. I don't want to jump the gun, but I would imagine with Rebels being up 2-0 going into that trial and then getting 4 out, I would imagine that's going to be Rebels taking the W there, but we'll wait to get a confirmation in the background. But we do have, again, our next matchup here getting lined up. Also, by the way, shout out to our survivors. We have cut into the time a little bit that we were behind here, thanks to the cooperation from you guys. This is our 3 o'clock game that we're getting ready to start here. Ruby Wolves versus Jesterline. And Ruby Wolves should be interesting because when we talk about Ruby Wolves, I see a name for their killer that is very, very familiar to us here in Vigo's court.
And that name is going to be Slow Galio.
Yeah, Slow Galio was actually our MVP last season, if I am not mistaken, correct?
Yes. Yes? Yes.
Yes? You sure? Final answer? No, he was.
Well, no, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, wait, no, I don't know. Fear. Yeah. He was though. Very well earned.
I'll still never forget we were in a, because Slow helps over in DBE, and we were over casting in DBE the day before finals. And he came in, and was like, yeah, I'm writing out my speech because I'm not going to be there for tonight. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, you know, for the thing. Like, what? It's like, oh, do you not know? It's like, no, I know. I was just messing with you. We do see, though, I've got Solo has invited me here. I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I've got... Holy smoke, I've got a whole bunch of friend requests here that I'm going to go ahead and accept here. I'm guessing these are people getting ready for our future rounds. I appreciate you guys sending those over. I'm going to go ahead and accept those. Make sure we're only jumping in, though, when it is y'all's time. But, of course, you guys jumping in does help us kind of expedite things as far as kind of getting, kind of staying, not only getting back onto schedule, but then staying onto schedule, which we do very much appreciate. And, I mean, even still, you know, kind of talking about thus far, already raised quite a bit for our prize pool. We've also, of course, earned those tenders, pop monies. We've given those money, the payouts to the players as well that y'all have challenged thus far. So that's dope.
Thank you so much for all of your support. If you are tuning in a little late and don't know what's going on, we are doing a Playstream match. This is raising funds to go towards our prize pool for our upcoming season of Vigo's Court. Of course, you guys can always donate to the Vigo's Court Playstream link directly. However, if you want to support the players, support your favorite players, favorite streamers, you support somebody, you know, the teams, you can actually go, we're posting everyone's links in chat. You can go to their stream. They have their own links. You can click on their Playstream link and go ahead and donate directly to the players themselves. You know, you give them some challenges that they have to complete, and Playstream's actually going to match whatever you guys put towards the players will also get put towards our prize pool for next season. So you can support the players, you can support us all at the same time.
At the same damn time. That's right. Gotta love to see it. So, and also big shout out to everyone that's coming in, hanging out. Big shout out to the players for their patience today. Again, I know we had a little bit of a slower start. Y'all have been amazing. And huge shout out to everyone that's been supporting thus far. Honestly, we've had some really fun stuff thus far. I mean, we started out with the Ghost Face No Mither.
It was great.
And then we saw we've kind of seen a little bit of everything since then. It's been a blast. I don't think we've had any duplicate killers yet, which is awesome. We saw the No Mither for No Mither, but other than that, I think we've kind of otherwise kind of kept our challenges pretty diverse, which is really cool. That's kind of what we were looking to do here.
You guys are doing a really great job of keeping this really interesting for us. Is there like a challenge to look up at the start of the trial?
It has to be, right?
Challenge? It has to be, because I think like 3 of our killers have done it so far, and I'm like, why? What are we looking at? I mean,
I know sometimes we'll see killers do it because like the sky is easy to look at, like when they have people on hooks and stuff like that. It's easier to kind of see the progression versus like the darkness of the ground. But to see it so early, it has to be a challenge, I would imagine.
Yeah, like it's like at the start of the trial before we've even found anyone. So I'm like questioning.
So this is Jester Lime loading in here on our Survivor side. They're new teams. This is a new team to Vigos for us.
Yeah, I haven't. I was gonna say I am not familiar with any of. Did you hear that?
Mm.
I'm not familiar with any of these players, but I'm really excited to see how they do. I do believe they are going to be playing in this next season, so this will be a nice, fun introduction to this team.
I know as far as the coach, he and I kind of go back to like my pre-DBD days, so it's kind of cool to see some familiar faces. Kind of, it's like one of those like small world sort of situations, you know, you kind of meet back around, and it's kind of, I mean, you see that a lot, like just in the content creation space itself. I mean, that's like Cookie from Entities Arena. We realized like we had known each other from back in the Realm Royale days, so I mean, that's just the way things happen sometimes, you know?
Small world. I think I'm too new in the community to really have any connections like that, but that's really cool. Actually, you know what? I met somebody at work who plays Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, one of my coworkers, her boyfriend, like I think someone had asked for my Instagram, and I was like, oh, okay, weird. So I gave it to them, and they were like, oh, you stream? Like, what do you stream? And I was like, oh, I'm a Dead by Daylight. Like, I play just Dead by Daylight. Like, I play a couple other things sometimes, but I usually just play Dead by Daylight. And her boyfriend was at the bar, like, kind of hanging out, and he leans over and he's like, wait, you play Dead by Daylight? And I was like, yeah, do you know what that game is?
Yeah.
Yes, I was. So we just kind of got to talk about that, and I was like, small world. I thought nobody knew what this game was. I actually found a lot of people over here who play it, which is very interesting. But yeah, that was a fun conversation to have at work, of all places.
Yeah, I know at my last place of employment, there were a couple of us that we found out were streamers, and all in like very diverse games. Like I know one of them was like a Tekken streamer. And I was like, oh, would have never even.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Now I want to play Tekken.
Wait. I see Slow putting it in. Are we going to RCPD? Oh.
Hmm.
Do you
We're gonna.
Do you already know the killer?
Uh-huh.
Oh. This isn't fair. I feel like you're in the know and I'm not. I'm not a fan.
So I was gonna tell you the map. But it got set right there. But I kind of don't want to tell you what the killer is because I want you to be surprised whenever we load in. I kind of like to be surprised when we go in. So the fact that I have to know, I'm like, I'm going to live vicariously through Q, not
okay.
knowing.
All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I do want to know who you think we're going to see here, though. Knowing the map. Knowing that you know the map.
Knowing the map. Well, it depends, right? Because it really depends on the person who challenged the killer. Were they trying to challenge the killer? Or were they trying to challenge the survivors? Because when I think of like, you know, if I wanted to challenge RPD, but then challenge the survivors, I'd be like, hey, run pig and run VHS tape and rule set 2 just because like I'm sick like that. But
God.
But I also think that if I were wanting to challenge the killer while putting up RPD, I'd like be like RPD and then like give you blight and let you try and navigate like the hallways and the small like rooms and stuff. Again, it really all depends on what kind of sick sadistic mind is throwing up the challenges, really. Am I right on either of those?
No. Thinking about it in that sense, I'm kind of like, it gives me a really uncomfortable mindset into the, a really uncomfortable look into the mindset of people sometimes. Like, I know too much now.
Well, see, like that was like for me when we started talking about Playstream. I was like, "Oh, this could be fun." You know, make somebody play Wraith and then make all the survivors run with flashlights. You know what I mean? Like,
so mean.
I mean,
I'm too soft-hearted for this. But I'm also the killer being who like. I spawned onto Dead Dog's demo once, and I started on like I was on top of Saloon, and I came out on the top, and the survivors were just on the gallows doing the jet, and I just stood there and I was like, "We're farming this game. I'm not doing this." Too soft. I'm too soft. They were too cute.
All right, I see people readying up. Are we ready? Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume we're ready.
Oh, I did never switch in the killer role. I hope they're ready. First timer. I mean, if I knew we were ready.
It was totally on purpose.
We got a first timer out here.
It's me, I'm the first timer.
But again, I mean, this does allow us to continue to, we started late again because we kind of had some issues, and we were able to kind of cut into that time little by little. If we have a nice turnaround time here, then maybe we're only looking at essentially then being 30 minutes behind. We do that again for another 2 trials, and we're right back on pace, baby.
You could live with that. I could live with that, honestly. I could live with that. Holding on to this monster for dear life.
I feel you. I unfortunately already drank all of mine. Hashtag not an ad. Yet. Smiles.
Yet.
That'd be cool. I could go for a Monster sponsorship.
I drink so much Monster as is, like,
Oh, me
At this
too.
point, might as well. Like,
What's your
might as
favorite
well.
flavor? What's your favorite flavor?
Okay, so I hate the taste of energy drinks. So, right now, I really like the Ultra Sunrise. It kind of tastes like an orange soda, but there's a green one. It's like a lime. It's like lime flavored. I don't know. It's really good.
The green Ultra one? Are you talking about?
I think so. So whenever I get it, it's in Japanese. So I think so.
True.
I can't read the can. So I'm like.
But it has like the same
sure?
design. It's like the one on your hand. It's just more green, right?
Kind of. Yeah, kind
Yeah.
of. It's a slimmer can though.
Interesting.
So
I'm a weirdo. I like, even though I like some of the flavors, and I got like the Ultra variety pack last time we went to Sam's. Also not an ad yet. But like I don't know if it's just because like I'm a traditionalist and I'm also like normally I've like very much creature of habit, but like traditional green Monster like just hits the spot for me.
I just don't like the taste of energy drinks, I guess. I don't like Red Bull either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
All right, let's go ahead and take
Time for you to do
another
this.
trip on. Oh.
Mommy.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is so this is one of those where it does, I mean, because it does kind of challenge your survivors, right? I mean, the maps, the gen spawns in this map are absolutely toes. But like now also you're talking about when you get into these hallways, you don't have much to do. Like, you don't have much to do to avoid hatchets. It's going to be tough. Also, because we see down there, I think that's the babushka, and then, of course, the infantry belt. So 2 additional hatchets. Sheesh.
A lot of hatchets and a lot of very straight hallways, but we do kind of close in on our first survivor. Ooh, and missing that first hatchet, but that's all right. We've got like 6 more.
Yeah, we got plenty of more to go. There's going to be the connection as far as with the first one. Take that with you, says Slow to our friend here, David. She's going to be chasing Alex now into the bottom portion. We do have both a Ruin and an Undying into play here. Nice job by Slow to avoid the pallet. Also being able to get the M1 as well here. And just for clarification, that is the babushka, and if we have anyone in here who is curious as far as the babushka, that just simply helps you out with your wind-up time. So you got 7 hatchets, you can wind them up quicker. Honestly, pretty filthy from Slow here.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Ooh.
Oof, I know, I'm like, whoa, that's spicy. Okay. And we are gonna hear it there at that vault. I'm pretty sure that was Bamboozle blocking off that vault point there. Disgusting.
Now this is interesting. So now at this point, we got about 5 seconds left of the corrupt intervention. We do have a hook literally in the middle of the map itself here. Going to be seeing the save as we push over here. We have yet to find the Ruin or the Undying. And this map can be pretty tough when it comes to finding those totem spawns itself. And as we can see from Slow looking around, they're not the most usual, like, obvious spawns on this map. So this, oh no. Oh? He's right there!
He was
I think he was trying to force the grab, right?
Yeah,
it's a
I think that was an obvious bait. Oh no, but this is not where you want to go against a huntress. These stairs are so long. Is it just me, or are the RPD like basement stairs incredibly long?
So the RPD stairs, the second flight is longer, but actually the first flight is so short, it's about the same amount of distance, if you think about it.
Okay, I was like, that looks kind of wild.
Oh, get stunned, stupid!
It was a head-on play. Oh no. I think that was our David trying really hard to wait. To. Oh no, I guess he like picking up there wouldn't have given you head-on. And no.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do, you remember that the David was around the corner from where the first survivor went down. So I think unfortunately just got caught in the room as far as which way they were supposed to go. And now that's going to result in back-to-back hooks here. Yeah, you've got a gen done across the way, but...
This is rough. Yeah. Oh
no.
Not like this, Michaela, no. Oh my god.
Ooh, able to avoid the one
nice
hatchet
dodge.
though is Red. Question is, where'd our other survivor go? Because we know that Potato Plays was around the corner in this hallway when we first... Oh, that's going to be Michaela down here, too. Now you only have one more survivor left. They're going into the basement. We do have only 2 hatchets left, so that's going to be... Oh, no.
Oh, no, like this.
Count out borrowed time. Oh, no, that was a dead hard. She doesn't have borrowed time. Oh, the last one's still in the basement. GG's. Yeah.
No.
Now you just have to guess the right basement, right locker. It's going to be this one here. That's Potato Plays. Just like that.
Someone looked at Sloan and was like, hey, play Huntress on RPD, and he took that fucking personally, I guess.
Oh, that was, that's tough. I mean, coming in here, and that's, Are we keeping track of the time on this? That's definitely going to be our fastest time thus far, and it's going to be interesting to see if we have another, 4K that even comes close to this. I know, you're having a hard time picking your jaw off the floor. I see it. I see it. It's okay. Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Now I think, you know that wasn't your survivor that was on the ground, right? That's the person who went and got the save. I think they think that that was the survivor who was just on hook, so they're probably going to wait out.
No,
Decisive.
Cheryl was on hook.
Was she the one that was on hook in the basement?
Yeah, Lisa was on hook in the basement. Yui was the one who got the save. Because remember, Lisa dead-hearted to the pallet.
True.
And they're, because there was no BT.
But I would imagine the dead hard would probably mean that you don't have. I mean, I would anticipate a dead hard would mean not a decisive strike because you'd want to save the dead hard for after it, right?
Yes, I think. But you know, better safe than sorry.
True.
A 4K is a 4K is a 4K. So.
Well,
that was just unfortunate.
That's that, chat. Ruby Wolves. I would imagine we can at least anticipate. I would anticipate that's going to be similar to, like we saw in the last trial, probably going to be like a 2-0 lead for Ruby Wolves. I mean, we see that they had the highest score, player with the highest score. They had more kills than escapes. I don't know if there were any other scoring events for that trial, at least. Again, chat, if you're wondering as far as like the scoring and how it works for the tournament here, exclamation point rules in chat, because it's a little different with the play stream. So
it's a little different, and of course these are not our usual Vigo's Court rule sets, so you guys might want to go ahead and check those out if you're wondering how it's going to work.
I mean, and who would have known that Huntress, Basement Huntress was so strong on RPD, huh?
I mean, like, so Basement Huntress is just strong, right? But I definitely don't think that's how I expected that to go at all.
Yeah, I think you can say that our killer there definitely wasn't wanting to make that game slow at all. They wanted to speed things up a little bit. Was slow Galeo there.
Down.
Yeah, down from the word go. I mean, you start off with a good first hook in the middle there. I think the big thing that was tough. Oh, is rules not working in chat? Okay, it just took a second. I was like, oh no, it's not working.
I was like, ah.
But I get it. Nightbot was like, oh my gosh, so many people want to know the rules.
For Nightbot.
Poor Nightbot. So we are going to be switching sides here. I didn't happen to see if our mod was able to get the stuff up for... No, I don't see the new play stream stuff up, but honestly, can't really blame them. I'm sure they weren't expecting to need that information that quickly there. So I'm going to be switching sides here. There we go. We got, it looks like just now over. Well, it's going to be before I say it because of the delay, but we're seeing the killers thing has been dropped there in the chat. I would imagine we'll be seeing a copy and paste of the survivors here as well. We can start issuing out those challenges and getting this puppy rolling.
Do you have the killer at home?
I don't even know who the killer is.
I'm sending it to you. I have to sneeze.
No? Oh, I'm in a regular lobby because I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. But also, oh, Gesundheit. Achoo!
It doesn't want to. I'm struggling here.
3 bolt then. 3 bolt then.
Okay, we're fine. It's
All right,
gonna
we're good.
You are right. The score currently is 2-0.
All right, I do see
in favor of Ruby Wolves.
2-0 in favor of Ruby Wolves here. I wonder. No, none of these guys. I completely forgot to add Jesterline. Who? Oh no, he's right there. Does he maybe already have the killer in lobby? Let's see if Jesterline's already got the killer in lobby. Because I know it's the coach.
Maybe he can help you get them in there.
Yeah, but I think this is just a regular lobby.
Oh, that's a problem.
But wait, why can't I add them? I'm so confused. Are they on my friends list? Hello?
Does it say, is he already on your friends list?
No.
Are they already on your friends list?
But
maybe they aren't. Maybe they don't have the Steam space to add more friends.
Imagine.
I don't
know. We'll figure it out here. I mean, I'm in the lobby with the person. It's just it's not a custom lobby. Which could be a problem. Just a little bit. Maybe.
Hold on. Let me go harass some people.
But yeah, so we are looking at you said 2-0 lead here currently for Ruby Wolves.
Yes.
We've got those challenges up, or we've got at least the Playstream up for our killer. I'm sure we're gonna have the survivors here for you shortly. Start getting those challenges out. Remember also, even though you're going to like the links for like the streamers individually for the players, that is still helping us here at Vigo's Court. Like, don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Go to theirs, it's all linked up. All works in the back end. You know what I'm saying? So when you help them, they are, it's going to be helping going to contribute to the pool, even if you're going, like, you're challenging the players directly. All right? Yes.
I'm messaging people and trying to see what happens.
It's okay, no worries. I know this is sometimes the tough part. As far as, especially like, because sometimes, oh, nope, still not the right place. Trying to figure it out. How about I just not sit in a lobby until I get an invite so nobody can join on me? Maybe that's the way to go.
Maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny because I do not know.
You know what? How about this? And I'm gonna make an executive decision on this. That way you're not here holding down the fort by yourself. Because I gotta go do that cute thing anyways. Having the smallest bladder on Twitch. So we're gonna go do a be right back screen. We're gonna get this next lobby set up, and then we're gonna get you this next game. All right? Be back in a second, chat.
We'll be right back, guys. All right, welcome back, guys. Thank you so much for your patience while Q had to go do the Q thing. And we had to get our lobby set up. We are now in the appropriate lobby, though, so we will be getting all of our Ruby Wolves on in here and starting this next game very shortly. I have no inside information this time, so I don't know what's going to happen.
So this is the halfway point, is that right? Yeah, right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. We just saw Slow had the very impressive game in RCPD.
Yes. Oh, you meant this match.
Yeah.
Yes.
So 2-0, I think, here, probably for Ruby Whelps. Is
yes.
Ruby Whelps. Well, wow. For the Ruby Wolves here.
Ruby Woes.
Yes. Interesting.
Yeah, so a lot of ground to cover here for Justerline. I really like their team name, actually. But, I mean, I guess it also kind of depends on what they get handed by the Fates. By the way, you guys, if you want to, you can dictate how this game goes. You can pick a map, you can pick a killer, you can select some cool challenges. You just have to go to the stream of the person that you want to give a challenge to, or you can donate directly to us. Everything that you donate goes towards the prize pool for this next season of Vigos, including stuff that you guys actually if you go select challenges in one of our streamers Playstream links, they do still get that money, but Playstream is one of our partners and they are going to match that for our prize pool, so you guys can support your favorite streamers and also support Vigo's Court.
And we've already we're only 2.5 matchups into this tournament so far, and we've already raised $210 for coins for convicts here. That's
been fantastic.
That's
Thank
impressive.
You so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I keep clicking over, and I'm sure your screen keeps freezing. I apologize.
I'm trying to move as little as possible. Like when I notice you're trying to like click around and do stuff, I just stop moving. I'm like, okay.
Once I have the fourth monitor, it'll be fine, because then I can have like that as just an open display on the fourth monitor.
Yeah. 4 monitors. I'm like, I've got 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, because I've got the stream on one, the actual game on another, Discord on a separate, and the problem is whenever I cover up the one breakout screen for your cam, it has to be like the topmost screen, otherwise it freezes. Part of that might just be because of my little old computer, which we're going to be hopefully upgrading here soon. So
it's very exciting. I need a new graphics card so I can.
Bro, don't we all though?
Actually, no, I don't. It's not my graphics card. It's my. No, it is my graphics card. Sorry, it is my graphics card, I think. That I need to update if I want to be able to help do this hosting thing.
So, we've seen Huntress on RCPD. We saw a no mither Ghostface game on Midwich. Are there any other spicy other combinations you would like to see as we're winding down round number 1 here?
Spicy things that I want to see.
I would love to see a Scratch Mirror Mikey on Larry's, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I think Scratched Mirror Michael would be really fun. I kind of want to see another Chase Hag. Maybe on like a small map, on a small easy map.
Chase Hag on like Cold Tower. Well, she was on Cold Tower before in Country. Maybe like Dead Dog. Nah, I don't even know if I want to put her on Dead Dog, because he just running around Maid.
Yeah, the elevation is going to be too nasty for her.
Sheltered?
Maybe Sheltered, yeah. Not too difficult for her.
I also thought about how cruel it'd be to do like Larry's and do like Coxcomb Clapper, All-Seeing Wraith.
I should have played against that recently. It was awful. Yeah, I want to see someone. I want to see someone have to do that. Someone's saying they want to see Bubba at the game. I don't agree with that.
See, Bubba at the game's fun, right? Because it's like you put a map that's tough for killers while also getting a killer that kind of can get rid of the resources pretty quickly. However, hear me out. Low pro Billy on the game. Huh? Because then not only are you getting rid of the resources quickly, then you can still at least get the M1s directly out. Like, you know, sometimes when they're going and throwing like pallets that have like a straightaway on certain sides, you can still get the hit after they throw it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I guess I bet like I don't think Billy is. I don't know. I don't know about that actually. So.
I don't know.
Oh, my legs fell asleep. Oh no, my camera froze while I was moving. Oh no.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I got it. I got it. Ah! Hold on. Yep, we got it. We're fine. Gucci. See?
Okay. Rip. I actually have no idea what we're gonna see this round.
I'm intrigued because we've had some very fun, like just again, like some mixes and matches of things that like give some challenges to both killers and survivors thus far, which has made it like really spicy, I think.
Yeah, we've had some really interesting combinations and shenanigans in general.
Also, you know, while we're talking about Jesterline here, who was on the killer side, and you talked about them, you know, they're going to be introduced into Vigos here in this next season. I know we've got, I think, them and a couple of other teams, I think, at least that were in the tournaments thus far or are going to be later that are also kind of in the same boat. It's just interesting. It's very nice to see, like, comp DBD not only having a lot of people sticking around, but still having so many people wanting to get into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's really encouraging to see that like there are a lot of people who are still interested in this, and not just a lot of people who are like staying around, but like we are able to draw in, you know, new blood to help kind of keep things interesting and fresh, you know. We love to see new faces around. I mean, we love everyone that we already have, you know, for the most part. But yeah, it's nice to see that we can still get new blood in here and shake things up a little bit with players and such.
Well, and plus also too, that's going to lead us to being able to have like an A and a B league, have people who, you know, when you have a B league, you have some teams that dominate, have the ability to move up into the A league. It's going to add some really fun dynamics for Vigos next season. I'm really excited.
A lot of good competitors, a lot of good challenges. And again, competition encourages growth. So
I see we've got people starting to ready up. Are we good to switch? Maybe?
I would just go. I have no idea who we're about to see.
They haven't even spoiled it for you yet. Oh, well, you see, someone heard you didn't want any more spoilers, and see what you did? Now no one gets spoilers.
I didn't say I didn't want any more spoilers.
Gotta say though, I mean, we do see the criminal Adam, so I'm gonna expect that if Dan goes into a run, he's gonna be the juicer. But we've got, you know, some fun skins even on the survivor side. We've got the shirtless David for comp. Respect.
Respectful. I was gonna say these are some.
I would prefer Scoops Ahoy Steve if I'm being honest, slow, but that's fine. That's fine.
He's got the shades. It's fine. I had an earring on underneath my headphones. I had to take off. Sorry. Kind of weird.
So keeping in mind that the winner of this matchup will be going on to face. It was Calamity who won the first match, right? Between them and Chunky Monkeys?
I actually think it was Frozo, wasn't it?
Or no, it was Frozo, because Chunky Monkeys had dropped. It was Frozo who had won. Yeah. So the winner of this matchup plays Frozo, and I see the Mori. You love to see it. I'm hoping we get. I mean, I don't want to. Don't want to jump the gun. Yeah, we said we were going to be seeing Amori earlier, and then we didn't get to see it. So I mean, We'll
So it's your
see.
fault we didn't see the Mori.
Listen, I wouldn't go that far, all right?
I would. It's alright. I got enough for the two of us.
I'm excited to see, though. Both of us here now
I
have
don't
no
know
idea what we're loading into, so let's go ahead and take another trip on back into the fog.
God.
We're going to see some Nemesis. Now, this is going to be what's interesting here, if we're going to be quite honest, because Slow Galeo is, I think a lot of people kind of know, a very strong Nemesis and a Nemesis main, so maybe we'll have the ability to kind of give some tips to the Ruby Wolves here for some good counterplay here. But this is a tough map. This is, I mean, Grim Pantry gonna be a challenge. Also unfortunate for the Ruby Wolves that it is the no mither gamer that is found right off the rip, and that is going to be Slow going down to the ground for hook number 1. Not very slowly.
Even paying it. I didn't look at the survivor icons. I didn't realize he had no mither until he was running injured already. I was like, what happened here? And I think we actually saw a head nod from Vedraggle there trying to bait out a dead hard.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see as far as what happens through this play here. Our survivors are now going to know about the Hex play thing brought in by our killer here, which I must say on a map like Grim Pantry that is kind of known for some of those totems that are on the outside of the map, sometimes 2, 3 of them over the course of a trial, can be a pretty filthy, perk to go along with a killer like Nemesis, but we haven't seen Nemesis start tearing up the infection rate with the whip yet either.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is a pretty, if Vedraggle here can get, all of the hooks, this is a pretty nasty map to have to worry about that with, that Hex play thing. And we are going to see our corrupt intervention going down pretty soon, so that's going to be, oh no.
All right, now
all of our generators available.
Now here's going to be the interesting thing. Do we continue taking chase with the David or not? Because we do see that we are using the NEA Parasite add-on, which does mean that after contaminating a survivor, they do become oblivious for 60 seconds. However, we're going to continue chase with the David, not using that to their advantage. We do see the one plaything totem off in a distance is one of those outlier spots. We will probably be seeing Bedraggle, you know, this guy right here, the killer.
Something like that. Yeah.
They should probably start prioritizing the whip, though, because until you get to level 2, you don't have the ability to break those pallets, and that's kind of one of the strengths of Nemesis.
Yeah, being able to take out the pallets, and also work on injuring or downing or infecting survivors is pretty important here. So it's interesting to see that he really hasn't focused too much on tearing up there.
We do see as we move towards the shack, we do see Fat Cynthia is chasing down a survivor. She was thumbing out here.
She was fast as hell.
I believe that is going to be, I think it's still been less than 60 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, since that last gen popped. So that's probably just the last bit of that shattered stars badge value that we were seeing coming out there.
I do agree with you there. That's probably what we're seeing here.
Now, though, with hook number or generator number 2 getting complete, I don't know if we talked about it at the completion of the first gen, but we do have the deadlock in play here. Oh, I feel like that might have been a good situation to get a free whip to get closer to stage 2, but we are instead going to be sticking around. There's the David. Interesting here to be seeing so many M1s. Again, because I feel like right now you want to tier up your stages here. You're still at level 1, which means you don't have the ability to move and break the pallets with your tentacle. I don't even know if the next tentacle hit here. Oh, we see Fat Patrick putting in some value though. Makes David have to go down to the ground with ease. That's also going to be hook stage number 2 onto David. Hook stage number 3 altogether.
Very, We do see Deadlock popping up in the distance. Wow, and two gens popping pretty close to one another. And seeing a second gen pops means the survivors are putting a lot of progress down in these generators. Or they had 199, maybe. Potentially.
And we do see, I think I've seen some scratch marks over here, which is unfortunate because now we have the ability to put some pressure onto a survivor without leaving the hook itself. We do see really good work, though, by Ruby Wolves. Generator number 5 getting completed that easily. We now see Dan, and I don't know if Adam is the person that I'm taking chase with. That's usually the juicer trying to go for the tech, though, not going to be able to pull it off, and that was going to be an easy one shot down thanks to the no one escapes death here. That's going to be another fresh hook as well, but that does mean still with nobody being removed from the trial, still plenty of points to be able to be removed from the trial, or plenty of hook stages to be able to escape the trial here.
Yeah, our killer is going to want to go ahead and try to capitalize on this node as much as he can, although I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw the rest of our survivors try to just get out of here as fast as they can. Or get the unhook, okay.
And this is what's tough, right? This is risky too, because like now with Plaything, do you even take the time to like commit to cleansing adult or to committing a do you commit the time to cleansing a glowy totem, right? Because you don't know if that's someone else's Plaything or not.
Yeah. Really, really difficult there. I mean, it's interesting to see that they even went for the unhook, really.
One more rotation around should allow the stun here. That's going to be the door across the way, I think. Being open. And if that's the case... Oh, no, that's actually not this door getting open. Do we have anybody working on this door? We don't have anybody working on this door. This is interesting. I wonder if we're leaving this survivor behind because we saw the door across the way getting open. Wonder if maybe they were trying to set up for a potential hatch play, maybe? And just weren't able to get it done in time.
I'm wondering the same, and now we really have a nice little setup here. I mean, of course, our survivors could just go ahead and take the 3 out and give up the 3 stages for our survivor here. But we haven't seen them... We haven't seen them leave yet, so interesting to see what they're planning on doing with this. Of course, this is a really nice area. I mean, first of all, our killer has no reason to leave anyway, but we've got a door here, we've got a hook here. There's no reason to leave. So I'm surprised to see our survivors still kind of hanging around.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they were trying to take the players who had playthings and try and locate which of the glowy totems were plaything totems or something. But it did end up causing the Ruby Wolves to end up sacrificing some extra stages. However, I think thanks to the strong play from Season 2 MVP Slow Galeo, I believe that will probably still be a win for the Ruby Wolves. We'll have to wait to get a confirmed score in the background there. But what we are going to do real quick, I know we just did one of these, chat, and I'm not going to apologize. I'm the smallest bladder on Twitch. While we wait to get a final score back from our judge, from our scorekeepers in the background, we're going to go ahead and take a really quick break here. Also allows me to grab a refill on my water, and then we'll be moving into our last game of round number 1.
Oh. All right, and welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. Q was not the only one with a small bladder there, so we both kind of needed to step away for a second. But I can see that we are making really good progress on our goal here. Thank you guys so much. Don't forget, if you want to select any special challenges, of course, you can always just donate directly to us if you want to contribute to the prize pool for next season. But if you want to support your friends, challenge your favorite streamers, or, just put some fun challenges out there for the community to enjoy together, you can actually go to the streams of the players and go ahead and drop some challenges for them all on your own. Support the streamer as well as support us, because Playstream has partnered with us for this event, and they're going to be matching any money given for challenges to any of our streamers. Playstream will match for our prize pool. So you guys are going to get a lot of mileage out of whatever you donate or put towards a challenge here.
And it's nice. I think you touched on the big thing there, right? Like, not only is it obviously helping towards the pool itself, but there is it's very rare for a competitor to be able to get earnings in a tournament unless they win. Whereas here, you can challenge them directly. They accept the challenge. They complete the challenge. That's a little bit of extra scratch for them. So that's honestly something that's really cool that I like about Playstream, honestly.
Yeah, this is a really nice way. I do like that this tournament is a way for like us all to support each other. Like, not one person or any one team alone benefits from all of this. This is kind of like, it is for the community's benefit because it goes towards our next season, but it also, just like, we all can benefit from.
I just saw a treatment theater come up for the map selected. Let's go.
Okay. I like that.
Also, keep in mind you can use everything over there on the right. Yeah, the right. In the chat, you can. We've got all of our lists up for as far as our competitors here. We can go get those challenges rocking and a rolling here.
Mm-hmm. Very exciting.
Also, just recently, I got another devotion level and hit double digits, and I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Ew. Look at you investing time into this game.
And I think the crazy thing for me is to think that for the last 8 months, I've probably spent just as much time like playing games, working towards like leveling up that devotion, as I have like shoutcasting, which hasn't been working towards leveling up the devotion. But it is what it is. I love DBD. I can't. Not gonna lie.
It's like a. Never mind. I'm not gonna finish the sentence.
Tell us.
No, it's all right. I lost it. The train of thought is gone. Look, it's like 5:30 in the morning. You're not getting anything good out of me.
Oh, man. Well, we do appreciate you toughing it out here with us. I know that, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is your last one for the day before you take a little break, right? Because you're taking a break at the end of the first round?
The end of the second round. I'm going to stick out this matchup.
Right, so the end of this one. Right, yeah. So the end of the first round. So after this matchup, right?
Yes. Okay, I didn't understand what you were saying. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I will be tagging out to go help out with reffing. We have a wonderful person stepping in for me, though.
I'm excited who's going to be, for the friendo that's going to be stepping. I'm not going to ruin the surprise just yet, but...
I don't want to say anything, but I think it'll be lovely. I'm excited. And not just because I get to take my contacts out.
I'm about to hit Devotion 23. Sheesh!
Ooh, sheesh. I think I'm like Devotion 8.
I mean, to be fair, like, I got to, like, if I had been playing the game for a while, I mean, you have to remember, I only, like, started playing around Pinhead. Like, literally, I think Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head dropped, I think, like, not even a week after I started playing DBD. And those, like, first 2 or 3 months were on Xbox, so they don't count on my hours or my progression.
RIP. Yeah. Oh, so you should actually have higher devotion.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I started playing Twins had just come out when I started playing. So I'm only really like I'm not that far in.
So we're going to
relatively baby.
Larry's. I don't know the
Oh,
killer yet, but Larry's.
Don't know the killer yet, but I want to know. I am so curious. I want to know.
Makes me think potentially, possible. Maybe we'll be seeing. Maybe we see the scratched mirror Mikey come out.
Someone heard your prayers.
I mean, I would be down for it. I'm here for it, 100%.
I think it would be funny.
Larry's is an interesting.
I actually like Larry's.
Larry's is one of those maps that it's like Midwich. Most people don't like it when you first start playing it until you learn the lay of the land. But then you realize that like it's actually a pretty decent, unlike Midwich, actually a pretty decent looping map as long as you learn like the palette and window spawns, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you have a ton of windows just kind of lined up on each other. You get quite a bit of resources as far as palettes go. So it's going to be interesting to see how our survivors and killer navigate this map, but it looks like we can find out in just a moment because we can
let's get ready to rumble.
I don't know who the killer is, so I'm excited to find out. I don't have any insider information this time, unfortunately.
Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can get a food order in real quick because I'm fat and not happy.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do it.
Oh, it's open right now.
If it's any consolation, I think I'm getting McDonald's. Smile.
I want French fries. It's okay.
Oh, also Fruit Loops is on this team, which I would have been able to invite. I didn't know that as well. All right, that's good to know as far as for later on in the tournament. Yeah.
Actually, if you guys, we didn't really actually touch on this, but we actually do have a losers bracket that's going to be running as well. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Actually, our first losers bracket matchup will actually be right after this one. Oh, sorry. I was going and looking at the brackets. That's my bad.
Okay, just making sure. I was making sure. I was like, I don't know if it's just like my Discord being weird, if I need to do something, or...
No, yeah, I was going to look at the brackets, which means that on my third monitor, you weren't up front and center, and Streamlabs is
gotta be
needy.
the main focus,
yeah.
You know?
I mean, at least Streamlabs has its priorities, right? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Gotta get it together here. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but yeah, our first losers bracket match is gonna be after this, this matchup.
And that will actually. Do we have figured out who that is? Yes, so we do. So the first matchup, stand still real quick. The first losers matchup is actually going to be Jesterline versus Calamity.
Ooh, that'll be a fun game. Yes. I'm very excited to see that. And it's like every time that it freezes...
Q, get you some fries, bro. I'm going to be happy if I just get my own fries and get to eat them. I have to hope that little man doesn't steal them on the way home. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
I wonder if we have any... I'm always curious now here when we're at this point because like during the season, like we got to know up front and center like what the challenges were coming in because they came on our end, but now they're like kind of hidden and tucked in the background, kind of like that last game we saw Slow come in with the no mither. It wasn't a full team of no mither, it was just the one, you know what I mean? So
I think Slow wanted to do that on his own, so he...
Oh, was that not even a challenge?
No, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. I just think Slow wanted that.
Right.
And again, thank you guys so much for all of your contributions. Again, this all goes towards our prize pool for next season, and you guys are doing a fantastic job of showing a ton of support for us. We really appreciate you all. Yes, 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 yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Misa like. What? No?
Nothing. Oh, yeah, no. It was good. It was
No,
good.
it's fine. I won't say it anymore.
It's fine. It's fine. It was funny. It was.
Oh, I saw the
I was
black
waiting to
one
see
and
it
I
was a
thought it was a
Mori.
Mori. It's not.
I know. I was like, Mori. No, crack coin. That's all right. I'm sure I'll get over it. I do want to know who the killer is, though. Very curious.
Yeah, this is the fun part where we get to learn together. We'll get to find that out, which is dope.
Giving me Vigo's vibes, because we did that in Vigo's too.
Yep.
Yeah. It's all getting me ready for next season.
Which is crazy to think, man. Like, it's like, I know we've got qualifier stuff at the end of the month, but we're still like a month and a half away from like regular season getting started.
But yeah, we still got a little bit of time. It feels so far away.
It's okay. The time will go nice and quick, but let's go ahead, take another trip on back into the fog, baby.
You got what you wanted?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. We've got some Larrys here. We've got some Mukul Myers here as well. Of course, we do see the Scratch to Mirror here in play. So, I would imagine that our survivors probably knew that, having the fact that it was this map. If not, they definitely now know that it's Michael. And I would imagine if you're in a tournament like this, you can probably anticipate it Scratch Mirror too, right?
Yeah, very, very fair to assume that.
Now, not only with the scratched mirror do we have, but we do see that Psycho is going to be coming in with the boyfriend's memo as well. That does give you an extended lunge while in tier 1, which of course kind of makes sense as far as with the scratched mirror itself there.
Yeah.
But we see, I mean, honestly, a good first chase here from Cat Morrow. Also, you know, at this point, we're about halfway, or a little bit more than halfway through the corrupt intervention. So, I mean, our survivor's off to a good start here.
Yeah, so we're doing a really good job of kind of just holding this chase, keeping that distance there. And we do see progress on the generator, so we're going to go ahead and actually distribute some of that love in there.
We do see, though, we did get the little bit of a benefit from as far as the first one there with some playing with your food stacks. Interesting to see that coming into play here. I feel like it's one of those things where you get like very minimal value, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Oof.
Gonna be a down though before corrupt intervention has expired. Stalking into the wall, making sure nobody's on to the other side here. And I think this is gonna be a basement hook. No?
I don't think we're gonna try to make it there.
Interesting.
Maybe just checking on that checking out what's going on that generator. Oh, I was like, you're not really gonna. Oh, you're really gonna sit there. You're really gonna sit there and just watch. Pretty sure that
did our survivors see that? Our survivor had to have seen that they're still there, right?
I have no idea. He might have heard it, honestly. Michael is so loud.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's gonna work against a team in comms there, Psycho. Unfortunately,
I was gonna say he's gonna hear you breathing.
We do see, though, at least able to check in on that generator not too far along. We do hear, though, this generator in the middle, or sorry, I shouldn't say that, not too far away from the hook. As far as how far along, that generator in there, that thing's knocking like a Ford in the middle of winter. I'll tell you what. We do see, though, nice patience, not going to be able to get the grab. Good patience from Katrina itself, able to force just the hit. However, we do see Psycho is getting a little bit closer here. Should be seeing now the M. The M1 misses, which allows the vault.
Miss. And I'm sure you guys all saw that little bit of aura reading we got when that gen popped. And that's very obviously something, but we are going to get this down here on Katrina.
And this is going to be another hook here. 2 gens already complete. No ruin or anything protecting the gens. No Thanos slowing down the gens. We haven't seen any pop, at least yet, to help regress the gens. Which makes me think that our survivors are probably just pounding these things out.
I think so too. I mean, they are gonna have to reset every once in a while.
Oh.
Ooh, or else that
Oh,
happens.
this is
Rip.
easy. This is a bait. This is a bait because Cat's gonna slap him with the D, which is gonna buy enough time for other survivor to move in for the save.
Why did that seem like the longest decisive strike of our life? However, we do know that there is no more decisive strike, so we can kind of just tunnel out here if we really wanted to. Ooh, yeah.
Really good job by Iragon there to be able to hold it nice and tight, to be able to keep one more revolution around the very small tile, to be able to make it to the pallet itself, prolongs that. Shay saw generator number 3 popping because of it. We do have 3 injured survivors. It does look like Katrina. Oh, with the head-on save there to prevent it. The hit, that was huge.
However, not going to be able to do too much with that because of that scratched mirror giving us so much information there.
Yeah, but this is such a big tile back here to be working on. Didn't even need to drop the pallet there, honestly, after the miss. But you dropped it nonetheless, which will buy our survivors some time to go ahead and break away from this little corner here. And we see that Serena's still set up to try and take the protection hit, which is interesting. I mean, we know, of course, Scratched Mirror struggles as far as with the pressure, so by being able to take a hit prolongs the chase quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see. Uh-oh. Not like this.
And that is
Unfortunately, there is no Aradori to go and help out with the chase here, so that will be Katrina going on to her second hook there.
Right, now we're going to be seeing, I mean, we got the Scratched Mirror, of course, gives us the ability to see where people are. We know that we've got the Zarina right here. Zarina has a little bit of a heads up as well, going to be giving themselves just enough room to be able to make the fast vault at the window. Also seeing some scratch marks moving back towards the hook itself. Not sure Psycho's going to be able to disturb the unhook. Oh, actually gets here to beat the person trying to go for the unhook. However, we do see, it looks like we're going to be sending Operation SEAL Team Swift to come in for the save.
Ooh, and that's trying to play the hook game here. But if they're not quick, Katrina will die. There we go. I was gonna say they're gonna probably want to trade here.
And you are able to get this save. You don't get the grab. So that's going to prolong the elimination process, actually switching over onto Fruity Loops itself instead of continuing with the survivor that was just unhooked here. And this is where Scratch Mirror, of course, struggles a little bit with the movement. Swing and miss going to be big here. I think that was actually Adam proving that life is indeed life. Able to make some big distance. Oh, gets done, stupid.
Another pallet straight to the face. Second man is getting a little bit of concussion here.
That's going to be big, of course, because not only... Oh, nice play and awareness by Psycho. He's a knower, chat. Zarina,
I'm like invested in watching this chase, yeah.
Yeah, Zarina, though, is injured, so it is going to be something you want to keep track of. But, you know, I feel like this is one of those situations where I feel like you might just want to go ahead and take time to break the pallet. I know it takes some time to actually go through the animation itself, but not really able to close the distance.
An obstacle, yeah.
Oh, no, and that's going to be generator number 5 getting complete. There's going to be the down here. And this is going to be big because I'm sure that the Nia just saw the glowy totem out here. They know the dealio here. Going to be trying to drop the flashbang. Going to be unable to find a connection. No blind or anything. I think we saw... Oh, and of course the Rancor. When the moon hits your eye and it's your turn to die. That's Amore. That's going to be an elimination here real quick. Now you can also take the Nia here, put them up on a hook right next to the door. And this is a big turnaround.
Totem. I thought we heard somebody over here. Might have been wrong though. No, yeah, that was just be them taking the 2 out. What an exciting endgame.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see it there. And that's good. I mean, turns around things a little bit. You will see, though. So I guess that ties things up when we talk about kills versus eliminations. When we talk about that point there, right? 2 out versus 2 eliminations. It does look like you would also have Psycho getting a point as far as for the most points. We'll have to wait for the scorekeeper itself to give us like a total overall score. But I mean, honestly, pretty good match, especially seeing as far as the... oh no, they say the Rancor value gets censored.
Yeah, rip. And I can confirm the score is actually 1-0 in favor of Pub Stompers because they tied for escapes versus kills. There was no point awarded there.
That is tough here. So 1-1 after trial number 1 in our last game of round number 1. Can't say 1 anymore.
The first
at 451. Oh, look at that.
Dang. The first game of the last match of round 1. Right?
Sure, yeah. Whatever order you want to put it in. Whatever. Man, it sounded good to me.
No, I'm confused.
We all knew what you meant, so.
Okay, I'm great. I'm glad. That's great. I'm glad to hear that because I have no idea. So. So 1-1. I'm sure we will probably be seeing over on the right side of your screen. We'll probably be seeing links and everything for our Playstream challenges since we're going to be switching the sides here as far as matchmaking. Let's keep in mind. I think that, yeah, now you're still moving. Yeah, right? No? You're moving. Cool, perfect. I'm still moving, yeah.
So the winner of this match here between Mirage and Pub Stompers will be facing Rebels, because Rebels beat Caffeine Dream. And then also the loser of this match will be facing the loser of... We'll be playing Caffeine Dreams at 7. Well, probably later than 7 because we're running a little bit behind schedule.
We're still a little bit behind, so maybe a little bit later.
Like 7:30ish, probably. I'm sure around there, if we can at least stay on top of the pace of things here. But yeah, so as far as the case of the day, though, so our next game is going to be our loser, our first round of the losers bracket is going to be Jesterline versus Calamity.
Yes.
So if those two teams can do me a favor, make sure y'all are kind of starting to congregate. Make sure y'all are ready so we can try and kind of turn over these lobbies as quick as possible here. So as for now, we'll wait for an invite from the opposite killer. I think it'd be Mirage's killer, right? Because Mirage was just survivors there first, I think.
Yes, that would be correct.
All right. So would that mean I'm joining on Eero, maybe? Let's see if I can speed up this process a little bit. Nope, I take it back. I don't know. I'm confused. So it is currently 1-1.
1-0, actually.
1-0. 1-0 in favor of who?
Pub Stompers.
Pub Stompers. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so Pub Stompers up 1-0. We do see the now over in chat in the right there. You guys will see the links to follow here as far as for our Playstream challenges. Remember, even though you are going into the Playstream challenge of the player itself, it is still going towards the entirety of the prize pool itself. Which, shout out to you guys. We're not even through the first round and we're already almost up to $300 here raised. So that's huge.
Doing fantastic. Thank you so much for all of your support. And I actually think no.
Is Spider killing?
Maybe. Yes. I think so.
We'll figure it out. We're going.
Let me check. I'm pretty sure Spider is
He is, okay. So now we'll go in here. And that means we can probably invite Psycho.
Yes. I think it's Psycho, Roof, Nord, and Crimson Spider are gonna be our
Ooh.
survivors. Yeah, that's a pretty good lineup. Be fun to watch. Yeah, if you guys want to see a specific map, you want to see a specific killer, you want to see some perks or builds run, you guys are more than welcome to go ahead and go to the links we have provided, find their Playstream links through their own channels, and go ahead and put up some challenges for them.
So, Shep, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is going to be your last trial for the day. Is there anybody that you haven't seen yet that, if there are any ears out there that, you know, maybe are listening to submit a killer choice for this next game?
Part of me really wants to see... I either want to see a Deathslinger or a Legion, honestly. I like those too.
A Deathslinger or a... Well, we do know that Legion is kind of like a Vigo's Court favorite we saw throughout the season.
Susie or Riot.
Susie or Riot. Yes. We have
Susie or Riot.
Heard over and over again, so interesting.
But I also like watching really fun Deathslinger gameplay.
You know, it's interesting because I feel like since Deathslinger got his nerf, and I'm putting nerf in quotations because I think the only thing that it did was add a little bit of counterplay to him, but it changed his kind of like the spirit, changed the playstyle. Now, I do feel like the spirit took more of what would be considered a nerf in her like playstyle change. Whereas I feel like we've kind of seen that Deathslinger has still been able to keep some pretty consistent like results even after the changes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think so. Like, I think the change to Slinger didn't add anything that wasn't already kind of available to survivors. Whereas for Spirit, there wasn't really any counterplay to her power before that.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of drastically changed things. Like, you actually have to change the way you play with the way that they changed Spirit, and with Slinger, like, it's a really small adjustment, I feel like. I'm not entirely sure though.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
That's kind of like what I took away from it. From a lot of people who I've talked to who play Slinger, they're kind of like, it's not a big change.
Yeah.
But I've heard a lot more complaints from people who play Spirit, so that's kind of like what I took away from it, just from having read like what the changes were, and then like, you know, relative to each other. It just doesn't seem like the Slinger change was as big as the Spirit change was for her.
So, Slinger or Legion? I still think of the two in Vigo's Court, don't riot on me, please. I think I would like to see more of the Deathslinger play. If you were to pick Deathslinger, what would then be the map you would want to see Deathslinger played on?
Well, I know what we're going to be playing. And I'm actually still really excited for it.
It's going to be fun. I'm excited for it too.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Your headset gave it away. I'm sorry.
I know. I don't know why I keep saying that. We are going to be on ARP for those of you who may not have heard any secret information from my headset. We are going to be on ARP. I'm not going to tell you who the killer is, though. Unless Q decides to spill the beans.
I am not going to spill the beans. I look forward to it.
I think it'll be a fun surprise for everyone. I think everyone will enjoy this.
I am trying to think. I think it's the first time we've seen this killer in the tournament thus far.
Yes.
We have brought up this killer before.
Yes.
in our discussions throughout the day, but we have not seen them actually in action. And honestly, this is another thing that I really like about like this whole just the play style of Playstream, right? Like literally we're essentially halfway through our day after this trial, and we have yet to see a duplicate. We've seen a duplicate map, but we haven't seen a duplicate killer, which is dope.
Which has been really nice. You guys have been keeping it really refreshing and interesting for us, so I really appreciate that. You guys are fantastic people.
And again, we're talking about not even being through the first round, and we've already upped this prize pool for our participants today up to $300. So keep in mind, we still have, you know, the rest of today, let alone once we get into the later rounds of the losers and winners bracket tomorrow. So.
Trying to look at
What's your question? I can probably answer it. I probably have it somewhere up on my screen right now.
I was gonna say, do we have an updated bracket? What is the rest of our because after this game we'll know what our next matchups are. So what are we looking at for the rest of our day matchup wise?
So we start with the losers bracket from the top half of the bracket. So we'll be seeing Jester Line versus Calamity.
Okay.
Then we will be seeing Rebels versus the winner of this matchup in the 6 o'clock slot.
Okay. And that's it for today?
No, and then we will go to the losers bracket. So we'll be seeing Caffeine Dream versus the loser of this matchup at 7. And then the winner, then the last game will be Ruby Wolves versus Frozo.
Okay, okay.
So this matchup still is like the last one that like kind of sets everything into motion, but we've already pretty well know the rest of the day out.
Yeah, we kind of know how it's going to go. Mm-hmm. Okay, not so bad. But it does look like we are ready to go ahead and switch on out so we can finally let everyone in on what the secret is as soon as we load into the game.
All right. Go ahead and let them know all these cuties up in here. They're good to go. Last trial. Well, I mean, I just let everybody in the game lobby know that they're cute, you know?
No, wait, who's that Yunjin? Please tell them that they look atrocious.
No, Rue looks
Not
fucking
cute.
styling. Rue is.
Please, you don't have to lie. You don't have to lie.
Rue is styling and profiling right now.
You do not know. Why are you?
I feel like I got a hype beast this man. That is drip right there. You know what I'm saying? Although I do gotta say those shoes do be loud when you're running. You can't, even if you've got Iron Will and you've got if you got like Lucky Break where you don't have the scratch marks going, they'll still hear you halfway across the map.
And also it's ugly. I mean, don't forget about hearing you. They're gonna see the neon pink and blue hair.
Yo, that's styling.
From like, no,
Yes.
no.
It's
It's giving me Easter egg vibes. It's giving me Easter egg vibes.
Just in time for April. So
Awful.
we also got to say before we head in, huge prop to the Jeff plays. You don't see Jeff often in, comp DBD. So
Also, look at this
it.
juicer Claudette.
You know Psycho is not trying to play immersive at all.
No, absolutely not. Honestly, watch Psycho be the most immersive. I mean, well, I've probably jinxed it. He probably gets found first now, but I was gonna say, watch him be the one we never find.
True though.
We played in the Oni Gauntlet recently, and our Yunjin was wearing her like puke green shirt, puke green hair, like just the brightest green color, and the killer could not find her.
It's funny.
We were like,
I still think my favorite aggro outfit is the 90s Baby Jake with the windsuit.
oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think like Claudette and Meg both also have like really bright windbreaker jackets. And just if you see that trio out there, you know
You know you're
to
in for
prepare for
hurt.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know it's gonna hurt
Yeah.
somebody.
They are expecting you to be able to see all three of them, and they have no shame. They don't care.
They want you to see how bad they're going to abuse you.
Yeah, that's tough.
Or they're flexing for nothing, you know.
Trudeau.
Trudeau. I do appreciate the cute little Dwight Valentine.
Is it the reverse like psychology of you think that I'm the juicer because I'm not afraid for you to see me, so you don't chase me, but I'm actually like the weak link?
If I make myself. Yeah, it's like when you click your flashlight and the killer's like, I'm not gonna chase you because you're clicking at me. It's like the same thing, right? Same concept. And here we go, some Billy gameplay.
Yep, and we can talk about it here. Let's take another trip on back into the fog here. Gonna be seeing Billy on ARP. Not gonna be able to get the snipe.
Oh my god.
Tried to, though. Get the snipe onto Fnord here. That'd have been big.
Oh my god.
I mean,
that would have been massive if you could have gotten that.
Can't say that I'm surprised to see that Fnord was able to hold on to that vault. I mean, obviously showed some I was gonna say some brass, you know what, by getting so close to the first chainsaw, but unfortunately gonna be going down very, very quickly this time. That's gonna be a down at about the 45-second mark. A hook on the corrupt side of the map here at ARP before the 60-second mark, and it looks like I don't know if Spider here was doing a nice like RNG like rain dance before this, but you got a nice 3-gen on this side of the map.
Yeah, this is a really nice setup for Spider here, and we are gonna find our next survivor pretty shortly. Oh no, and Psycho Mantis is going down.
That's another very, very quick down here onto Spider. That is now going to be two hook states, 2 fresh hooks. And we have yet to see a generator pop. We do see that this mid-gen has rotated down, or I shouldn't say has rotated, but has spawned pretty close to more of this like 3-gen on this top side of the map. So if Mirage, Spider here, or so if I should say a Spider here can do a good job. Oh, nice down here. If Mirage can keep this generator up for a while, especially as we're going to see another hook going up on this side of the map, this can be really good for Mirage.
Yeah, this could get really nasty really quickly if they aren't careful. And of course, that corrupt intervention is down, but you will still see a block generator. That is for, oh my god, deadlock.
And the but you're able to get. I think the swing was able to force the animation to not happen there, right?
I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I thought maybe it was mistimed.
It could have also been a little bit early, to be perfectly honest, because I feel like the swing, like I don't know though, because if it was early, I don't know if he would have been able to swing, right?
The swing might have forced the drop to come in a little early. No, wait, no, maybe you're right. Maybe it's too late.
Yeah, I don't know. It was very definitely unfortunate timing, though, because that would have been huge, because that would have saved you a hook state here. As we know, they're probably limited to the amount of hook states that they can give out. Again, nice patience shown by our survivor here to hold off on the fast vault here at main building, as the breakable door is right next to that. We do see trying to use the tree here. Able to force the contact is Lil Rugard, now working through the 4 lane.
Rue is going to chase those low pro chains there.
Ooh, again, getting really close is Spider to trying to make connection, getting the down over here on Little Rugar. And I don't think our survivors here have had much of a chance to work on has had much of a chance to work on the gens up on this top side of the map, which is really tough here.
Yeah, we do see that they did take the time to go ahead and reset, and we are going to hear that vault from Psycho Mantis. Hopefully he can play these tires, and yep, he's going to be able to avoid that at least. So he's going to buy his team a little bit of time to get out of this area and reset Rue there.
Yeah, we have seen, I mean, Spider use a couple of times at that window back here, getting some bamboozle value, of course, with the RNG that you got as far as the actual shack that you have here on main side is also working out in your advantage. Not sure if, yeah, I was going to say, Dwight's not going to be able to get there in time to be able to do anything, so that's going to be hook stage number 2 onto Psycho. 6 stages thus far, and only 2 generators complete.
Hopefully our other 2 survivors are able to get some work done here, but I was going to say Second Man isn't going to be able to hang out for too long. Oh, God. A little scary to hang out for that long knowing that a Billy is running straight at you with the chainsaw, but luckily Second Man was able to eat that with his BT instead of Rue taking the down there.
We do see here now moving back. I mean, it's been tough because I feel like Spider has not left this side of the map at all this game. So has been able to pretty well even just passively keep pressure on his 3-gen on this side of the map here. And it's interesting to see that our survivors even continue to take chase, like burying themselves further back on this side of the map, right? What a move by Rue! Was able to get the vault at the same time as the break.
Pallet tech, indeed. And Spider maybe getting... I was going to say, maybe a really good idea to go ahead and check on this. But yeah, no one's really been able to come up here to work on any of these generators.
Now here it's going to be, that's going to be the... Oh, but you heard the injured survivor outside. That's going to be the Claudette getting caught out of position. Keep in mind, we've already used this resource here. I think we've also used the resource. No, we haven't used the resource ahead of us. However, not going to be able to find the connection off of the reset curve with the pallet break. And I think Spider realizes that there is probably a couple of survivors over on this top side of the map trying to break up this 3-gen and instead breaks chase.
Yeah, Spider not committing too hard to that because he doesn't want to give up this 3-gen he has up top. We do see this generator has a ton of progress on it, but we also almost immediately find our survivor here, so this could be really dangerous. Yep.
Yep. That's unfortunate.
Little cookie cookie action.
Yeah, trying to set the stage with a nice little spotlight there. Also showing off the moonwalk. However, not going to be able to use the moonwalk to be able to avoid the chainsaw to the face, like you said. That's going to be hook stage number 7. Second hook stage here for Crimson Spider. It does seem like Mirage Spider here has done a good job of spreading the pressure across the board. Should also be helping them as far as with their points throughout the course of this trial, which could be used as a tiebreaker, kind of like we saw in trial number 1, or matchup number 1.
Yeah, those blood points, unlike in actual comp matches, those blood points actually do matter here.
Here is now going to be the save. Looks like we'll probably be doing the borrowed time count out here on to Dwight. Dwight going to be making their way towards the locker. Make Spider think that that's a decisive strike bait, so instead decides to find someone. Does look like they're flicking just a little bit too hard. We've all been there, homie, and that's going to cause a collision that should maybe, oh no, actually doesn't allow enough time for this generator over here to get done because this generator had the deadlock on it.
Interesting to see all 3 survivors over here. We do see that they were able to break.
Stop it!
He got the save.
Able to play the angle and gets the generator finished right in their face as well for generator number 5 here.
Unfortunately, Rue will be the unfortunate victim, unfortunately twice, of No One Escapes Death, our good friend.
Now we do see some scratch marks over here though. No light progress, at least not enough light progress, so there's at least gonna be one more potential down, and I think Fnord's out of position.
Woo! Spicy. That's not a good place to be when there's low pro chance on the table.
And I was mistaken. That wasn't Fnord. That's actually Crimson Spider here. Keep in mind, Crimson Spider was on the hook not too long ago. They will be Death Hook if they are put up here. And that could potentially be looking at a 2K if both Fnord and Psycho are up on the shack side of the map attacking that door.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what they're going to go ahead and try to do. Maybe leave Rue to get the 2 out here. And hope that they made enough points between challenges and also blood points to take the win here.
Yeah, I mean, we hear the door opening. It looks like we're going to be seeing Spider going across the way. Even got a quick last-second reset for some additional points here. It's unfortunate they didn't see the... It's unfortunate that they didn't see the Hex Totem, because that's also some extra points they could have been able to take with them. Because it was on that side of the map.
Very unfortunate there.
And
So
we saw a 2K in the last trial too, right?
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
Possibly.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. We had a Rancor kill and then a Rancor Mori and immediately another elimination after that.
All right, so we are going to wait for a second here to get a confirmation from our scorekeepers, because of course we do we score things a little bit differently in this tournament, because this is really more focused and based off of the Playstream side of it, because of course that's our sponsor for the tournament, so it kind of makes sense to be playing by their rules. So if you're wanting to understand what the rules that we're playing by, check out that link there in the chat.
Exclamation mark rules, you guys, if you want to know how we are scoring this. Like you said, it is scored differently from our regular season games because this is a Playstream event, which is one of our wonderful sponsors for our upcoming season. And also, you guys, after that last game, you did push us over the 300 mark. So thank you guys so much for all of your support. You guys are fantastic. Of course, all of our earnings here go towards our prize pool for our upcoming season. So you guys are helping our prize pool for the next season, helping make this a little bit more exciting for our teams who are going to be competing.
I'm wondering if maybe we're going to be having a very close result here. I mean, we know both of them were 2Ks, you know, so that makes me think that that's part of the reason why we're getting a last guaranteed answer here. Do we know what happens if there's a tie? Oh, I guess it'd be hard to tie because the tiebreaker is like blood points, so it'd be like really hard to get blood point ties. Imagine.
Yeah, unless they somehow scored like the exact amount of blood points to still tie. I don't even know what we do at that point. I guess like Rochambeau for it. At that point, like rock paper scissors, guys.
Rochambeau. Who's first?
All right, and I've got our results. It looks like the Pub Stompers are going to continue on. They won 2-1 over Mirage.
Ooh, Pub Stompers, you say, eh?
Yep, but that will be
good by them. They were the survivors there that last round, right?
Yes. That's this lineup we're looking at right here.
Nice. Very good job, Tim. So that means when we're looking at the bracket that they will actually be playing at 6 o'clock against the Rebels. Well, not 6. It'll probably be about 6:30 because we're going to be starting this next one around 5:30. But our next game will be starting off the losers bracket between Calamity and Jesterline.
Yes.
And also, I do believe, if I am not mistaken, we are going to be having a quick change on our desk here as well, since that ends round number 1, and it's like super late. Well, super early. Well, late, early. You know what I mean? It's about that time.
It's 6 in the morning. Yeah. It's about moseying on a long time for me.
So we appreciate you hanging tight with us here today, Shep. That was definitely a blast. You're back here with us tomorrow, though, so it's not like this is the end.
Yes. It was great to come back today, and you will not be... Sorry, there's...
No, you're good.
Conversation going on in my ear. How do I... Okay, anyway. sorry guys. You will see me back again tomorrow, so this will not be my last goodbye. But it was nice to be back for a little bit today to hang out with all of you wonderful folks and with Q. So I think I'll see you guys again tomorrow. I'll still be here, so y'all behave in chat.
Not too much. I mean, that wouldn't be Vigo's court if they behave too much.
Don't behave too much, but I'll be lurking. I'm watching you all.
All right, chat. We're gonna take us a very quick break, get us our caster switch. We're gonna get set up for this next matchup. We should be seeing some stuff popping up in the chat over there as far as links for you to start putting up those challenges as well. And we will be back after a very short break. All right, and we are back. Vigo's Court. We are finished with our first round here for our tournament here with Playstream, the coins for convicts here. And I am now joined on the desk with an old friend of mine, noon to Vigo's Court here. Doc, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great, man. I've been watching all day. You know, I've been at work, but I've been watching, listening, and we've had some great matchups today. That last matchup, Hillbilly is absolutely terrifying if he's played right, and I have to say that was a close match, but it was fun to watch, and I'm excited to see what we're going to get into next. Now, for those who do not know, I am not going to be biased with this matchup. Because I am the director of operations for Jesterline, so I know these guys well, but I'm not going to be biased, I promise. I'm excited to see how well both teams are going to be playing here.
So
it's exciting to be on Vigo's court, man, for the first time.
I'm pumped. We're adding to the squad. It seems like we're adding some fresh talent. It seems like almost every new week here, you know, so it's always nice to have some new faces joined up on the desk. I just realized that you're completely frozen. There we go. I got you fixed here now. But
I don't mind. People will see it.
So for anybody who's just now tuning in as far as for what we've got going on here in Coins for Convicts, this is a Playstream tournament. I believe I think we've already got some links put up that was the last one. So we should be having some links put up in chat here shortly as far as where you can go to basically submit your challenges for this matchup. Also, we appreciate everyone who's been coming in, hanging out, and also the patience of all of our players. We kind of started a little bit late. We've been able to kind of cut into how far behind we are little by little, and all that, honestly, really thanks to the cooperation from the players. So. Is there anything that you haven't seen today you would like to see, killer-wise?
Killer-wise? Man, like, I like to see people play killers that not many play. Like, honestly, I would love to see a trapper game. Dude, yeah. Just like, like a trapper game where no one really likes to play trapper. Not many people, I'll say, that I know like to play trapper. But I would love to see just like a trapper game, almost like a troll game, which I know if you guys, if Chad hasn't figured it out yet, this is a Playstream tournament. You guys can click the links and you can go, you can challenge each of these players and make them do things they normally wouldn't do, make them play killers they wouldn't play, things like that. Which I can tell you right now, the last Jesterline game, he was made to play that particular killer, and he does not like that killer at all. So, I mean, it's really fun. This is a fun tournament, and it's also huge from Playstream because this is a great way to support Vigos and streamers alike.
Right.
So, and the amount of money you spend on these challenges actually goes directly back to Vigos as well, since they are sponsored. So it's a great concept. I love it. Really excited to see it happening, honestly.
All right, I see it looks like we've got Blue starting to invite some of our other players in here, right? Blue's on that roster?
Yeah, Blue.
So we should be getting the rest of our squad in here. We're going to try and compile this in. We know we've got some EU folks, and we know it's starting to get pretty late across the pond here. But because of that, I think actually we're going to be switching our order of our two winners brackets game. So essentially the way it was supposed to look is we were going to be alternating between the losers bracket and the winners bracket game. So this one's going to be a losers bracket, winners bracket, losers bracket, winners bracket. Apparently, essentially the two winners brackets games are switching. So again, huge shout out to our teams for being cooperative. We got some guys in the game that was supposed to be like the 6:30ish game who live in the NA, so they can kind of go a little bit later than our EU team. So big shout out to them for kind of being cooperative there.
Right. Yeah. Running tournaments, and like you've worked with me in the past, especially in some of the tournaments we ran, like you have so many people in different time zones, it's hard to keep up. And some of these tournaments get stretched out, bro, especially when you have good comps. And it's really hard on a lot of these players, especially like like you said, they're in the UK. It's what, 10 o'clock, 10:30 right now.
Yeah, I think we even got a couple teams like further in Europe too. I think that's kind of like already delaying a little bit later than that even. So,
oof,
yeah.
And then you have, like people here in the US that are on the West Coast, might not be off work in time, so it's a rough matchup. But we've had a pretty good balance today, it looks like.
Yeah, that's I think why you tend to see, like we talked about earlier, and also I'll say it again, thanks to everyone who's coming in and hanging out with us in chat over this course of today, because usually on the weekend it's pretty busy when it comes to competitive DBD. You got, Champions of the Fog, Blood Moon League's running today, no DBE today, but usually they're running on the weekends as well. That's why Blood Moon League's running. Anyways, there's so much going on because Saturdays and Sundays are kind of the best time to do something like this, because you can start at noon, because obviously starting at noon on Monday through Friday to be able to accommodate for the EU side really makes it hard for NA people to be able to compete. So like the weekends is really the only time to be able to do it. So
right, yeah, I agree with that. I feel like the weekend is absolutely the best time, and the perfect middle ground, what with my experience is noon to 1 start time. I mean that's the perfect middle ground, and that tries to make, I'm talking Eastern time. I mean, it makes it,
right.
I mean, obviously it's kind of easier on Eastern time, but Eastern time's in the middle of what the player base is, for the most part. So it is a good even ground.
Yeah, that way it's not too early on the West Coast, not too late into the afternoon for EU. Like you said, it kind of sits smack dab there in the middle here. So I do see at this point we've got all of our survivors here loaded in. I'm going to be interested to see as far as what challenges get thrown our way. We've had a lot of fun thus far over the course of just this tournament for Playstream. We got to see some RCPD. We got to see some Larry's so far. We got to see
the worst map in the game, dude. I hate
You think so
that
about
map.
Larry's? I think
No, not Larry's. I like
RCPD.
Okay. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I can't stand that map.
Which is tough because I feel like when you look at the map, like as somebody who grew up playing a lot of the Resident Evils, I must say the designers killed it with like capturing, the police department from Resident Evil 2. It's really rough to play on for DBD on both sides. I think it's like one of those maps. It's one of the rare times that behavior has created something that I think both sides of matchmaking seem to hate equally, other than MMR.
Right. I agree with that, dude. Like if you've ever played Resident Evil, like that map aesthetically is perfect.
Beautiful.
Like it is gorgeous compared to those games and coming off of those games. But yeah, I could definitely see where it could both killer and survivors would hate it, but I do feel like a lot more survivors like it than killers. The ones that do like it anyway.
Yeah, I would say the more people who like it tend to be survivors and killers. I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah. And I'm kind of biased in this. I'm not gonna lie. I would rather play killer than survivor any day. I just like the style of game it is. But we talking about Larry's. That's one map that I actually enjoy on both sides. When I am playing Survivor, I enjoy that map. I like it's like congested corridors, and it's really easy to just get that turnaround and stuff, and the first time I ever played that map with a Huntress, which I'm a Huntress main, that's pretty much what I play. I was so worried about that map. I thought I was just going to get owned because that was my first indoor map with the Huntress, and I ended up loving that map with her because you get them locked in corridors and things like that. It's tough to combat that. But the really RPD and what's the Wild West one, the saloon?
Grave of Glendale, the deadest of dogs.
Yeah, I hate that map, bro.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
Oh, I love that map.
Oh man, I don't know, maybe it's my eyes. I can never spot a survivor in that map.
It is a pretty tough map, I think, with the shading on it, but I don't know. I guess maybe as someone who's lived out in the desert and at a point in my life, the aesthetic of it is just like so calming, I think, to me. That is part of the reason why I enjoy it so much. It's just like, it's definitely one of the maps too, because it's so small. There's usually something going on. It's not very often that a killer's running around not able to locate a survivor. So there's always something going on. And I think those are the maps I really enjoy, like not only just playing, but watching as well.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of it depends on killer too. Like I'm giving a perspective from a Huntress main,
right.
Like like that map is pretty open, but at the same time, like you rely on a lot of long shots with the hunters too, and seeing someone in the tall grass, as Ash would say, clear across the map, it's kind of hard to catch them, man. Like, and you have to rely on your perks a lot, but getting off topic just a little bit, but actually technically going back to topic. One thing I like about this tournament is the scoring. Like it's a lot different than the league. Okay. Yep. I've been hyper focused on the league scoring for a couple weeks now, and trying to learn it and everything. But then you throw this tournament in here and the scoring's completely different. If you guys don't know how the scoring works here in chat, I'm sure one of our mods will pop in the link there and you can go check it out yourself. It is a lot different. It goes by blood points and objectives done and things like that. So I mean, it's really cool. It's a nice new concept. It's fresh. So I think that's really awesome for Vigo's Court to be bringing that to the table.
Yeah, I know when I was first shown the idea, because I've worked on a project in the past that's kind of like about the randomization of killers and maps called the Wheel of Fate, and I kind of liked what that brought to the table. But with this, with the crowd being able to select, right? Like you can actually choose what you want to challenge the killer with, what you want to challenge the survivor with. Also, I can't help but wonder as far as who's challenging who, right? Because I feel like if I'm a fan of the survivor team, maybe I would go into the killer stream and challenge them with an RCPD offering, because it makes it a little bit easier for my team. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, bro. That's what I love about it, man. Is like it's a healthy way to troll, and it's really good for everyone, because I mean the money being put forward is good for the streamer, and also in turn really good for Vigos. It's a way to support everyone. Really, it's a great thing that they're doing with this. So does this mean we're almost ready?
Yeah, I see they are ready here. Good luck. Ready up. Because I know we also got another squad wanting to go. We swapped over. Also, I see in chat, jury, chat, you guys are cute. I'm supposed to tell myself, but that I don't lie. So, but you guys, y'all are cute. So, y'all like schmexy. I love it. And now at this point, we don't have any spoilers. We kind of had Shep before, who was able to tell us from time to time. Now we get to truly enjoy the experience. This was one of the things that was like interesting during the season when we had the exhibitions, and like we got to see everything pop up as a like an alert on the main page, and I would be happy about it. Other than the fact that it would scare me because it was like really fucking loud. But at least I kind of knew what was going on we could talk about. Here we're just like, I'm kind of just left guessing. I see Fnord telling me it's RPD, RCPD, RPD. They're the same one. Raccoon City. I can call it RCPD if I want.
It's RP. I mean, neither one of you are wrong, really.
Right. I still think I have the best solution to fix RCPD. So if you're at the entrance to the police station, the way it is now, and like let's say you're looking at the double staircases, right? We're gonna break the map into 4 sections: top right, top left, bottom right, bottom left. You do 4 iterations like Batum, but on each one you just block off one of those corridors, which makes it smaller. Makes it more manageable, but over the course of playing the 4 iterations of RCPD, you get to enjoy, the brilliance of what they did, which was in really capturing the police department. It's just not such a big mess for one trial,
Right, yeah. Because I think one of the problems that I have is I haven't played it enough. Because a lot of people don't want to go there. They won't send you there, So
or someone DCs when you load in. I don't know what happened.
Exactly, So like I haven't played it enough to actually learn the map completely. And I'm not one of those diehard players that's going to study the map or anything like that. But something that I enjoy with that map is how I feel like I get lost in it because of the aesthetic. Like it's just. Like you'll see something new every single time for me myself, and it's a lot of fun. But it looks like we're getting started up here. Q, take it away. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, let's get into it. Let's take another trip on back into the fog, and I'm hoping that Fnord is right in chat. Maybe it is actually RPD. I'm always down to watch RPD. Play it not so much, but it is fun to watch people. Like you said though, especially for those of us who have like been like horror game fans into a play, it's so easy to get like immersed into that map because they really did a good job of encapsulating like every portion of it, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even when you talk about like just like the aesthetic of the hallways with like the zombies pounding on it, it's like, bro, this is just like the game.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that it's literally the entirety of one game's playthrough, so it's supposed to be pretty big.
Yeah. I'm anxious to see what killer we get here.
Yeah, I'm excited because we have yet to see a duplicate killer thus far. So through the first round, of course, we've only been 8 trials in, so maybe now more likely to see a duplicate. But knowing the way that the Vigo's court crew seems to really enjoy a nice diverse killer pool, I am going to anticipate us seeing maybe 1 or 2 duplicates, and that's about it. At least for this week.
Right.
All right, let's go ahead and take another trip on back into the fog here. And we get to see some fixed Nurse in competitive DBD, and we get to see Nurse on Cold Tower. We saw Nurse move to Cold Tower for Dead by Esports, and there was a lot of pushback to it, saying that it was too small of a map for Nurse, for at least really good nurses. But what I've noticed, really, I should say, is that a good Survivor Squad nice play there. They'll be able to get the M1 onto Alex. A good Survivor Squad can really rotate around this map very well and just pound out these gens, especially if it's a case like we're seeing here where the Corrupt Intervention isn't really blocking the 3 gen that's notoriously on the top side of the map here, which means you can break up that 3 gen really, really quick. However, Dab's doing great. You already got it down, going for a slug maybe even, and getting a second down here as well.
Wow, what a move right there. Coming out of that house, out of the tower, out of the second floor with that blink. That was great.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting because you would imagine you've got survivors trying to stick the first couple of gens. Yeah, no one's even going to be able to move in yet for Bush Troll here. So this is going to be tough. You're going to have hooks literally right next to each other on the top side of the map. Yeah, we do see the save came in just in time here. So we are going to see Dabs doubling back, going through towards the TNL, actually working just on the inside of the TNL portion itself. And it looks like trying to actually track down the blood marks. We do have a Yui here, though. Yui now taking hit. We got to be careful if you're the survivors. Snowball potential on the Nurse is huge. And now Bush Troll back on the ground.
Yeah, this will be the second hook for him if he picks him up. Yep, there we go. Yeah, going into second phase already for the Bush Troll. You hate to see it, but this Nurse is she's taking advantage of the small size of this map, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, just really always seems to be around top. I mean, again, you get out of the animation of a hook, 2 blinks, you're already back into a chase. You have an injured survivor over here. Getting caught on the edge of the box, though, as far as on the first blink, will allow for the safe unhook right here. Now this is going to be where things are spicy. You can probably anticipate the Kate is trying to get along the backside of main building, trying to get to the save before second stage, and instead you see the grab.
What a grab. Beautiful play right there. Bush Troll had no idea that was even coming. You know, that was a tough situation to be in.
And that is going to be big. It does look like we had a sound notification over yonder way. Not sure if that was... Oh, that was actually someone working their way around the backside. Now down onto the ground, though, is Red. The only last chance is either a unbreakable play, or if David here happens to have the thing. Oh, and he slaps him with the D.
Yeah, DS right there. But can he do anything with it, though? Like, I mean, you got 2 people down, 1 person dead already. Like, this is not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, and the tough part, too, is you talk about after dropping the decisive strike, then going around the backside of main. The survivor on the backside of main had just recently gotten put on the ground, so they weren't going to be able to get picked up as opposed to if the survivor who's on slugged in the middle of the map had rotated more towards the front of Cold Tower here. But as long as you're able to secure your hooks right here, we're talking about a 4K with only 1 gen complete. Dabs went crazy here.
Yeah. Great Nurse play, man. One of the best Nurse plays I've seen. That was such a fast game, and it was really enjoyable to watch. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you know, my boys are getting destroyed, but you know, they've only been together for 2 weeks, and this is their first time ever trying comp play. So it's fun to watch. I'm gonna troll them later, most definitely.
Oh, I mean, that's the only way that it can be done, you know. But you know, it's I do gotta say, I mean, you'd mentioned it. I think when you look at this trial in particular, it's really more about what Dabs did right versus what Jesterline Studios did wrong here, right? What Jesterline did wrong. I mean, you can say maybe when you talk about the back-to-back hooks, I don't know what the other survivors were doing. It seemed like maybe they were trying to prioritize gens to get those done. Maybe could have been able to rotate a little bit sooner. But even still, I think this was just about Dabs just coming out and just really being on top of their game from the word go.
Oh yeah, and like I said, where the map is smaller, your gens are a lot closer. So like, you know, he was able to keep constant pressure with the nurse because she can travel such large distances. And you know, just with map awareness alone, like we saw some excellent plays there, excellent blinks. You know, I kudos to him, man. That was some great nurse play, and it was really enjoyable to watch. Even though it was fast, but I mean, it was still enjoyable. I mean, that was tough to go against, man. A lot of good pressure there, just all over the place. It was, as a survivor, I feel like that'd be tough to go against, no matter who you were.
Yeah, and I think the big thing was once the snowball started, with not even before you got the second hook, or sorry, the back-to-back hooks, but just you get the one hook, you turn around, 2 blinks and you're already into a chase. Like, what do you do, right? Like, all of a sudden, maybe you're trying to set up for a save, and instead you're in chase. Someone across the map's having to get off their gen and rotate in, and that was, I mean, honestly, again, just really impressive.
Yeah, it was really enjoyable to watch. Now we switched sides. We're going to be seeing Jesterline go to the killer side, and Calamity go to Survivor. I'm excited to see this. Let me see. I don't have, neither one of us have the information to know who the killer is going to be next. I know the player is Krampus Eve. You can check out his Playstream link right there in chat. Go troll him, have some fun. Like I said, support Vigos by challenging him through Playstream. And
see, one of the names I would have already added, or is that a whole nother player? That's not like Potato Plays or something, or Bush Trolls or anything. What happens if I join Bush Troll? Will that just put me back in the same lobby? Let's see. Let's find out, shall we?
Maybe. I messaged him and told him he needed to add you. It's the same lobby.
Unfortunate.
Bedraggle's watching. He's in chat right now. He's actually team captain. Bedraggle, tell Krampus Eve to add ya boy.
Easier. And I know we got that information for it. All right, so we talk about it. Man, I know we're gonna wait for the score to come across officially, but looking at the first initial scores there, I'm guessing probably a 2-0. Based off of kind of how the performances in the past go. I mean, we talked about the best blood point was for the killer and more kills than escapes that game. But I don't know if they had any other things that would have been like point activations there.
I don't feel like Survivor side actually scored that many points that time. They got 1 gen done, and I'm not sure if there was any totems done or anything like that for any reason, really. I mean... unhooking,
right? Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of unhooking going on there. So I mean, may have been some points that way. I'm really not sure. You would know way better than I would, Q. How that works,
it does look like officially
2-0
is the official score right now. 2-0.
There it is. Yep. I mean, killer side. I mean, it was a 4K, bro. That's a big win in my book.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about. I think the big thing there is you. Oh, I joined. Oh, Learning Killer is the killer. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me leave his. So Learning Killer is his name. Oh, so let me turn the lobby over into him, and then I'll join. That way, it's his lobby. That makes sense.
He changes his name a lot.
Well, I mean, to be fair, especially when you're playing on Steam, it's so easy to. I mean, I know I'm changing my name almost every day, so.
Look at that luscious beard right there.
So we've got him in. Now we just need to. Who was? I feel like I should know this. Bush Troll was on y'all's team. Rebels is later. Oh, who do we just have for me to invite here? We'll figure it out. They can join. Just join on me, I think. So we talk about, and this is the big thing, you talk about coming out and having such a strong start on that on this matchup, because we are, a reminder for everyone, we're in the losers bracket here. So this is basically win or go home at this point for these teams. So to be able to come out while you're on the killer side and really just setting pace like that really has to have our squad here from Calamity feeling good.
Oh yeah, definitely. They got a nice cushion right here, but it also puts a lot of pressure on Killer too. And like we've been saying before, hit those Playstream links, put more pressure on either side. And like I said, it's a great way to support Vigos. Throwing that back out there again. Yeah, I'm excited to see what map we get. You got any predictions, Q?
Any map prediction? Ooh, that's a good one. I think the thing that when it comes to maps is I feel like we've been seeing sometimes where the map gets picked based off of the killer that they pick. Mm-hmm. However, if I got to pick a map, no matter the killer, I know you said it's one of your least favorite maps. I'm a big fan of Dead Dog. I love Dead Dog Saloon because I think Dead Dog allows for that reason you can pick any killer, and on Dead Dog, other than the main building, like even your 4.4 M1s can still stay a chance. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Woof. Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that, Q.
I think the other thing is it's so different. It's like it's one of those things. It's like because you don't get any like typical tiles on Dead Dog. Like even when you look, well, I guess you could say there's that one. You sometimes get like that weird TNL kind of. That's like a very shortened TNL across from the saloon.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like your jungle gyms are different. Even your filler pallets on the backside of the gallows side are still very different from kind of what you see on other maps. So I just feel like it gives you a lot of uniqueness. I think is a big thing I like.
Oh, map. There you go, bro. Yep.
Oh, what did it say? Oh, it is Dead Dog. Let's go.
It is Dead Dog. I want to bring up something else. Like you were just saying, everything's so much different in that map. Even Killer Shack. That's one thing you didn't mention. Killer Shack is so much different in that map because you have that one door you can break down, which really cuts the looping. I mean, that makes Killer Shack pretty much useless.
Other than once the pallet's gone, it's done for.
Yeah. I mean, that makes it. I mean, I can see where killers would like that map for that reason. They're not getting stuck in Killer Shack as much because I do know that a lot of survivors will take you directly to that that point in the map because it is a hard place to loop with a killer unless you got some tricks up your sleeve, which I do love to see some wicked mind games from killers. That's one of my favorite things to see. So. I'm excited to see what killer we get here next. Let's hear a prediction on killer. What do you got?
I think if we're going to send them to the deadest of dogs, it's a small map. It's a small map, right? So when I think of a killer that could be unique to a map like this, that could do good on a map like this, I think of a killer whose power is meant to be used on multiple survivors at once. A killer who seems to be like really fan favorite when we talk about Vigo's Court. I think this would be a fun Legion map.
You think so? Oof. I don't know. Like,
because one of the tricks to playing against Legion is you spread up enough to where they can't get power off their frenzy, right? But I don't think there's really a way to separate on Dead Dog to where you at least aren't getting a second hit off your power.
Right, because at least the two hit, because you do have multi-floor in the middle, which can make it a little tricky for the Legion. But if they're all ground level, like you can at least get 2 to 3 with the Legion because you can cover so much ground, and even if they pre-drop pallets, things like that, which as well as I do, that doesn't really stop the Legion.
Run here, doesn't button, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean. Yeah, Legion would be a pick, but I'm going to hold my predictions to myself because I know the killer.
That's fair. That's fair.
I almost guarantee what he's going to play, unless someone has challenged him with something else. I'll say that. So I know it's one of three in particular, and I'm excited to see if someone challenges him. You guys, you can also follow those links once again down in chat. Playstream links, and go challenge the killer, go challenge the survivors. They're all streaming right now. You know, do the stuff and things. Do it.
And I think, again, in case we have anybody that's maybe new here as far as for the event, remember that when you're challenging the players, not only are you putting a little bit of coin in their pocket, but also, like Doc said, it also helps us over here at Vigo's. That's why you see that bar top right corner, whichever way it is. I don't fucking know. You know, up there, the box up there, 350 already made. We're only into our first matchup of the losers bracket, so I mean, already putting together a nice little prize pool here for coins for convicts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, going back to it, Playstream will match dollar for dollar whatever you guys put towards challenges. So it's a huge help for both the streamer, you know, because you can support your streamers, or you know, you can obviously make it more difficult on them. But they do match dollar for dollar, and it comes back and supports Vigos directly. So it's huge.
All right, and I do see that we have switched sides. We have let them know that we are ready to go. I see that you were frozen. I apologize. There we go. We're back to moving. I tell you what, once I get that fourth monitor, though, and I can have that solely open up on the side, I even got a spot for it on my stand. It'll be so much easier. And I know people hear me, and whenever I say 4 monitors, they're like, what? Listen, all right?
Oh, my, I couldn't live without 4 monitors in the studio, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big thing that, like, I try and tell people. I'm like, listen, the 4 monitors isn't for me to, like, sit here and play video games and, like, watch March Madness, although I do that too. But it's again, the 4 monitor setup really is for me to be able to, like, cast ideally, because I can have Discord here, overlay here, game here, and then I can have the screen capture. That way, whoever I'm casting with doesn't keep freezing up right there. It'll be beautiful.
Yeah, it's because when you're doing an event, it's a lot different than like doing personal streams and things like that. You don't really need 4 monitors to do a personal stream. You can get away with 2, but you know, when you're actually doing an event, your screens are so busy. You've got so much going on that yeah, you definitely need you know, that real estate. So I understand completely on that end.
You even say 2 monitors. I think once you go 3 monitors, I don't know anybody who's okay with going back to 2 once you have the third, you know?
Yeah. Once you go 3, you never go back.
Yeah, it's just after that is all optional, but yeah.
You don't want to go back. Yeah. Yeah, I actually the way I've got my setup, I've got a low profile that I shoot my camera directly over in the studio, and then I have 3 monitors off to the side, 2 that are portrait mode. That I run chat and things like that on. That way I can view, you know, lengthy chat. But yeah, I couldn't do anything without my monitor set up like that. It's just, I'm so used to it.
It's also I truly enjoy it too when I'm like in full blown like edit mode, because then I can like have one screen that's like for still lurking in streams and stuff like that. One screen for Discord, and then literally just the one that has my project. You know what I mean? Like.
I like the outfits that we've got here. They're all really dingy, you know.
And it's not like, some of them aren't like your typical like quote unquote like comp dark outfits. Like you look at the Zarina, like I guess you could say the Zarina might be able to blend in some of your like Azerov's maps maybe, but we know we're going to Deadest of Dogs, so I mean I guess at least the Nia and Claudette will blend in a little bit better with the darker outfits. But I something tells me Zarina's looking to bring the juice.
Maybe. Or maybe it was like you and Shep were talking earlier. Maybe they're
the perfect mind game
psychology. Yeah, the perfect mind game. Like, you know, hey, chase me. Oh, they're not going to chase me because I'm all shiny. Yeah, you know, clicking the light and everything.
Chat, you want the killer to never chase you? Just click your lights 1,000 times, and they think you're trying to waste their time. So
yeah, put your flashlight on your mouse wheel and just roll it. Yeah, you know, I'd be honest. Like, whenever someone clicks a flashlight at me when I'm playing killer, like I tunnel them. Like, I will tunnel them out. I don't care if I lose the match. I can't stand the flashlight clicks.
I have found that there are always two trains of mind. One is I'm going to find this flashlight and they don't get to play anymore. Or two is I know that that's probably the juicer, so I will literally wait until everyone else is deleted from this game to chase them.
Right. I mean, all in all, I mean, the good strategy is to go ahead and chase them, see what kind of looper they are, and if you catch a pallet or two, like I'll leave them and bait them in with other survivors. You know.
Plus, I mean,
get them on hook. They've got to come for the save at some point, you know.
Plus, I mean, hear me out, chat. If you're playing killer and you keep getting juiced, your MMR goes down, which means you don't have to try as hard. See?
Oh my gosh! I mean, that's like some pro level strat right there. I mean, if you think about it.
That's like on Survivor side all the time. I'll be streaming there like, but you're gonna die. I'm like, yeah, but then I don't have to worry about my MMR going up, and I got to save out of the deal. It sounds like a win to me. I mean, blood points. I'm running Wiglif almost at 95% of the time, anyways. So stacks, I guess so.
Okay, so we got the regular comp offerings there.
All right, so we're going to the dead dog. No spoilers yet as far as our killer. Another good killer that could be fun as far as on this one, though, the more that I think about it. And that's also like a good, like, actual option is Plague. And we haven't seen Plague?
Oh, man.
No, we haven't seen Plague yet today.
Plague is a tough one, bro. Like, with the right perks, Plague can be devastating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
I
Broken,
find,
or even, you know?
Yeah, she's one of those killers that I feel like most people haven't really truly invested the time in to like truly understand the strength or how to use her to her strength even. But we're not going to talk about the Plague anymore. Instead, we're going to be seeing Krampus coming out with the Spirit. We've got Spirit. Yes, we do. This is going to be crazy because, of course, the Spirit has the ability while they're in that phase walk to be able to cover a lot of the map. So, again, talking about a small map like Dead Dog, this could get interesting.
Ooh, try to fake there.
Also, I feel like, if I can just come out and say it, I feel like someone's playing a little dirty, bringing out the pre-nerf or the post-nerf Spirit here. Most of y'all know how most people feel about Spirit since the changes. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find the M1 on the back side of the main building, but I think Krampus is taking the right decision here. Instead of going with the chase right away, breaking down this breakable wall, breaks down the strength of this loop a little bit here. Going to be now actually able to catch the Nia out of position. Going to be going down the stairs, but isn't really going to have anywhere else to go. Krampus should be able to get the M1 before the pallet itself, which at least gets you your first health state change. Looks like Krampus. I like the play there, trying to move away at first. Kind of look like they're going to be phasing away, covering up the sound, maybe even just a little bit of their phase itself.
What a phase attack!
Yeah,
right there, man.
right on top of them, able to get the down. That's big. But
man, that's so hard to do too, because you're listening to so much. You're running pretty much off of sound when you're phasing like that.
now also here, you're going to be by main building where you know that they were attacking this gen up on the top floor. It sounds like we just heard one of our survivors take the window. The other survivor still sitting up here up top, which means we do have one survivor moving in for the save. There's going to be the Zarina here. Nice job and job by the Zarina, I should say, just by noticing it, trying to buy a little bit more time. Not sure if that's for our survivor upstairs to try and come in and help with the little bit of additional pressure. I think this is going to now at least be the 1-for-1 trade. Wouldn't even be surprised to see Krampus, break away from this hook for just a second before hooking the survivor. See if you can get the borrowed time hit. Wait, what?
Oof. I feel like they were already in that animation and out of it by the time he hit. Oh, yeah. They get the pickup here.
It was just interesting, right? Because it almost looked like Krampus's, his grab got canceled because of the grab validation, but then wasn't given. I think it was just because of the actual interaction with the window itself. It just looked very, very awkward. We do see though V1 now going down in the pallet space. Let's keep in mind someone was just around here. No one here for the pallet save though. So this is now going to be hook stage number 2 before we see generator number 2.
Right. But the amount of time it's taken him to get those 2 hook stages for them, some of these gens are about to be popping.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's pretty much only seen 2 survivors right now,
Yeah, and I mean, we hear that generator up on top of main. That thing's knocking like a Ford in the middle of the winter. That thing's just about ready to go. We hear generator number 2 popping off in the distance, and that wasn't even the generator up on top of main. So main is going to be getting the deadlock, which we'll cover it up here for a couple of seconds. Also prevents Krampus here from being able to kick it if that's what they wanted to do. But we haven't seen pop thus far, which makes me think Krampus isn't running that perk. We have, of course, seen the deadlock as well as the corrupt intervention. So we still have 2 mystery perks here. However, generator number 3 getting popped, and now we have 4 injured survivors. Right now, you've got some snowball potential if you're Krampus, but you really need to make sure this next phase lands, and it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that.
No. Unfortunately, he thought they were playing that pallet, and he misread that, and now he's got to find them.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think mind gamed themselves just a little bit. Going to be hearing the drop down into the main building here. I believe that is the Lori as well, which isn't exactly the survivor you want to be taking chase with right now. If it is indeed the Lori, because, oh no, it's not the Lori, because there are some blood trails right there. We do see Krampus, though, again, covering up as far as which direction you're going right off the bat by turning away. Able to find the Claudette, though, and that's going to be a down.
Yeah, we've got Laser healed up over here. Claudette really wasn't the one that you're wanting if you're wanting to get a player out right now, a survivor out. But it is a down. Like I said, it goes into the snowball. But we got another gen finished up right there, down to 1 gen left, and no deaths. So, I mean, this is a tough situation to be in.
And look, Lori, I understand you skinny, but you ain't skinny. We ain't fitting behind a barrel and gonna be it. What do you think this is, a cartoon from the 80s where I just slide behind it and you don't see me? It don't work like that. And now this is going to be tough, though, because you find the one healthy survivor, you get the health state change. It means they need to go find a reset point. And we also hear that generator up on top of main still has so much progress.
Oh, yeah, it's ready to pop at any minute. They did have deadlock there for a minute, but it's now off, and they're able to work on it again. Oh, we got a little bit of a kick and get some regression there.
We were able to see the reset. We saw Laser in the shadow there, the Lori, when we had just dropped down, which makes me think V1 and the Nia are probably together, had gotten the first reset, whereas we've seen Lori reset herself. So it really allowed across the board for our survivors to get some pressure back. Not going to be able to connect with the flashbang is the Claudette, now working along the backside of the same pallet that we started the trial at here, trying to see if we can get ourselves a nice little mind game on the backside. Able to hear where the Claudette is, but nice patience by the Claudette. However, Claudette finding themselves stuck for just a second. Down they go on the backside of main. I think, from the sounds of it, that's going to buy them enough time for main gen, though. And adrenaline value. Oh, but there is the Lori, who now knows that no one escapes death, instantly getting put back down onto the ground. There's also another sound notification off behind us. That's going to be that no way out there. The no way out is going to the no way out is going to have 3 stacks on it. So that's going to be, it was at 48 seconds until the survivors were able to power the doors here. About 36 of those seconds have expired, and before our survivors even had to worry about starting to attack the door, they're able to find the no one escapes death hex totem, which means now you don't have to worry about a one-shot down, but you are chasing down the Lori. However, you're getting the hit just before borrowed time expires, and get stunned, stupid, says Laser as we apply plus 10 wood to the face.
Yeah, you know, you gotta love how far you can catch those Palestines sometimes. Like, it just doesn't seem like they're gonna catch them, and they do. And that was, I feel like that was one of those moments. It's like, you know, but then the timing was there, man. Nice job by Laser.
And we see one. Oh, you're going to check the wrong door, my friend. The question is, this survivor that you're tracking down, are they injured or not? We do see some people here. There's 2. There's 3. Dabs also walking out the door. That is going to be a 4 escape. And really nice job by Calamity's survivors. We'll have to wait to get an official score as far as from our score keepers in the background, but after the impressive 4K on the killer side from Calamity, I would imagine that will be them moving forward in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel the same way. Like, you know, with them having a 4 escape right there, it's, you know, score or not. I mean, we can pretty safely say that they're moving through. Yeah, that was some great matchups though. You know, I like I said before, I'm gonna go ahead and put this out there. I know Jesterline, you know, as a team, they haven't been together long, so the whole comp scene is new to them. And like you were saying, I love how Vigo's court is getting the traction to bring in new players, you know, to the league and everything. So, I mean, it was exciting to see, you know, some new faces, even registered up for the new season 3.
Yeah, if there's anything that season 2 showed us, it was how quick teams who stick together and like invest in the time, how quick they can really grow in comp. We had so many teams that were, whether it be like had been around in comp a little bit, but maybe like a new roster composition, or even just brand new to comp. I mean, one of the teams that was one of our last unbeaten teams, Arctic Wolves, was a roster made up of a lot of first-time comp players.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good players out there. It's just reaching them, I feel like, to bring them in, you know, into the comp scene. You know, it is difficult. I'm frozen.
Yeah, I got you.
You keep doing that on me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I think you like it. But anyway, you know, getting out there and finding those players, and you know, a lot of the players may not even know about Vigo's League yet. So, I mean, if you guys are here in chat, spread the word. Get the word out there. You know, share links, things like that. Let them know what's going on, because I'm telling you now, season 3 is about to be huge.
Yeah, right? I know every time I see the promo and we share the promo video over when I'm streaming for season 3 here in Vigo's Court, like literally I get the goosebumps, like the hair starts to stand up. This season's going to be lit. I can't wait.
Get the old goose pimples, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Right. So what's our next matchup here?
So I believe, and I want to make sure, I'm going to wait to get a confirmation from this from our guys in the back. I know we were switching around some of the stuff to try to accommodate for our EU folks. So I do believe we are now going to be seeing Ruby Wolves versus Frozo here. I think. There's Peps. I think Peps was Frozo, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks like that's where we're going. I'm down. And it's going to be interesting because we saw Frozo. They actually came in. They were and you're going to have to deal with being Frozo. I'm trying to invite someone. There
At least if Frozo on a good face.
True. But so Frozo is a team that kind of filled in last second, but looked very, very strong in their first round performance versus Ruby Wolves, who is a newer team composition, but their coach / captain / player Slow Galeo here was actually our MVP from season 2. So bringing some experience and trying to kind of pass that along to the next generation, so to speak. So it's going to be interesting to see here.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm excited to see, you know, you said we haven't had any doubles on killers yet, and I think that still stands.
And I think ARP is the only map that we have had a double of thus far.
Yeah. So I'm pretty excited to see what killer we're going to get next. You know, like, I have my personal favorites that I like to watch, and they're the faster ones. You know, I like to watch the real fast killers, like a good Blight game. Oh my gosh, man. Like, if you got someone that's good at getting those bounces, dude, and skating, oh my gosh, man, so enjoyable to watch. You know, that's one of my favorites. And then, you know, a good nurse like we just saw, you know, a couple matches ago.
Yeah,
that was great. And you know, like, I would like to see a Blight game.
We haven't seen a Blight yet. Could be fun. I feel like if we're going to be throwing a Blight into this type of competition, like if you're going to give someone a strong killer like a Blight, you have to make it interesting, right? So like Blight on, like, I don't know, Larry's. That way he has to try and like navigate the corridors and like the small little doorways that his big old fat bottom just can't seem to fit through. At least give him a challenge, you know?
Oh yeah. Definitely. Or some of the maps, like I can't remember the names of maps, the swamp map. I know a lot of the trees on that map you can't bounce off of. So like that one's kind of a tricky one. I've seen Blights go up against, and I could see Larry's with a Blight would be interesting because the tight corridors, like we mentioned before the last match there, I was talking about Larry's and how much I liked it. You got all those tight corridors and windows and things like that. It's tough for a Blight to get through. Plus, you got a lot of crap in the middle of the hallways and stuff like that. You got to work around and skate and everything. But I would like to see that match. That would be a fun match to see right now.
The other killer that I've honestly been having a lot of fun watching is a killer that actually we've been seeing become pretty prominent across competitive DBD recently has been the Oni. And part of the reason he has become a little bit more prominent, and something tells me that since it hasn't appeared to have gotten fixed, that it was just a change that got changed in the back end. But now Oni naturally drops a couple more blood orbs than what he used to, like per animation after the injury itself. And I think when you look at the Oni itself, even though he tends to struggle in the early game, because a lot of teams do play super patient, pre-throwing pallets, preventing the first hit. Once the snowball gets started, there's nobody who has, I think, the same type of snowball potential of the Oni, just because once he's in his power, everybody's one shot down. You know what I mean? He can go across the map. There's no cooldown like on a Billy. But it's just about getting to the power.
Yeah, he, in my opinion, is one of the biggest snowball killers out there. Like that is his primary game. Like that's how you play him. And like you said, once you get those first couple hits and you get that blood going, man, he can destroy a team in a matter of seconds. I don't care how good you are. Like he's got so much speed, he can cross so much ground so fast, he can cover the map in just a few seconds. It's so hard to get away from him. So if he's got some good intel perks, and it's going to be tough to deal with an Oni in just about any matchup.
And so if anybody's wanting to bring the Oni to Playstream, feel free. And when you do it, can you do me an extra favor? Can you challenge the survivors to an all no mither game, please? Thank you. Appreciate you.
Ouch. Ouch. Oh my gosh, that'd be rough, bro. Oh my gosh.
Since we introduced Playstream, it's been one of the ones that has kind of sat in the back of my mind that'd be like one of the most cruel but fun challenges. It's like that's the challenge for the survivors. And then the next time the same matchup, like the survivors are on the same side and the killers are on the same side, I would want to give the killer, since they had the advantage in the Oni set, make the killer play Wraith and make everyone bring in a flashlight. That way, like, it's like equal balance of like kind of suckage. For, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. That's horrible on both ends. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Wraith's one of those too. That have we seen a Wraith today?
Not yet. One? No, I don't think we've seen a Wraith.
I don't think we have. I mean, I know they're kind of they're a toss-up in my opinion. Wraith is like, it can be a really strong killer, or situational difficulties will make them a really weak killer depending on the survivors and if they know what killer is coming,
right?
So but if you catch Survivor Squad off guard, no flashlights, not prepared for what they are, man. Like Wraith is fun, especially if you got old unicorn horn, bro.
Yeah,
you can get them silent. You can get out there silent, man. You can get some jump scares on. That's my favorite part, is getting jump scares on survivors.
He's a tough one. I remember pre-nerf, he was kind of more of a Mimi killer, and he's still kind of Mimi killer, because I think, especially when you talk about more so the comp of like communications, kind of take away the biggest aspect of him, which is the ability to kind of go undercover, go across the map. Whereas if you're in comp, you're like, oh yeah, he's leaving me here. He's at least heading in your direction. You can give people a heads up on it. But like, I know in comp DBD, at least as of late, we've been seeing Wraith played a lot on Dead Dog, the map we were just on. And as we'd kind of seen, it was a smaller map. The fact that he can move at 6 meters a second when cloaked leads for some pretty spicy gameplay. Oh, a hag and all flashlights. Yes, that one too. All right. What? Not like this. Did we forget the map? Not like this. All right.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Yeah, that's going to be tough too, because if that's the case, then that does reveal your build. If that's the killer there.
Yeah.
Which kind of allows our survivor, if there's, I should have taken more time to notice, but if you have a no-ed in play, it allows survivors to know that they can go start pre-cleansing totems. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
It changes a lot.
You're going to see perk changes and everything else come into play right here.
It's an interesting
you hate to
strategy.
see that.
Sometimes you don't, though. It's like that interesting, perfect mind game. Like, you expect them to switch perks, but then
So
they don't.
You keep your perks.
Right, yeah.
You just never know, bro. That's what you love about the old mind games. They can get you every time.
All right, so hopefully with whatever we had, was the issue there on that last one. And I'm going to guess it was the no map, because I don't think I remember seeing a map set like we have in the past.
I would have caught it, I think. I was trying to keep it.
They could have also not gotten challenged on a map, to be fair, and I think if that's the case, it gets defaulted to Coal Tower, I think. But I mean, we've seen a map every time. It's one of the ones that seems to be picked notoriously every time we do play streams. So usually, it's the killer, the map, then people start selecting the challenges that go with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, going back to a hag and flashlight match, depending on what add-ons she can run, I can't remember the name of her add-ons, but one of them makes her invisible whenever you run over her trap or whatever.
Oh, you don't see if it actually pops up until she teleports it to it.
Yeah. So if you got a map that's got some grass on it and you can't see them traps that well, and she's running that, dude, I don't think a flashlight's even going to help you in that situation.
I think the hag is interesting.
Some nasty hag builds, bro.
Yeah.
I have seen some nasty ones, not in comp play, but I have seen some pretty nasty hag builds that are fun to watch and would not be fun to play against at all. At all, bro.
Yeah, you typically don't see too much hag in comp, but part of that is because most places you go are going to have pretty restricted balancing in order to make it possible. I know I can think of one matchup that's on my YouTube from a game that I casted over in DBE, where it was two different hags that 4K'd, which was really surprising. But it was, ARP, you spawned the 4 survivors together across the map as far from the killer as possible. No exhaustion perks, no reset perks, because otherwise it's kind of, it's hard with her. You allow so much because she is one of the killers that really benefits from the hit and run style play style, which is honestly just really hard to pull off in comp,
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Plus, I mean, for balancing issues, you got to take some of the add-ons out, bro. Because for instance, Eerie Head with a Huntress, man, you don't want that in your comp. Mm-hmm. That's still broken in my opinion.
Hey, at least you can no longer hold 3 Eerie Hatchets, though, he used to be able to.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
I find it funny when you occasionally, now you don't see it so much anymore, but they're right after the nerf, you would still run into the occasional Huntress who didn't catch the memo and would be very surprised because they're running the Eerie Head with the infantry belt and be like, why do I still only have one? And be like, bro, they fixed that. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry about your luck.
So we do see now we're
going to see the same killer here.
I think our scorekeepers would know in the back better than I do. I think, though, if it was a killer fault restart, I believe they're locked in. Plus, also, if they're challenged, they're going to stick with their challenge, too. Whatever they were doing for as far as the play stream. But, again, that's tough. You let them know your build. It kind of gives away a little bit as far as your style here. However, we're going to be seeing the ghost face here on Blood Lodge, which is interesting here. I like seeing Ghostface here again. Ghostface is a killer that offers a lot of different variables. Thank you also, by the way, for the tea bags. We love to see it there, Peps. You the man. You the homie. You a real one. Also, it looks like having the look up challenge here is Peps. We've been seeing that coming across a lot during the course of the day itself here. And does kind of buy the survivors a little bit of extra time. I mean, at this point, we see Peps has been able to pretty well rotate to the top side of the map here. A little bit of a split corrupt, which you don't see too often here on Blood Lodge, but that's what happens when you do happen to spawn right in the middle of the map, kind of the way we'd seen Peps do here. Now taking chase with Dazzy. Dazzy, however, going to be catching an M1 on their way through a window. So that's going to be our first health state change over the course of this trial. Continuing to work around this jungle gym itself. Nice job by Peps to go ahead and go into the shroud here. That also covers up your red stain, trying to get the mind game. Not going to be able to find connection though. Now at this point, going to be taking chase with Slow Galeo, the MVP from season number 2. Nice dead hard at the pallet space to avoid the swing and miss. However, since they did dead hard into the pallet to avoid the swing, there wasn't anywhere to go, which results in Peps getting it down around the 90-second mark of this trial.
So we do have a duplicate killer here. I do remember seeing Ghostface earlier today.
This time, though, actually has to use the stalking ability because, of course, last time we saw Ghostface was on the mid-witch. I think that was actually to start the day off, if I'm not mistaken. It was a Ghostface on mid-witch with an all-no-mither. So it's just really more about using the shroud to be able to get the free tag since everybody was one shot down. Now seeing going for the lean stalk on Dazzy. Dazzy now one shot down. That's going to be a hit there. The question now is Dazzy, the one with the BT, actually not going for the beat to even draw out the BT hit, which is kind of interesting. But I guess with knowing that we've only had just now seeing generator number 1 popping, having a little bit of additional time, go ahead and securing the 1-for-1 kind of makes sense as well.
Right. But, oh, you see 2 survivors there grouped up.
Oh,
almost got it off here.
That's honestly really good control on that stalk onto Slow Galeo. So not going to have to take chase with them just quite yet because they are 99. But literally, by the time that they see Slow Galeo next time, they could be out in the wide open, pop their shroud, and will be able to stalk the last little bit quicker than they'll be able to be revealed, which means that Slow will at that point be one shot down. Slow now knows that as we see the stalk, and now going to be moving into the middle part of the map. This is a nice strong loop to be able to deal with. Also have a Nia moving in here to take the first M1, which now at least reveals the red stain here for Peps, as Peps is trying to go with the crouch tech to try and at least cover up that red stain just a little bit more. Now finding the Megan Dazzy here. Dazzy is broken. I'm not sure if that was thanks to a deliverance or if that is a renewal. If that's a renewal in play, we only need a couple more seconds before we see the heal. Otherwise, we've got 90 seconds. Nice vault, though, in order to avoid the M1.
I feel like this isn't a good loop to set in with the pallet.
Yeah,
he is going to be speeding up here.
The only thing that I can think of is Megan here is sitting with Decisive Strike, and you've got survivors across the board. Yeah, splitting pressure on some other gens, knowing that you can at least cover this generator up here with the deadlock. Yeah, no Decisive Strike, though, so that is going to be tough. This is going to be stage number 2 here on to Dazzy. And this is going to be right next to the gen that has the most progress in the game as well.
Yeah, that's powerful. I feel like they should have got that gen done. It was so close. Like when we first heard it, when he came around there, I could have swore I heard it at least around 80%, but I may be wrong.
This is going to be tough because now when you look on the left side of your screen here, we have another survivor that is now 99 with the shroud, with the stock there, which means that Dan will be in a similar situation that we had just seen Dazzy in there with the alliteration of the D's. Now going to be seeing, though, generator number 3 getting popped. Not sure if they were able to at least stop the regression on this middle gen. Nice body block by Slow Galeo here to be able to allow for the unhook. Unfortunately, Peps wasn't able to get the stock off onto Dan there. That does mean, though, Dan still does not know about the progress towards the actual stock itself. That could be a potential down later on. We did have Dazzy just up on the hook earlier. Remember, we didn't see the Decisive Strike earlier. Not still on Dazzy this time. That means now a 3v1, and we do have only 2 generators left, and that's what that gen next to us just about ready to pop.
Right. But it looks like our gens are spread out here, so they could even break off and start another gen, even though they have that deadlock that will pop on it eventually.
And this is going to be tough. The Fang, I think, not realizing the progression of their stock, right? Could have sat behind the pallet after it had been dropped to reveal Peps there, which would have been huge value for them. Instead, we're going to be seeing the Nia taking chase. And again, seeing the survivors not using a downed pallet to at least break a Ghostface out of their power is rather interesting. Nice lunge, though, by Peps to be able to secure the down.
Yeah, I feel like maybe sometimes they're not familiar with the killer and how he's played, because like you really don't see Ghostface a lot, you know, or I don't anyway.
Right.
So maybe a lot of people just don't quite understand how you can pull him out like that. And going back to what you were saying about control of his stalk, I mean, I really like that strategy, how he'll get him to 99 and hold off until he gets him in chase and get that stalk when they at least expect it. It's a good strat for Ghostface.
Oh, catching slow here. Slow going to dead hard for the window. Not going to be able to make it in time. And that's going to be big for a couple of reasons. One, it's obviously a down here. But two, we had heard Slow using that med kit towards a heal. Not sure how close they were to a full health state change. But that's going to be less charges on that med kit to be able to use later, whether it be a reset on them or someone else. So pretty big, honestly.
Yeah. Got one gen left. Heard him jump off there.
And now we've got the Nia about 75 progressed here as well.
Yes, that was huge. Right
oh no. Fang thinks they're helping right now. Oh, we're almost there. Fang, not like this.
Oh, right there you go. Exactly what we were talking about. 99 in that stalk and just waiting for them to, you know, come into chase.
Yeah, and I mean, just not even enough time. I mean, we saw the Nancy try and almost do like a quick double back to take the hit. That way, at least they would have been the one down. Not sure if Nancy's going to be able to make the pallet this space. Dead hard not back in time because the save had came in too quick. Now 2 slugs on the ground. However, we do see Fang getting up relatively quickly. I don't see Nia around here, which leads me to believe that's an unbreakable play. That's Generator 5 popping off in the distance, swinging and missing at the window here is Peps. That's going to be big. That prolongs this chase just a little bit longer. Again, a swing and a miss here by Peps at the window. And it's been a little while since we've seen the last gen complete. We are now going to be seeing that sound noise, or that noise notification across the way. That's going to be from that No Way Out. 3 stacks. Again, 48 seconds. A little bit more than 15 or so of that has progressed at this point, so getting closer to being able to actually work on the doors themselves. Here's going to be hook state number 7. That's also going to be a elimination on season number 2 MVP Slow Galeo right there. And at this point, sitting at about 15 seconds left before our survivors can even start working on the doors. And now the Noed. The Noed's at least been cleansed. But you have one survivor who is injured. The other one is 3/4 of their way towards stock. This could get spicy.
This could get really spicy. And
That's it.
It just depends on how they play it out. Like right here. Yeah, that did not work out. It didn't take long at all to get that stalk down on him. So, like, that goes right back to the strategy we were talking about, is controlling that stalk and keeping it high on each individual player. Now he's got the Fang injured.
We see trying to see if you can see a little bit of the lights off of the wall over here. Yeah, that is going to be Fang on the door. I don't think you get there in time. And the big thing about this is a fresh escape out. So that's going to be some extra points as far as for that survivor individually, Dan, as well as that actually limits quite a few of the points that were able to be earned here by Peps. And we've already seen once over the course of this tournament where the total blood points acquired during both trials is the tiebreaker, so that's going to be something for us to keep in mind moving forward here.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that he couldn't get Fang on a hook after he downed her, but you know, like in this particular tournament though, it's all down to these blood points, and so I'm excited to see how close this match was, because it felt like points wise it was a very close matchup.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked at the overall score there, I mean, we were sitting at what, like 10 hooks, 2 eliminations. So I mean, if we were talking about like our normal like Vigo's court scoring, we'd be looking at like 23-12. I think, if that's right. That's quick maths. Don't quote me on that. And then of course, if there's any points on progressions, that's actually not bad for quick math. But then
that's pretty close.
But then we got to remember that scoring's different here today. If anybody wants to know as far as the exact scoring, how things are going down for the play stream, use !rules in chat. But really, it's more about kind of completing like the side tasks and the objectives, who gets the most blood points, kind of like you talked about. Also talking about as far as not just who gets the most, but when we talk, you actually have a square off of escapes versus eliminations there, which actually in that case, the killer had 3 and the survivors had 1, so that's a point for the killer.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to come in on this one.
I am also going to be curious to see, because I know, typically when we load into a wrong map, that's a point penalty. But that's when we're doing like our traditional point value. So I don't know if that's going to be one of those things where if maybe now that instead of a tiebreaker being the total blood points, if one person had a penalty, if that skews anything there, I don't know. That's the deal for the rules committee in the back. I just get to do, we get to do the fun part. We get to sit here and shoutcast games, but
we get to guess.
Yeah, we get to guess, and they'll let us know.
We make it easier for you guys to listen.
I do gotta say though, if there is any killer that was going to start the process of us getting duplicate killers, I'm okay with Ghostface being the first one. That was pretty fun. And honestly, the Ghostface doing pretty well for me, like a more wide open map, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was going back to it, man. That was some really good strategy control with the stalk, man. Like that kind of, I'm honestly, I'm not that great of a DVD player, that's not my thing, but I've watched a lot of it, and I have to say that's one of the best strategies I've seen for Ghostface is to control that stalk. And when they come up and chase like that, it's really convenient. And if they're not paying attention to it, then it's shame on them, in my opinion. But I kind of wonder if that Fang knew, and where she was, she's still fresh. She had no hooks. That might have been the thing to try to, make that save anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they weren't 100% sure. I mean, again, we saw whoever was the injured person, I think it was the Lori at that point, try to do like a quick wraparound to at least take the protection hit, allow for the one shot exposed to go away. We're not sure if that was a survivor maybe who happened to have like D-Strike, sitting in the pocket to use as well. I didn't even check that at the end, but I do got to say though, if it's been 8 months since Peps has played Ghostface, as they say in chat, then I would be, that's pretty nutso when it comes to actually being on, once they're like tuned back up and they shake the rust off.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost time for a newborn. Yeah, absolutely. It's he just rebirthed the Ghostface.
Now Ghostface has been, it's interesting. I feel like I've been seeing a lot more Ghostfaces recently. And
do you know why?
Because of the new movie?
Have you seen it?
I have not. Yes, I did.
Oh,
I lied. We went
Okay.
just saw it actually last weekend. We finally got to have a date night and we went to go watch it. I was so used to telling people I hadn't seen it. Honestly, the new Scream movie was phenomenal.
I loved it, man,
Yeah.
because I really like the cast, and there's a lot of history in that cast that people don't really know about, especially with Arquette and his ex-wife, how they met on the set of Scream 1 and got married, and they were married through the first 3. But to see David Arquette come back to Scream, actually to film, period, because he spent a lot of time out after Ready to Rumble, and the whole WWE and WWF thing. But he spent a lot of time out, and he just kind of got, jerked around in the film industry. But then to see him come back after, he did his own documentary almost, where he wanted to bring show his respect to the wrestling industry, and then to have him do that and then come back to this new Scream movie. What a great movie, man. I'm not going to spoil anything. If you guys haven't seen it,
you need to.
I hope you've at least seen the cast that's there. You know, it's got pretty much the whole original cast, and the way they do the storytelling in this one, I think is absolutely great.
I think that was probably one of my favorites, because I think they do a good job of, they follow the storyline, they follow the Scream, like it's kind of lighthearted but also like, you know, spoopy and has the horror aspect to it, and then so much of like the playing off of the generic stuff that's goofy in older horror movies that they kind of point out. It just it like rounds out this really good production, honestly.
It really does. And you know, I watched it with my oldest son. I'm trying to desensitize him to horror films. He's 11 years old, and you know, I'm trying to get him into that and Ash versus Evil Dead. That's my two go-tos right now for him. If you guys haven't seen that series, I'll go watch it. But going back to the Scream thing, I got him to watch it, and one of the fun things we did was we were trying to guess the killer throughout the movie. And you know, I'm going to tell you guys now, if you haven't seen it, be prepared for twists. And
they do a good job of like throwing you off the track of it, don't they?
Yes, they do. I mean, some great twists throughout that movie. Just phenomenal. When you think you know, you're wrong. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And they do a really good job of pushing you off it.
And it happens throughout the movie, doesn't it? It's great.
Because then you're so sure. And then they give you this piece of information, you're like, oh, it can't be them.
But wait, it would be this person.
Yeah, but it's definitely this person. Then they like lead you down the road, and like, it's definitely them. And they're like, wait a minute, but then it can't be that person. Well, who the fuck who is it?
Yeah. I'm not going to say anymore because like I could really get into this, but you guys haven't seen it, go watch it. You know, check it out if you can. I believe it's streaming on a lot of your streaming services now. I think I saw an advertisement for it, but yeah, go check it out. Be ready to watch it. If you have to wait till it's on Netflix, so be it.
It's worth it though. Yeah,
it's a great movie.
Yeah, actually, Bernard said it right. We ended up not having the theater completely to ourselves. I think once showtime started, there was like 7 of us in there, but to have a rather quiet theater, and a couple of us, we were all kind of in the same like mind state, in the sense of, you can be a little rowdy, just don't be too loud. You know what I mean? Have your fun. That's the best kind of movie theater to be in.
As long as there's not a whole lot of people.
Right.
Because if there's a lot of people and it's that kind of theater, it gets rowdy really fast. But yeah, if you know, ours that we have here locally, I honestly haven't been there since, you know, everything happened over the past couple years.
Yeah.
But you know, I really want to go back because it's one of those real chill ones, you know, especially like throughout the week. If you can get like in a weekday, it's chill. You know, you can go there with just a family or something like that, and only like a handful of people in the theater.
Now, traditional stadium seating, or is it kind of like the new style theater where they're going with more of the recliners? It's only a couple row, more of like the luxurious sort of like feel to it.
The closest one to us has the original style.
Yeah, more like
seating,
arena seating.
Yeah, no, there's one, you know, probably 20 miles further, and it's a much larger cinema, and they have the nice recliners and everything, and I'm just like, you know, this is a little bit much, bro, for a movie.
Once you do it, have you done it? Have you gone?
Yeah.
Once you do it, there's like nothing like it though. Like it's hard for me. Like the theater that we went to this last weekend was just your traditional arena theater, and we were sitting there. I'm like, yeah, it's just not the same, you know.
It's not as comfy, you know. It's not as personal, even, you know,
but
when you go with someone.
I've also learned that when it comes to the ones with the new recliner chairs and stuff, there's levels to this. Like, there's the ones that still, you know, you have to go out to the front, you order your food. But the first one that I ever went to, which made me just absolutely blew my mind, is it was connected to a bar. So you have a press button, and a waitress will literally come to you and they got like the whole bar. It's not like just popcorn though. You can go out and get popcorn, but like if you want like chicken fingers and like, you know, mozzarella sticks and wings, and they'll bring you beer out. It's like, oh dude, once you do it that way, there is no other way to watch it.
quick, Q. You're making me hungry. Don't do that. Don't do that to me, bro. I'm a fat boy.
Yeah,
you know
I feel
how this
that.
goes.
I feel that. Yeah.
But yeah, I've never been to one like that. I would have to say if I ever was to one like that, it reminds me of a comedy club, like a higher tier comedy club. But if I was ever at one like that, man, like there would be no turning back. I have to agree with you. Like that's ridiculously awesome. You know, because like even if I'm here at the recliner at home, you know, I'm not gonna have my kid, you know, bring me a beer. I can yell for him, bring me some popcorn.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah.
Ooh,
So-
drive-in theaters. I also see that in chat. Drive-in theaters are all. If you haven't been one, find one before they're completely extinct. You have to at least do it once.
Dude, I know a couple here in my area that's trying to make a comeback. Like they're trying to bring it back. And dude, I like that, man. It's like I've only ever been to 2 in my life, but it is an experience, Moon. It really is. Like it's awesome. Wings too messy for a dark theater. I could not imagine actually having wings in a recliner, not without a big bib or something.
Yeah,
You know?
no,
Like,
don't. We gets down in the theater. Don't you worry.
Yes.
I'm used to cleaning them bones anyways, man. I ain't have no problem cleaning them up in the dark. You know what I'm saying?
That would be some messiness going on there.
You for sure though, as Fenord said, you definitely have to make sure you take some time afterwards, do a good job cleaning up around. That way you don't walk out looking like a big fool, you know?
Yeah, I would definitely have to have a bib. If I'm reclined and eating, dude, like I'm gonna end up with food all over my chest.
True though. Yeah.
I'm like a child. I'm gonna be like a child. You watch. I will come out of there looking like a mess. I'd have to wait and be like the last one. I'd be sitting there like all the way through the end credits when everyone else is left, and like looking at myself and just have like hot sauce everywhere.
It's a risk
Borderline
though.
be tempted to lapping it up, you know.
It's a risk though, because you know you get too reclined after like a nice full belly in those types of chairs. I'm not gonna say that I haven't fallen asleep in those things, but I'm not gonna admit to it either.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Or you know, depending on the type of food you have, letting one rip on one of those leather recliners, bro.
Oh my god.
That would be embarrassing, bro. You know, you just like pull it off, just like, you know, just letting it rip, bro. Like that would be
Not like
the
this.
ultimate like embarrassment. That would be hilarious, bro.
Everyone's hearing you.
Oh yeah, everyone is hearing, especially if it's like on a quiet part of the movie, or better
The
yet,
build
like
up to a
jump
scare. Yeah.
Yeah, like a jump scare, and it's just like.
Oh man, talk
It's a
about
quick
build
one,
up
man.
to a jump scare though. I remember watching whatever Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out. I guess it would have been around like 04, 05, around there. I remember watching it with Pops, and he would always like be the one that would like, you know, grab me real quick in the theater, like when to try and get me a jump scare. But he literally did it at the same scene where Leatherface swings open like the trick wall and starts blaring up the chainsaw, like literally perfect timing, like they had seen it before. The best jump scare I've ever had. Not in a good way. I was very upset, but looking back now, I can appreciate it, you know?
Right. Oh, here we got in chat. Moon, only time need a bib is with seafood boil. Oh, I feel that. I feel that.
In the land of Old Bay up here in the Northeast, I definitely understand.
Oof. We need to stop talking about food for
True
real,
though,
bro.
true though.
I haven't ate yet this evening.
Yeah, so by the way, back to this Ruby Wolves matchup here. So we did see as far as the start of last one, we had seen the restart from Calamity from the wrong map. So we have switched up here. Slow now going to be coming out on the killer side. Oh man, so we started started the process of seeing some duplicate killers. Now I can't help but wonder if we start seeing some more duplicates, or do we still kind of go down this rule of let's pick some new killers for the day? I also haven't seen a map change, which is kind of savage, but I could have looked away for that.
Q was scared for life.
I was.
Yeah. But trust issues with Q because of that. Yeah, never sat next to Grandpa. But yeah, you know, like it all. I feel like it all depends on the challenges, guys. And if you haven't already seen it in chat, you got the link right up there, the Playstream link. Go up there, click that link, go challenge this killer to, you know, make them play a killer that you want to see. who would you like to see right now? I know that a big favorite right now is with Vigo's court is Legion.
Legion
Mentioned that a couple times.
would be fun. I think the crowd would love to see it. Also, just for the record, we do see a score of 2-0. And it wasn't Calamity. I said Calamity earlier, had the penalty. It was Frozo. 2-0 in favor of Frozo right now as far as our score. Loading in number 2. I would like to see some Legion. I'm a big fan of Pinhead.
Oh man,
I like not the just let's keep them in chain hunt with hoarders, Franklins. I really like just keeping them in chain hunt thanks to box logic. I think it adds like a whole nother layer of depth to the game, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of the movies, so absolutely one of my favorite killers in the game, and so glad they got the new voice lines in. And
yes,
dude, he's just so much fun to even watch because of that.
Not only just the original voice lines that we loved in Lost, but then adding in some other ones. He is very much fun to play and play against. I know that there will be people in chat who will disagree. It is what it is. Everyone's entitled to their opinions, even if they are wrong, chat. So, but we are going. We do see though we had all of our offerings and everything. Did not look like we had any Mori challenges, so kind of just our traditional 4 blueprints along with the cut coin here. But yeah, I think Pinhead or even a killer that I've been enjoying watching in comp. Also, the couple times I've seen them since they've been introduced, I wouldn't mind seeing the artist come out.
Dude, yeah, like I've seen the artist in a particular matchup. I'm not going to mention names, but I saw the artist like destroy a team, and it wasn't like the nicest way of playing, but they were so OP. It was sick to watch, bro.
All right, so it looks like it is time to play the game. I don't know if you guys know this, chat, but it is all about the game and how you play it here. And of course, the doctor here on the game is going to be big because of your ability to get the static blast here. You can cover a big portion of the map, even as we see they're getting value from 3 separate survivors. Now, the doctor does have the ability to try and shut down some of the loops that you can get on this map because of the fact that it is Pallet City. But we've seen thus far, our survivors have kind of done a good job of pre-throwing these pallets.
Right. Yeah. If you can get the timing with him, like the timing is what's huge. This is actually another killer that I play often. Out of the name, I had to learn.
Right.
So, but I did enjoy playing him. But you will go up against those survivors that know how to loop him, and he's really only got that static blast. So you really got to time it right to keep them from jumping through windows or getting through in pallets. And that makes it really hard on the killers. It's all about the timing with that and the build up. A little bit of snowball, but mostly that timing.
Now we are going to see as far as the add-ons on to Doctor. I'm going to say kind of your typical comp Doctor add-ons. I mean, we don't see comp Doctor too much, but we are going to see as far as the Carter's Notes Discipline. That's part of the reason that we're seeing that red stain on the back of the survivors. That's the purple add-on. And then we have the high stimulus electrodes as well, which really just helps increase the range of that shock therapy that you were talking about, which especially when we're talking about a map like this, helps you a little bit. I think we've got Survivor right behind us there. Yeah, that's Ace. Unfortunately, click-clacking his shoes just a little too loud and gets spotted out. Not going to be able to get the pallet save. And plus 10 wood added to the face, plus a partial blind should at least allow Ace to build a little distance.
The only bad part there is, like, if he would have been a little more quiet, he could have stood a chance of getting a pallet save right there. But going back to the static charge, that right there was textbook on how to time everything right with the doctor. He got that static charge off, and they couldn't throw the pallet, and that's how he ended up getting them down to begin with.
All right, and so we do see here at this point, getting the grab just in time. Question is, no decisive strike. That's now going to be stage number 2 here. And that does mean this survivor, the Lori, will able to be tunneled out as soon as they're removed from the hook here. Trying to use the high stimulus electrodes in that extra range there. Trying to see if you can get it on the survivor that's working on the gen over there. Not quite going to be the case. But of course, at this point, you can kind of just use it as a little bit of minimal passive pressure on this gen, as well as the couple times that you tear him up. As you can see there, X9 note, now absolutely batshit crazy. Going to need to go over and defrag their brain a little bit here. Now also we've got Ace moving in, and if Ace is by themselves, this is going to be tough because Slow's going to be able to use the shock to interrupt the grab if you want. Plus now, going to be showing some patience. This is going to be tough, and it's going to require a second survivor to need to come in. That is now going to be the Nancy. However, right now, both of them kind of in shocking range can still... Oh, not going to be able to get the grab, though, onto the real C-Bot. That is going to cause a 1-for-1 here. That should also allow for the Lori to be able to get to safety, as Lori is going to drop down the hole here. Protection hit taken by our Nancy here as well. I do like this decision from Slow, though. You know that you're going to require a survivor to come in to pick up your slug. They're also going to go for the reset. Really no reason not to tunnel here.
Right. That was really good use of his shock therapy right there. You know, forcing... It was so much pressure forcing the other survivor to come over and assist with the unhook. You know, that's another survivor that's actually not working on a gen. So,
exactly.
I mean, some good pressure there.
Now, this is going to be interesting, of course, in the game down here. We do have the double God pallets here by basement. One of those now down and out of the way. The other one down, we do see Lori one more time taking a protection hit. Will also need to defrag their... Or not the Lori, that was the Nancy taking their protection hit. That's the Lori here. Now being down on the ground, that is going to be hook state number 3. I'm not sure if this chase here has allowed our survivors to possibly get at least a 4th gen done, but right now our survivors really need it.
Right, it looks like they're working on one up here. Sounds like there's one really close. Maybe 2 that were really close when we ran through there.
Yeah, we heard the one for sure upstairs, the one that we had kind of been, that's in the one corner, at this middle room. Oh, Ace isn't going to be able to make this rotation. I wonder if Ace has DS. Nope. That answers that. Ace doing a good job, though, here at this point. Dropping down to the bottom floor. That does require Slow to have to drop down to the bottom floor as well. Gives them enough time to finish that generator up on the main floor here. Still a decent 3-gen-ish. I mean, considering, right, like, I mean, you have one that's in the middle, 2 kind of close to each other, the opposite side. That's going to be the real C-Bot. The question is this actually the decisive strike, or was this just a bait? And that was just a bait. Or at least I'm hoping for C-Bot's case that was a bait and not a missed DS. Otherwise, he is going to be getting clowned in that voice channel right now.
It was a good move by Slow to call that bluff, if that was a bluff. I will say that. Like you said, he will be catching a lot of grief if it was a mistake. But this is a tough situation to be in with the doctor now with that last gen up.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting here as far as when we talk about. I don't think you could. Yeet! Got him down. So that's going to be down on the bottom floor. And I think thanks to the fact that you've got 2 stacks of the No Way Out protecting that door across the way, very easy decision by Slow to go ahead and drop down low here. Go ahead and secure the second elimination. That at least is going to help you out here, because we do still have the no one escapes death still in our deck here at this point here as well. Sitting at about 8 seconds left or so until those doors will be able to be powered, thanks to the No Way Out. And
with that static blast, he gives him a bunch of intel and can tell him where they're not, obviously. But having no ed with this particular killer is really strong if you can catch them.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because you had mentioned getting the information as to where... Wait, was that movement back I saw back behind on that door? I think we might have actually seen a head move for that door panel over there. I might be mistaken. No, there's no lights over there. But we might be seeing where our survivors were trying to use lockers to at least avoid the blast. Yeah, here's at least one survivor over to the right here, going to be going into the basement. Now, well, not basement, but the second floor, the bottom floor. And this can be interesting. It puts Slow in a very uncomfortable position because I would imagine we probably see our survivors splitting pressure on the doors, as in one was on one side, one was on the other, which means if this door over here has been getting worked on, we could still potentially see a 2 out here.
Yeah, now the other survivor, boom, doors open. Pre-drop. She's got a little bit of time here.
Now this is going to be where things are tough because this map doesn't exactly give us the most traditional hatch spawns.
Oof.
And that is now going to be down. It's going to be the 3K here for Slow, which does mean that they have more kills than they have. Oh, wait a minute. They should still be able to make this hook over here with these. Don't forget we used the hook that we were right at for our second elimination, but going to be able to make it here. That's going to be a 3K here, 9 stages altogether.
Man, imagine if DS happened right there, bruh. Imagine if she had DS, man. Like,
I'm trying to remember. I think it was the light skin who was running Lori. We're going to have to check because if you're running Lori and not running... Oh, no, it's C-Bot. C-Bot? No, I don't even remember who it was. I think it was the Lori. Yeah, because C-Bot was actually running Decisive Strike. But there was Lori down here that did not, unfortunately. They did have the renewal, though, so I'm wondering if maybe, and I didn't happen to remember looking in, I wonder if they jumped in the locker hoping that was going to buy them enough time for the renewal to pop off. You know what I mean? Because it's 60 or 20 seconds and then they're fully healthy, so that might have been what they're trying to go for play-wise.
All in all, I feel like that was a great match.
Yeah.
Because the Doctor is one of those killers that, you know, once you learn him, he's really not that hard to loop. You know, he's not hard to counter. So, like, I feel like it was a really good matchup. And
we will have our scorekeepers update us here in a second. Do keep in mind that if there is a tie, like we saw in our very first matchup of the day, I think that was the Calamity Ferozo game. If there is a tie, it comes down to total blood points accumulated through the course of the 2 trials. So that's kind of a really easy way to make it so there's no like overall tie, right?
Right.
But that does technically put us at the 3/4 point as far as for our day here, which is nice. We're going to let the scorekeepers have a second. If I had to guess, our scorekeepers right now are probably like compiling the actual blood points for the tiebreaker, if I had to guess. So while they do that, and while Q goes and does that infamous Q thing, since he has the smallest bladder on Twitch, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Vigo's Court, we're back after a very quick break, and it is confirmed. Frozo, the team who literally came in at the last, they're our last entrant. I think they literally got they were asked to step in for a team this morning. I think they were asked to step in for the Chunky Monkeys this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Now going to be moving on to winners bracket round 3 here, which is pretty impressive here. That does mean that
Very impressive.
Ruby Wolves will be moving on to face. Is that right? No, because that's not right. We have to wait to figure out who they're facing actually in this next matchup, which is going to be Caffeine Dream versus Mirage here.
Ooh, Caffeine Dream. Just the name, dude. Like, I want to go back to where Chef was here earlier and you guys were talking about, caffeinated beverages.
Yeah.
I was saying, Dr. Pepper all the way, but, I am mildly addicted to the Loca Mocha monsters. I'm not going to lie. Like, those things are amazing. What flavor you got there? That looks like a monster.
This is the Ultra Feisty, or Ultra Fiesta Mango. It's in the Ultra Monster, like, the sample or variety packet Sam's. Not an ad, by the way.
Right. Got you. I think there's the Ultraviolet is the purple one. That one's really good. And then there was the I think it's Peachy Keen, actually, is the name of it.
Really?
And it tastes like those peach O's, like those little gummies. Have you ever tried those? Do you like peach? Oh my God, man. It's amazing. I love it. But they are the, sugar-free ones. And, I'm a big boy. I like that sugar.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go for the sugar.
Yeah, I know the one that you're talking about, though. It's got the skeleton stuff on it, right? The blue with the orange?
Yeah.
Can?
No. That's the mango one, actually. Yeah,
the first one you were talking about, right? The mango one that you're talking. Isn't that the one you're talking about in the beginning?
No, the ultraviolet. No, the Loca Mocha is a coffee one.
Oh, yeah.
Flavored coffee one they have. It's the one that tastes the most like coffee. The other ones all just taste like a really sweet, milky drink. But no, the Loca Mocha is the darkest one, and it actually tastes like a coffee beverage.
See, I think I have a hard time with the coffee ones because I feel like if I'm gonna drink Monster, I want to drink like Monster. If I want a coffee, I drink coffee. You know what I'm saying?
Tell you what, though, man. Like, what's the triple shots from what is that? Starbucks triple shot ones. Oh my gosh, bro! Like those things amp me up, man. Like if I have one of those, man, I'm up for the entire day, wide awake. But,
we have this little local spot here in town that we actually go visit every Saturday. Mostly because usually my Saturdays are busy, kind of like right now with shoutcasting all day, around Comp DBD somewhere, and they have these 32-ounce cups that they usually have. I get the iced coffee with the extra shot in, and it just gets me in the mood and ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah, because you got to have that energy, man. When you come into a cast or host or anything like that, there's a lot of prep that goes into it mentally, and you got to have that energy to back you up, bro. And it's huge. But going on, we've got the links down here, the Playstream links for the Survivor. We have a little bit of a correction for the Killer. Right there, you see it in chat.
It's a correction for one of the Survivors, actually.
Oh, yep.
Because Arrhenius is our killer here. Oh, no, Arrhenius is not our killer. I'm so confused what we got going on here. Because Cat Morrow is our killer. Hold on, let me see if I can make sure we got a good link here. Oh, wait. Is that just Maelstrom's other account? Is that the name? Is that what's going on? No, Maelstrom's right there. I'm so confused. Hold on.
The confusion is real, but you guys can check the link, do the thing, and you can go challenge the players. And remember, that's a way to support Vigo's Court and the streamer as well. So, all in fun and, challenge them. Make them play a killer you want to see.
And we're talking about, we're 3/4 of the way through day number 1, and we are at almost $500 raised. So that's $500 that you guys have challenged and have allowed to be distributed amongst the players already. Plus, since Playstream is matching that for the prize pool at the end, we keep cranking that bad boy up too. You love to see it.
Yeah, big numbers, big hype. That shows so much support for Vigos, and that's great to see the turnout we have. Because I know it is a relatively new thing. So, I mean, it's new to Vigo's court, and it's a great opportunity for everyone, really, all the way around.
Yeah, it's honestly, I think saying it's best for everyone all the way around is really the best way of putting it. I know we've touched on it a couple of points throughout the course of the day, but I can't think of anywhere else as a competitor where I can play in a tournament, make myself a little bit of extra scratch, even if I don't win the tournament. You know what I mean? That's pretty cool.
Right, yeah. Like, I can't think of any at all.
Yeah.
Actually. Like, I've been around a lot of tournaments, and I can tell you right now that I haven't seen one do that yet. You have prize pools for first, second place.
Maybe like a top kills round of the tournament or something if it's like a BR or something, you know what I mean? But that's the only way you're getting money if you don't win, you know what I mean? Like
exactly, yeah. And I mean, this gives the opportunity to get money at any time.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you are losing, if you're winning, it doesn't matter. You still stand a chance. And it is another thing. If I remember right, doesn't the winner of this tournament automatically get entered into season 3?
That is for our qualifier here in a couple weeks. All right, is it for this? No.
I can't remember.
I was gonna say the qualifier of the winner of our qualifier is for sure an A. I'll have to double check as far as this one here. I do see though, and I'll let that. Let me do the research on that in the back.
Yeah, check the rules real quick, because I think that's how it works out.
Is it? If that's the case, that is super dope.
Yeah, I mean, I may be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Check the rules. Get the receipts, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's working out.
All right, we are,
which is huge, especially for a team, that may not have caught registration yet.
Mm-hmm.
For the qualifiers, that's huge for them. I mean, that's great news.
And it does look like it was the case. So it is Arrhenius, the link that's up at the top. The added in as far as in the links in chat, just so we're all confirmed. Instead of Seizure the Ape on Survivor, it's Maelstrom 71. That's that extra link that's sitting over there. But since we are moving in and everything there, not really going to be able to apply for this one. So it means hold on to those couple of bucks. Get ready to challenge our next players here. I should actually probably also let them know. Good to go. Good luck. Have fun. I didn't see a map set yet either. That's okay. You know what? If I don't see a map set, that means... Oh, well, there it is. Cold Tower.
There it is. Cold Tower.
So I wonder, was that a Cold Tower because no one chose the
you
map?
Mentioned it.
Or is it because
you mentioned not having a map yet, and then it was just like, boom, there it is.
So does that mean, though, do we have someone who picked Cold Tower for a specific killer? Or did we maybe just not have a map selected? That's the interesting thought. We'll have to wait and see who our killer is and kind of make a guess from there.
That's the default map, right?
Correct. Or you can choose that map. I don't know. It'd be like one of those, like, you basically are just donating to whoever. But yes. Because the default map is Cold. And we saw it. Cold Tower earlier was for the Nurse game. And I think that was the only game we've seen thus far on Cold Tower. I'll tell you what, Nurse games on Cold Tower are fun. Kind of like we saw earlier. It's just the Nurse is almost always in a chase. It's just hard to run from her.
Yeah. It's you can't get away from the Nurse. I'm anxious to see what killer we got here.
Yeah.
If we're gonna get a duplicate or if we're gonna get someone new.
I really like, especially like once we get to these points, because I feel like the couple of one-offs might have already been chosen, but maybe someone has something up their sleeve, especially too. I mean, we're talking about this is our last of the losers bracket games, for losers bracket round 1 games, I should say, last of our loser bracket games for today. So this is literally a must-win situation for both of our teams here between Mirage and Caffeine Dream.
Yeah. I'm going to stick to my guns. I want to see a good Trapper game.
Strong Evan gameplay.
I want to see someone troll a killer with a Trapper game. That'd be great.
I feel like if you're going to do that, you would want to put them on a map that's good for Trappers. So like maybe like Grim Pantry or something.
Right, yeah.
But let's go ahead and take a trip back on into the fog here. Gonna be seeing the Death Slinger. And of course, with it being on Cold Tower being a smaller map, which, you know, with a little bit of a limp in his step there, making him a 4.4 killer, which must I say, I just love that he's one of the 4.4 killers who like has a part of lore in his story that makes him 4.4, not just because he's slow, you know? Yeah. But we do see coming up, breaking up the main building very, very early. I like that play. It's going to, of course, break down the strength of that tile here at main. However, with spawning in the middle of the map, kind of the way that we had seen Arrhenius do here, that does kind of make you wonder where the survivors spawned at, because really anything's on the table right now.
Right.
No middle gen either. This is one of those, actually probably one of the more, I would say, favorable gen setups that I've seen on Cold Tower. I mean, generally you have the 3 gen on top. The 3 straight across is pretty well there every time. But this middle gen being slid to the side there a little bit more towards that 1 o'clock side, if we're looking at it, kind of brings it in a little bit closer and really tightens down. Tightens down the 3 gen that doesn't include the corner. Nice shot through the window here, but also gives yourself a little bit of a 4 gen setup. Finding a very early shot here onto Kaylee Bear, which is going to be big. Going to be seeing a little bit of extra value from the green keys there, which gives you the quicker reload, makes that time spent just a little bit shorter. And going to be seeing now. This is the thing that is new with, I shouldn't say new, but that's changed with the Slinger. Instead of going with the quick scopes like we've seen in past, now with the change that was about at this point 3-4 months ago, you get to have the faster movement speed like we saw Arrhenius use there. So instead of drawing down the weapon, you stay scoped in until you just get close enough, then the M1 is just guaranteed.
Right. Yeah, and now Corrupt is lifted. But I wonder where all these survivors are at and how far they've gotten on these gens, because he was patrolling a little bit early in the game, but it was late through the Corrupt timer when he actually found a survivor. So, boom, there we go.
Yeah, there's one gen over there, and I would imagine with that gen having quite a bit of progress as well as this one, the generators were probably pretty well split across the board. So we know that one that's covered up by the deadlock back there, that thing's going click-clack like an old school Cadillac. So that thing doesn't have too much longer to go until that thing's just about wrapped up. So I think your question is valid. I don't think the top mid gen has been touched much. We kind of, we're doing some chase here on the top side of the map. And if that's the case, especially since this hook is right next to this, really rotated gen, making this more of a 4 gen on the side of the map right now, you can definitely understand why Arrhenius would want to stay here and secure this hook. I mean, now also seeing Jane coming in. Oh, Jane's not going to get the M1. The M1 actually came across onto Kaylee Bear, which is going to allow a little bit more time spent by our Jane here to be able to use as a body block to allow basically our survivors to get away. The question is Kaylee Bear going to be able to break away? Because, of course, they are now on death hook. Nice shot over just the edge of the gate. God. That was absolutely filthy.
That was nasty, nasty shot. Like, if that would have been a Huntress with a hatchet, like that would have been one of those, like, I'm going to DC.
Yeah, like, I'm dropping out the window. I don't even know how I got hit. Yeah, for sure. But now look at this. We're talking about an elimination. At 3 gens still left, not going to be able to find a connection onto Legum there. But our 4 gen firmly intact. Not only is the 4 gen intact, but we got to remember that generator back at the 5 o'clock position over here, that was the one that we had pushed Kaylee Bear off of. I would imagine still probably has rather minimal progress on it. So, I mean, really good position to be in here if you are Arrhenius.
Absolutely, man.
Now we do.
But it's now a 3 survivors left.
Mm-hmm.
That gen, just a little bit of progress on it. kind of makes you wonder where they're at right now with this 4-gen.
Yeah, it makes me think that we're probably seeing survivors split up across the board. That way you can never press 2 survivors off a single gen, right? Because we know that at least we've got Miss Thickums working up here on the top side. Can you shoot that? Don't do it. Imagine.
I thought it was going to happen again, bro.
Now getting the easy M1, though, onto the back of Jane. We hear that generator over at Pride Rock still sitting around the same amount of progress. Makes me think that we're not seeing much there. Nice double back by Legum isn't going to allow much distance here. And unless we're looking at a different, I was going to say a very awkward dead hard to buy, maybe enough time to make the window across the way. That is going to be a down here. They do get the generator complete up at 11. So that is going to really tighten down the 3-gen when we talk about on the top side, because it's going to be this one, the main building, and the Pride Rock. But we can see that the Pride Rock is currently covered up with a deadlock.
Yeah. Which I feel like with the Slinger, this is still a tough situation to be in for the survivors because he has that range.
And this is going to be so tough. I mean, we've lost some of our resources around here. I mean, part of it is you've got the TNL here, which of course doesn't give you a resource. But the Pride Rock back here doesn't have anything. I mean, if you can build some distance and make it to this little tile here, you've got some room. But ooh, nice lead of the shot to be able to get the application onto the thing. As we see the shot hit, that is going to cause Legum to, I would imagine that is probably the deliverance that we had seen behind us. Nice shot. Not going to be able to find a connection, though, onto the thing here. Keep in mind, though, the deliverance means that we didn't need to have a survivor move in for the save onto the Jane, which means that we probably have Autumn just vibing on a gen right now.
They've got 2 gens left. That's almost like a necessity at this point.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hitboxes, baby. Hitboxes. You gotta love the hitboxes for them survivors, bro.
By the pixel. Able to catch Maelstrom here. And that is now going to be another fresh hook. Hook stage number 5 altogether. But the 3-gen up on the top is now broken. And now we do have the gens at, 1, 3, and 5 still all up. You can consider this a little bit of a 3-gen. We know that the generator at Pride Rock at one point was the furthest progressed. So maybe makes me wonder how much progress is on this gen behind us. It's sitting around 50-ish. It sounds like. So probably this and Pride Rock gen are probably around the same progress.
Words are hard. I get it, bro.
Man, it's been a long day, bro.
I feel you. So there we go with the hook on second phase. We got still 2 up. It kind of makes you wonder if they're on a gen right now. Going to let them hang for a minute.
Nice.
Healing up there.
Nice shot onto Autumn.
Nice shot.
Really well done. Doing a good job too as well to make it so you don't pull them off of the rock. Pulling them off the rock would allow them to jet away even quicker. It's kind of like a mini zoning really back on the Pride Rock there, keeping them as far closest to the corner of the map as possible. So it kind of like mitigates the distance. And when you double back and you find Maelstrom moving in for the hook, this is going to be tough. Can't help but wonder if maybe we see Autumn trying to sneak in behind. Looks like a lithe play to try and get the room here, but look. Oh, we get the grab.
Here. Yeah, timed it perfect.
And that's going to be
ensuring
big.
That kill. That's a rough spot to be in right now. Oh, there's the gen.
Yeah, so even if Maelstrom is your unbreakable, isn't going to be able to do that in time for the save here. So that is going to be elimination number 2. Trying to go for the pillbox hit onto the Yui, similar to we had seen the Claudette in the beginning portion of the trial. Not going to be able to do it. Now, I think that was a premature pallet vault, and this will now be a down in the main building. So I definitely understand why Rinius here is going to go for the pickup onto Autumn first, as I do believe Autumn is the fresh hook. And unless Maelstrom's going to be able to either find a place to bleed out in or get the hatch, that's a 4K.
Have we seen DS yet?
I don't think we've seen DS. Excuse me?
No way. No way.
4%?
Oh, 4%? Yeah.
What?
Is that what I think it was?
What? Bro, you kidding me? 4%? It's unfortunate as you're not really going to be able to get anything out of it, but able to avoid the shot here, though. I mean, and maybe if Autumn can get over here, maybe you get Maelstrom off the ground, but you're still one of them's going to be very quickly. Yeah, back down on the ground, going to be Autumn here. And Maelstrom's not too far off in the distance, so now you can just go ahead and chase this person down, especially with the extra value from your green keys, because you're going to get the reload even quicker, minimizes the distance built. Nice job, though, by Maelstrom to be able to read that mind game to avoid the M1 from Arrhenius here, but there really isn't anywhere to go from here at this point. It's at this point really is more a matter of when than a matter of if.
I do like how we're getting to see some shots that you normally wouldn't take in some pretty strange areas. There's another down.
Hit this from distance.
Land this shot. I feel a shot coming.
Ooh.
No.
Not able to make the connection here. However, again, going back to this corner, this has to be a balanced landing play, right? No balanced landing, so not big distance. Phase up, not going to be able to get the highlight reel shot. But with this door being broken down over here, this does make this chase a little bit easier for Arrhenius to be able to manage. Yeah, and this is going to be at this point a down. And unless Maelstrom's sitting there with a unbreakable, that should spell GG's. However, what's going to be tough is wondering where Maelstrom went, because if Maelstrom's over here in this corner, our hook economy on this corner of the map has pretty well been depleted.
Right, and Autumn did a really good job of taking them around the map a little bit, but right there, unfortunately, Maelstrom's been picked up, and looks like we get the hook.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what resolution y'all are watching this in chat, but that does indeed look like a 4K to me at 4 gens complete here by the Death Slinger. Really good job by Arrhenius to be able to come out here, really set the pace as far as for their team.
I will say we had an excellent shot land on that map. Oh my gosh, dude! That if I wasn't clip worthy, I don't know what was. That was pretty nasty.
Yeah, the shot onto the Claudette there. I really feel like the shot on the Claudette really started the little bit of a snowball there, and I don't know if it's so much just because it caused another down to be so quick, or if it is because of the confidence that it gave the killer, or if it maybe caused a little bit of panic on the survivor side, or maybe a culmination of the three.
Yeah. I feel like it could be a combination of three and in small ways, but all in all, that was a 4K, bro.
Yeah, it looked nice.
But, I mean, survivors, they got 4 gens up. They almost had that 5th gen. It was really, really close. But I can't wait to see the score on this one.
Yeah, I feel like with looking at it there, we know that the killer had more eliminations than escapes. I think the killer had the top score there. So I feel like our killer probably took the lead there. It's hard to say though, because of course, we kind of have the different scoring here for the tournament, which again, if we have anybody in chat who hasn't been able to check it out, if y'all are interested as far as what we've got going on with for the rules here, make sure you're following that link there in chat, and they will get you squared away. So
yeah, check out the rules, and if you guys didn't know, watch out for the links for the killer and survivors next match. You can go troll them with Playstream. You can spend a few bucks and make the match harder on them or easier for your favorite streamers by doing that. And for every dollar spent helps out Vigo's Court. And so this is a great way to help out both the streamer and Vigo's Court at the same time.
Yeah, I think, again, kind of circling back to it, it's like the nice thing is you are... All right, Legum. I'll come join you, I guess. I thought I was joining this guy, but I'll join someone else. It's fine. But yeah, it's a way to, I mean, we're seeing here now at this point, as far as for the tourney as a whole, raised over $500, you know? The pool just keeps, the prize pool just keeps going up for the winners at the end, as well as y'all kind of continue to let us get a couple of these, get a couple of the small little changes into the pockets of our players here, and I'm sure they're very thankful for it as well. Plus, again, like, I like the idea of the viewer controlling everything. They get to pick the map.
Yeah.
They get to pick the killer. You know what? I want you guys to all run no mither, you know, as we've seen earlier today as well. It makes for some interesting dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we always practice anyways. We allow people to, like, say, for instance, spend channel points to do so. But in a tournament, to be able to just spend a little bit of cash, and it's across the board. So it's like every player. So it's a way to support your favorite streamer by going to someone else's stream and, you know, giving them a handicap, if you will.
Right.
And, you know, and having fun and trolling your favorite streamer at the same time, you know. So it's a win-win for everyone, really. It's a great setup. I enjoy it a lot.
You control your favorite streamer. If you're a friend of Seizure, maybe you want to help Seizure out, and you go challenge the survivors and have them all go play No Mither. You know what I mean? So maybe it's more helping out your favorite person. It really kind of depends on how devious your mind is, really.
Yeah, and come on, Doc wants to see a Trapper game. Come on. Torture a killer with a Trapper game, bro. So there we got the links up right now. Make sure you go click those, check them out. And like I said, you can spend a little bit of money and challenge them. And you got the rules and everything right there. So make sure you go check that out.
Oh, man. It's crazy to think that... this is the thing that I do like about comp DBD, though, is I don't feel like we've already been at this for 6 hours today. Like, it's just been very fun.
Matches are so quick.
Yeah, and like the games are good, and I think because of how much changes thanks to the whole Playstream aspect, like every trial really is so different. Like, there's no mirror matches. It's not like you're seeing, you know, 3 different teams play Oni on this map because that's what comes up in the picks and bans. Like, literally, like, we get to control it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I'm wondering what killer we're gonna have next.
I don't know. So, I mean, when we look across the board on some killers that we can have fun with that we have yet to see. You know, we haven't seen
like to
Pig.
see a Plague game, man. You mentioned that earlier.
Plague's really fun to watch in comp, honestly. I think the big thing, especially when you talk about like comp Plague, even especially like in a more like balanced scene, once the game starts going and people start getting sick, and especially because you see a lot of plagues tend to bring in the thanatophobia, it starts putting pressure on the survivors of, do I cleanse? Do I not cleanse? Because, of course, if I cleanse, there are some plagues out there that will really make you, or will really punish you for giving them the sniper rifle. But at the same time, if you don't give them the sniper rifle, you're one shot down any time. So, like...
Yeah, it's such a she is a tough killer to go against, man. Like, because exactly what you just said, and especially if you know, your survivor squad is kind of split on what to do. You know, you'll have one of them will go cleanse, and then while the other 3 aren't trying to, and then it's just miscommunication there, and then it just turns into a head game. You know, in a natural state, just by the Plague playing as the Plague. I mean, the Plague, you know, she brings that on to the survivor squad without even meaning to.
And then the other cool aspect that I really like, because honestly, one of my favorite things, I just hosted a 1v1 tournament a couple weeks ago for the first time, and I've noticed how much I really enjoy like just the 1v1 interactions in comp. And especially when you talk about the Plague, when a Plague gets into power, it's the mind game between somebody who's looping a pallet. Can I loop the pallet longer to actually get a stun, to stun the killer out of their power? Or if I'm the killer, do I play a little bit less aggressive, but still set myself up for a shot if they go for it? It's like this weird like cat and mouse game, right?
Yeah, it's really fun to watch. It's like a really intense chess game. If you guys don't get bored watching chess, this is a way more exciting way to see the same kind of strategy, in my opinion. Besides like UFC or something. But I do enjoy watching the Plague, in a match because it is a snowball. It is a snowball killer, and she, once you're poisoned, and like you said before, like if you don't cleanse, you're still one shot. So she can still M1 you down. She doesn't have to puke on you to get you down. But then if she does get that, that ability after you're cleansed, like say everyone cleanses, dude, that just gives her a sniper rifle with
for the rest
a
of the
ton
game.
bullets.
Yeah.
Like do you really want to go up against that? I mean, yeah, you do have to get hit twice with it if you are in full state, but that's still tough, man. And if you got someone who's good at hitting those shots, those puke shots, man, like it's intense. Real quick, have you ever heard a canceled shot with the Plague?
Yeah.
It is one of the most disturbing things, bro. Raccoon City again. But yeah, it is one of the most disturbing sounds, bro, is to hear Plague cancel a shot. It's just like, oh man. That gives me goose pimples.
Yeah.
Like in a wrong way. So we do have Raccoon City as the map. I was allowed to call that out, right? It was on screen.
Yeah, you're allowed to call it out. Yeah.
We have no clue about Killer though, so
it makes me wonder if was the map just like a haste, so what we have something, let's at least give them a challenge, or was the map because of the Killer pick?
I mean, what killer would pick that map? What killer would be strong in that map? Like, give me an example.
Pig with VHS tape and rule set 2.
Oh
Smiles.
My God, dude. Pig, we haven't seen a pig today.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, did you just make a prediction?
I mean, if we did, I hope so. I mean, I like coming up with the mischievous stuff, and that's been one that's been on my list for a while. So if I hadn't made it happen, I'm down for it.
Oh my.
But even too, again, maybe is this one of those where Seizure was maybe someone picked a blight for them, so they're like, oh well, to give you a challenge, now you've got to figure out how to work through the doorways and stuff too. It's like it's the whole give and take thing. Who picked the map? Was it actually Mirage sending a curveball at our squad here? You know what I mean? Or was it actually Caffeine Dream's pick? That's the real question.
Man, that goes back to what you were saying, man. Don't like being not in no, bro.
Yeah.
Like we need to know. Don't like not being in no. Rick James.
Rick James. Well, you know what though? I see we've got people readying up. We've got 4 survivors ready, which makes me think Seizure's just doing the last little quick checkup, making sure the build's ready to go. I see they have readied up here as well, so we're gonna go ahead and get connected, and then we don't have to think it anymore. Also, as far as the score here, because I don't think we ever gave you guys an official score, it is actually 2-0 in favor of Mirage here, who is on the survivor side. So I'm gonna keep in mind.
Let's see how this turns out.
We got us 4 bloody blueprints. We've got a cut coin, so no one offered. We had a couple of Mori offerings earlier, and I don't think we saw a single Mori, other than the one Rancor Mori.
I think we did see one.
But that was a Rancor Mori, so that's different than a regular Mori, right?
Right, yeah. I wasn't sure if that's what it was or not.
Yeah, it was a Rancor.
I was still working at the time and I was just listening to it, so I didn't really get to see it. I was just listening while I was driving.
I could be mistaken on that, but I'm pretty sure the only Mori we've seen has been thanks to Rancor instead of the actual Mori itself. So something to keep in mind while we head into our last matchup of the night after this. If y'all want to see a Mori, that is a challenge you're able to throw at our killers here.
Do it.
Do it.
I still want to see a Trapper game.
Yeah. You know what though? Honestly, I feel like that's one of the ones. If I'm holding on to like making somebody play Trapper, like I'm waiting till the grand finals.
Yeah, just holding on to that buck, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I would be so mad if someone did that to me. Unless I was good with the Trapper, and then it'd be jokes on you.
Yeah, right. I'm actually a secret Trapper main. Ooh, so we said we wanted to see some artists. Ask and you shall receive here. We're going to be seeing, of course, the Corrupt Intervention, pretty well a staple when it comes to comp DBD. Even on a map like this where, you know, the survivors might not necessarily know exactly where all the generators are at, the spawns are still kind of common. You usually have one somewhere here in the middle area, generally have one on the helipad, generally have one either in this sergeant's room next to us or in the back of the stairs. So there's some oh, well, welcome to Dead by Daylight. There's a M1 onto the back of Nia here. And now at this point going to be working to... Oh, no, yep, there, yeah, keep following them there. There we are, going back into the main corridor itself. Now it's crazy. We saw the one survivor over on the other side of our main top side. Now also seeing, I think that's the ace, Arrhenius, moving in to be able to take a protection hit, trying to prolong this first chase as long as possible, which is going to be big because we're already 75 seconds into this trial. Get stunned, stupid, says Arrhenius, as they apply plus 10 wood to the face.
Right, and this is a map I'm kind of curious to see how the artist can do, because this is one of those that's really huge for looping in tight areas, and she is an anti-looper, you know, so like I'm really excited to see how she does in this.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say that you don't really get to truly flex the power of the artist skill on this map, just because you can't really shoot upstairs from downstairs and downstairs to upstairs in the sense when you're going across the map there. But yeah, you do have some of the loops that can be kind of a pain in the rear, especially once certain pallets get dropped, or even just when you're working around certain hallways here. Kind of like even we're seeing Seizure setting up for, as we speak, tried to do the dead hard. Nice job by Seizure to anticipate that. Unfortunately, going to be too early of a pallet drop, which does not result in a save, which is now going to be hook state number 1 in the dead center of the map.
There's another gen, or a gen up, not another gen. The gens are really spread on this map, which does make it a little difficult. I feel like on the survivor side, because if you're not careful, you can 3-gen yourself really easy.
Yeah, I think the important thing when you're... Oh, well, hello. The important thing when you're playing Survivor on this map is you want to try and knock out some of your middle gens early, because it's very easy to knock out, like, the one up on the helipad, the one on the far other side of the map as well. Ooh, taking the hit state there. That's going to be a down before the save onto Arrhenius. Arrhenius thought they were going to have enough room after the speed boost to be able to get the save, but that's actually not the case. This can be huge for a couple of reasons, because if Arrhenius made that move we just saw in anticipation of being able to get a fresh, in anticipation of getting a safe save, setting up a deliverance, meaning now deliverance isn't in play. This could be big. Ooh, just before second stage is forced here. Also not going to be able to get the 1-for-1 exchange, because I think the first time we actually hit the survivor that was on the hook itself. Gotta be careful here, because if we don't pick Arrhenius up off the floor and put them on a hook, there could still be a potential of deliverance if that was indeed the what they're going for.
Yeah, this is a... Man, this is such a tough map for any killer, and like I'm paying really close attention because I'm really curious at how our artist is going to play this out. And there you saw she landed some crows, which is huge.
There's
right in front of a hook.
Yep, number 3. Not sure why we're swinging there this time, unless it was supposed to be a... in case there is a D strike, just trying to get the cool little animation there. But that is now stage 2 here. On to Cat Morrow. And I thought Cat Morrow was Arrhenius. Apparently I was mistaken on that. Arrhenius, it looks like there's another player in the actual trial itself here. But Arrhenius, you know, now at this point, had the birds retreated away. The question, though, is, remember, Arrhenius was setting up before, I think, looking for a potential safe save. That looks like to be the case here. And if that is the case, you can probably anticipate borrow time being onto the ace here. We're probably going to be counting out the borrow time as we go here. Ace is going to be taking this drop, which I'm actually kind of surprised Seizure took the time to go there. Now going to be seeing, though, a very quick vault into this... Oh, and they buried themselves into this corner. That's tough.
This is a tough setup right here. With the artist. Like, yeah, he had nowhere to go right there.
And there's Arrhenius one more time, laying in the shadows. Looks like it was trying to potentially be setting up for the flashlight save. We do see, though, able to get an application as far as with the birds going for the cross map. Not going to be able to find connection.
You know, something we haven't... Okay. Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, something we haven't seen is some sort of save and, or an attempt, and there they had a... sounded like firecrackers.
Yeah, and actually the firecracker worked out in the killer's favor because I feel like it was dropped a little too early.
Yeah, way too early.
I mean,
yeah, that's something I've seen though with our killer as well, is like map awareness on this particular map is huge, and you know, not knowing these corridors, for instance, like I feel like our killer is trying to lead some of these survivors, but just having trouble lining it up because the way the corridors are, they're really disorienting. You know, because of different sizes of rooms and things like that, and the way the corners cut around, and looks like you know, because normally an artist, you know, just like that right there, would be spamming gens, trying to find these guys, you know, keeping pressure on gens from a distance, you know, from what I've seen. But it's kind of difficult on this map, like you mentioned earlier, about not being able to launch your crows to the second floor, things like that. Kind of makes it really difficult on you as the killer. But I feel like they're doing a great job of setting up, like setting these crows up for these different corridors.
yeah, and I think the other thing too, you talked about like the disorientation from the corridors because they have so many like tight turns. You can't tell exactly which is a good shot. Like that shot there was really good, but we've seen them try that a couple other times and been just a little ahead or behind. And then you end up not really getting the value from the birds. Nice shot though by the M2 there at this point to be able to get the down onto Spider. This is going to be hook stage number 4. First hook stage onto Spider here themselves. And we do see, you talked about how sometimes it's easy to play into the 3 gens on this map, but our survivors have done an excellent job of being able to spread them up. You pretty well got 2 on one side, 1 on the opposite side of the map.
But with the artists in particular, you know, with them being spread out like that, she can still, you know, like she's doing right now, send out those crows and try to, you know, gain some intel, or if anything, try to, you know, slow down your progression on the gen.
Now, it is worth noting, we do see the broken status next to Spider's name. I'm not sure if that's from a deliverance. I can't remember if Spider was responsible for one of the saves in order to get them deliverance. If it's not deliverance, yeah, it's actually going to be the renewal like we saw just there. It only took 20 seconds and then already up to full health meant that they are probably already starting to work on a gen across the way. 2 people probably even together, which can quickly crank out a generator. We do see the application. They're actually sitting right there on the gen. That makes me think that they're trying to commit for the last little bit of this generator itself.
Yep. And that goes back to what I was saying about the artists being able to keep pressure on those gens from a distance. You know, they were able to spot where they were at really fast.
And I don't know if you had seen there, but we had seen one survivor pretty much as soon as they had gotten rid of birds, got them reapplied. But unfortunately, just after they had gotten rid of the first one, which means there wasn't a health state change. We do see, though, both Katrina Bleed as well as Spider, both now injured here. 2 stacks of the Thanatophobia. So if anyone is working on a gen, currently getting slowed down by 10%, a little bit of more help on the gens. But at this point, honestly, with it only needing 1 gen complete and 2 of them being so close to one another, Seizure really in a tough spot.
Yeah, I feel like they should probably kick that gen to get the regression started, but I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's a good play right here. At least keep that one down, because you know the survivors are most likely going to work on another one. There's the kick. Okay, so that you know they're most likely going to another one since he's camping that one out pretty hard. But now he's got to, play the game to go find them. But do they heal or do they start working on gens? And I think the answer was heal. They just healed up. So now they've got the one gen clear across map, and they've got these 2 gens over here. Where do you think they're going to go, Q? What do you see happening here?
That's a good question, because we know that the 2 survivors did seem to retreat towards the stairs that lead down towards the other generator over here. But I also kind of feel like if I'm the survivors, I probably anticipate that that's what the killer expects. The only problem is we don't know if they know exactly where the 3rd gen is, right?
Right. They may be looking for it right now. They may also be looking for totems, I feel like. Oh, there they are.
So we got the one there. We also happened to spot somebody at the very end of this hallway here. Do hear some footsteps moving into the office. This is going to be the Nia. Nia now moving back towards the main building. If we can actually hold this aggro and move now more towards the sergeant's office here and continue to pull towards this side of the map, this should very easily allow for one of those 2 gens on the opposite side to get complete.
Right. Yeah, but I feel like they may... Let's see what's happening here.
This is one of the tough things as far as when you do sometimes get into these 3 gen scenarios, is because the survivors understand how much the first hook can really start to snowball once it's a 3v1. Because once it's a 3v1, if you have one person on hook, one person in chase, the other person going for the save, you're literally at a standstill as far as the survivor's objective.
Right. I feel like they may go to that gen on the 2nd floor, because they had it so close before, and they successfully pulled the killer off of it, and all they had to do is go back up and touch it. There it is.
Yep, and they did indeed get those gens done across the way here. Now it's going to be really important for the Nia to make sure that they're playing very cautious here. Our survivors are very much aware of the Rancor that is in play. We do see the sound notification across the way here. Does let us know as far as the no way out. 2 stacks of the no way out here does make it so it's 36 seconds until we can power the doors here. We're at about the 18-second mark, so about half of that has been expired. We can hear some grunts of pain on the other side of this wall. Not exactly sure. Oh, and that's tough. That is the Nia, who can not only be put down onto the ground, which isn't a huge deal because, of course, they are already injured, but they can also be removed thanks to the Rancor here. Going to go simply straight. Oh, nice hesitation. A little bit of extra hezi, including the fact that life is indeed life. Getting the down, though, just before the Palace Basin. When the moon hits your eye and it's your turn to die. That's Amori. That's gonna. I really love her Mori. By the way, can I just say, when it comes to lore, the artist is seriously such a badass.
Yeah, like her backstory is pretty intense, bro. Like,
yeah,
all the killers have really cool backstories in my opinion, but hers is like where she was more of like a victim for a really long time, man. And just kind of like stood up and like, was like, the hell with y'all.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make this happen my way.
We do see the Nodders on the way out the door. Nice flash. Oh, Renia's going to be able to at least get the blind, as well as takes just the 1 hit. Ooh, but worth pointing out here. Remember, one of the ways that you can score points in this tournament is based off of who has the most points, whether it's between survivors and killers, right? And we actually see here in this trial, the survivor at the top of the scoreboard edging out our killer by 29 points altogether.
Ooh.
That's tough, bro.
That is tough. I wonder how that's going to be scored out. I'm pretty anxious to see how this one's going to work out.
Yeah, and keep in mind that would be Mirage who took the point there, and Mirage went into trial 2 there up 2-0. So I think if it's like a 1-point game, that's the swing. That's crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
But we will wait for an official word as far as in the back here, as far as knowing officially who won But that will be bringing us to our last matchup as far as for today. It's our last matchup as far as winners bracket number 2. We're going to be watching the Pub Stompers versus the Rebels here. And both teams, if I remember right, won in pretty convincing fashion in their matchups. Considerably. Like, considering, I mean, because the scoring's different compared to like normal comp, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, which is throwing me off today. So if you guys aren't sure what the how the rules work, we can type that in here in chat. There you go. You guys can check it out for yourselves, see how the scoring works and everything. And it is slightly different than regular season play, but I feel like it's bringing on some pretty unique gameplay today, mixed
100%.
with Playstream. Mixed with Playstream, giving you the ability to challenge your favorite streamers or, handicap their opponents, and so you have that great ability there. And plus, of course, it does benefit us here at Vigos. So do the thing. Come on, guys.
All right, and so I'm gonna go ahead and back out and wait for as far as a invite. I have to wait and see who actually won the coin flip as well to know who's killing first. Otherwise, I'd just start simply joining lobbies and just telling people to get things rolling. But while we have a second here, I do want to give another huge shout out to all of our competitors today. We started a little late thanks to some technical difficulties in the background. We actually almost started like almost an hour late because we had to take a little bit of a break before the first matchup. So because of the teamwork from not only our great staff that's working in the background, but that also thanks to all of our players who have really kind of been accommodating, being patient, and also being on top of things here. We have been able to almost get to the point where we're starting our last match of the day right back up on time. So that's pretty dope. We are going to be getting a final score across. It is Mirage moving on. It's saying a score of 3-0, but that's because we've been canceling out if the scores if everybody's streaming, because you do get the points for completing like the if you're streaming and then completing your first challenge through Playstream. And since everyone's been knocking those out together, instead of saying it's like 8-5, it's just 3-0. You know what I mean? So Pub Stompers playing Killer first is going to be the way that we're going here, which makes me wonder who we should be expecting to see on their Killer side, because they've got some notable names on their side. I mean, we know that they've they've got some people who've been around in comp for some time, whether it be competing. We've got also somebody who was a former caster on their team as well, so they've got a lot of experience they're bringing to the table. I'll be interested to see what we see in this next matchup.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again. I want to see a trapper. Someone go do the thing. Come on. No, I am kind of anxious to see another Killer, man. Like, I want to see someone we haven't seen yet. Map, not so much, but the Killer, I definitely want to see a Killer we haven't seen yet. And I feel like the way this tournament is playing out, it's perfect for that. Seeing a good mix-up.
I want to see an Oni, I think. I don't think we've seen an Oni, right?
No, I don't think an Oni's been played today. Neither have we seen a Clown or a Bubba. I know there's a lot of hatred for Bubbas out there.
I think the biggest hatred for Bubba is the fact that most people understand that like Bubba could actually be a pretty strong killer if you just didn't camp with him. You know what I mean? I think that's like the most frustrating. It's like, dog, you've got someone who can one-shot down, remove pallets instantly. You can get multiple one-shot downs with one use of your power, and you're face camping in the basement. Bruh. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Right. Yeah, like, it's some people love, some people hate him. You know what I mean? It's like, I know me personally going against a Bubba that's going to camp like that. Like, in my opinion, the only strategy you have is just to go do gens, let him camp it out.
Slam gens, yep.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the only game plan you got there. But I mean, there's a lot of killers that can do that. I mean, just to say you don't like Bubba for that particular reason, you know, that's kind of harsh.
Yeah.
Poor Bubba.
Poor Bubba. Poor Bubba.
I mean, I think one of the better camp killers is the artist. Like, if she's played right, like if you can camp with her on the right kind of map and do pretty much the same thing. But I do understand. We got, obviously someone is bringing out the insidious Bubba. That is one of the most toxic Bubbas that there can be. But I honestly wouldn't care to see it.
I mean,
as long as it's a different killer today.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I'm looking at...
You're muted, Q. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, I didn't know that. The chat didn't know that because they heard me fine. Yeah, I just muted to you in Discord. No,
oh, okay.
When I'm looking at killers that haven't been played yet today, I think, honestly, even Bubba would be fun.
We haven't seen a Pinhead. We did mention that earlier.
Yeah, haven't seen Pinhead.
Oni,
Pyramid
Keg.
Head could be fun. I think Pyramid Head's always fun to watch because of the Pyramid Head's ability to work around things such as decisive strike, borrowed time, things like that with the cages is absolutely huge. Also, I know we're going to be saying this about 2 minutes delay. Thanks to the delay. But huge shout out to Direwolf bringing through the huge Chonky raid after, I'm guessing that's Blood Moon League getting done about this time.
Yeah.
So we really appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out with us for some more fun comp DBD action. We are doing things a little bit different over here today for those of y'all coming through with the Wolfpack raid here. This is with Playstream. So Playstream, you have the ability to throw some challenges to people on both sides here. You also have the ability to, we're going to be seeing different things. We've seen No Mither Ghostface to start off our day. We've seen some pretty fun mix-ups all the way around, honestly.
Yeah. If you guys
we saw a
don't
Scratch
know-
Mirror Mikey.
Yeah, we did. If you guys don't know, you can do the go to their Playstream link and challenge them. So you can troll particular players, or you can handicap others to help out your favorite team. So I mean, it's pretty much up in the air. It's the viewer has a lot of power in this tournament. And it's really fun to see how that's worked out for us throughout the tournament. And I think we have seen some pretty cool matchups because of it.
And this is going to be as far as our last one for today. Again, keep in mind, chat, we are going to be seeing Rebels versus Pub Stomp. Oh, it's not Pub Stompers. Wait. Stop. Wait a minute. Is there
Have we been saying it wrong all day?
I can't tell if I've been saying it right or if there's a typo in the actual like bracket, because it says stop like STOP or MPERs, and then I don't know how to pronounce that if that's the case. Stop pers? The pub stop pers? Is that was supposed to be more of a in the middle? Stop pers? Is that right? That's got to be it, right? I don't know.
Somebody in chat, let us know if you know, because we're just guessing at this point. Help us out. But yeah, you can check that link I posted up there just a second ago with the rules for how this tournament is being ran. Make sure you go do the thing for your favorite streamer if they are competing right now. You can click their link. We'll have their links up here in just a minute, their Playstream links. We got all our survivors in, it looks like, and our killer, and now it's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time. Chat, we are almost done with day number 1 here. We have had plenty of challenges, or plenty of challenges handed out here. And not only have we put a little bit of coin in the pockets of some of our convicts here for our Coins for Convicts tournament, but we have already got our prize pool up to $527, which is pretty dope.
Boom! That's super dope. Yes, and we've got okay, they're saying it is a typo.
I don't believe it.
So I don't know who to believe anymore. What do we do? I'm gonna continue calling them what we've been calling them.
Nobody knows what it means. It's provocative. It gets the people going.
It's so provocative. Why are you being so rude? Pub stoppers.
No, it's got to be stompers, right?
Stompers. If it's not stompers,
stompers just makes the most sense. It was the first P though.
It should be.
That was really throwing me off. Yeah. All right, we're gonna let them know. Good to go. Good luck. Have fun. We're down again. Chat. This is our last matchup. Oh, when are you gonna take me out for a steak? Oh my goodness. Listen, I know people saw the pictures. Yo, that steakhouse that we went to last weekend, though, was bomb. Always love me a good
we are talking about food again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I'm a fatty. I can't help it. It always turns back to food. It's just the way it is, you know.
But it's time to eat right now, bro. We got another matchup. We can't eat right now. Oh, I'm ready to eat. I'm ready to see who this killer's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, we only have 2 more killers for the night.
Mm-hmm. Predictions in chat. What would you guys like to see?
You know, that's a good question. Yeah, let us know in chat. Who would y'all like to see? Keep in mind, literally everything. Well, not on the table, because we still have to know. If I'm sure something's been challenged at least this time, but what would you guys like to see for the last matchup is the real question. Because I do see we're starting to get some of our players readied up here. I still would really. I'm holding on to hope. I'm gonna keep holding on to hope for a strong Evan gameplay for you. I know you're really holding on hope for that over there and want to see some Trapper. But I still would like to see some Pinhead.
I just like to troll people, and I feel like that would be the ultimate troll situation, is to be given Trapper in this style of gameplay. And then, you know, who knows what other challenges could be tossed in there on top of that, you know? Like, it could just be such a rough game for a killer. But then I would love to see it flipped right around, you know, and you know, be torturing another killer. I like to make killers, like, suffer. And play, not really suffer, but play characters they don't normally play. Play killers they don't usually play.
It looks like we're going to have... It says Shrine of Wrath? Is that supposed to be... The Sanctum of Wrath? That's got to be Sanctum of Wrath. It says Shrine down there. I'm guessing they mean Sanctum of Wrath. And if it's Sanctum of Wrath, that would be another... Would that be... No, we saw Sanctum earlier. Didn't we? Now I don't remember. It's been such a long day.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's all starting to blur together at this point.
And then we've got a whole nother full day of it again tomorrow. So chat, if y'all have been enjoying the competition over here, do me a favor, check down there in the bottom, like right-handish corner. Make sure you smack that follow button, turn the notifications on so we can catch you back here. Plus, even if you're, maybe even if it's like not just even the Playstream isn't like your normal bag, that's fine. If you just enjoy competitive DBD, we've got qualifiers for Season 3 here in 2 weeks. And then at the start of May, we've got Season 3, and Season 3 is going to be lit.
Season 3 is going to be fire.
Yeah,
absolutely, man. Like, I can't wait for Season 3.
It's
there's such a long break in between.
It's been crazy to think about, because I actually was going back through my DMs, and it wasn't but I think like a little less than 5 months ago. Vader hit me up about wanting to bring back the project that was Vigo's Court, because he is in direct contract with the man behind the curtains, Rambo, who, by the way, big shout out to Rambo, who puts on a majority of the footwork here, to be honest. Not shout out to the whole team that's working in the background, but like Rambo, honestly, I do not envy that man. I know he's been having a pretty hectic, really last couple of days, running around in the background, making sure everything for this goes down. So if you guys see him around in the Discord or anything like that, definitely make sure you let him know that he's the real MVP.
Speaking of MVP, who do you think? What do you think the MVP is for today? Like, just today's games.
Ooh,
like, we've seen so many good plays, man.
A lot of good plays. However, I don't know if I think like the first one that really stands out to me is I don't want to hurt your feelings because it's against your boys. The nurse game was really impressive.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah. Ain't going to hurt my feelings. I wasn't competing. That's on them. That's their fault.
Let's go ahead.
I'm going to be trolling the hell out of them when I get back in the chat.
Let's take another trip on back into the fog here. So we are going to be on to the Sanctum of Wrath here. And of course, Sanctum does kind of give us our very traditional like 3-1-3 generator spread, with the 1 being up in the top mid here. Also looks like Rue here has to go ahead and do the looking up at the sky challenge that we have seen quite a bit here. Makes the navigating, I would imagine, quite a bit of a challenge. But when we talk about gen spread, we saw on the opposite, the non-shack side of the map, the 2 gens kind of a little bit closer together, gives you a little bit tighter spread if you include like the top middle gen. So definitely understand why they're working on this solo gen right off the rip, and that's going to start a very early chase here. And when we talk about with what Rugar here is working with, not only do we have the corrupt intervention, and now our survivors know about that, the nanophobia, but we're talking about, when we talk about the add-ons, the double speed add-ons will really allow Rue here to, anytime they get a hook up on, like to get somebody up on a hook, they'll literally be able to push all the way across the map if that's what they want to do.
Yeah. You know, I was saying earlier I wanted to see a Blight game, man, and this is a Blight with one of my favorite skins, bro.
Oh, I love this skin.
Yeah, and you know, this isn't a bad map for the Blight. He you know, around center map, he does have some rough spots, you know, to work around if they can get him tangled up in right here in these stones. But other than that, it's pretty open map, and really, it's going to be tough for these survivors to deal with him.
We do here, though, they're doing a very good job focusing on this top mid-gen. It's going to be hard to focus on that other gen just at the bottom of the stairs on the non-shack side, simply because it is a one-sided gen, so you can only, you know, progress it a little bit at a time. It's going to take 80 seconds all the way around because you're not going to be able to double up on it. Still not seeing our first gen pop, but at the same time, we still have yet to see our first hook. Honestly, right now, Rugard struggling just a little bit when it comes to starting the process of our snowball.
Yeah, I feel like the survivors are doing a great job about, you know, avoiding him in general. And he's honestly, I feel like he's one of those killers you can actually hide from pretty easy. You know, you can walk around a corner and you can lose him pretty easy because of how fast he is having to go. It's really easy to miss, you know, a survivor just turning a corner.
We do see, I mean, as we walked by that generator up top mid, you can hear that thing's got 4 pistons pumping. That thing's just about ready to go. I think this is the Claudette now moving towards the L portion of the TNL wall here, trying to get the chase started. Of course, you got the TNL heading right into Shack. This can be a pretty filthy area to work with here. You've also got a nice little filler pallet just outside of there as well, following the scratch marks, trying to see if we can detect this survivor here. And this is going to be one of those things, the longer that it takes to establish hook number 1 here, to know that Rugar's feeling more and more pressure. And this is just the way for our survivors here to really make sure that they're setting the pace in this last matchup of the day.
Right, and we do have 1 gen popped right there. And, you know, with him only seeing a couple survivors really right here in the beginning, it's got to make you wonder if how many gens do they have so close to popping right now? Like, they're bound to have some work done. There's another one.
Yeah, it's generator.
We're down to 3 gens left.
2 popping off in the distance, now taking chase towards our nice little but we actually didn't use the pallet there. Now going to be seeing the M1 through the window itself onto Trust and Godly. 2 gens already complete, still have yet to see our first hook of the game, trying to work around the little pagoda here. Not going to be able to find connection heading towards Shack, which can be a little bit of a pain for Blight. Is going to be seeing a very instant pallet drop and going to be seeing generator number 3 popping off the distance. That's generator number 3 popping in the distance while we can hear this generator in the Shack, I mean, on the verge of popping.
Right, and you saw they're unfortunately unable to get a bounce off of that tree. You know, that's one thing I see a lot of killers struggle with the Blight in particular, is like there's a lot of things that looks like you should be able to bounce off of, and you just can't, or you'll slide right around it. So that was pretty unfortunate, but he still got the down here right outside Killer Shack, and I believe he had basement, but he's not using it. So that Jin, let's see which one gets locked up here.
It's an interesting trade-off, right? Because I understand not wanting to go for the basement because it takes longer to go to the basement. You to go ahead and just get yourself the very quick hook, get the dry kick, and then just go about your day, because you do need to start accumulating some hook states here if you are Rugar to start putting some pressure down. But at the same time, with knowing that that's the gen that's furthest progressed, I can't help but feel like that the basement was the move, you know?
Right. That's why I mentioned it, is like in my head, I feel like you would want the survivors to stick around there as long as possible instead of on other gens. You want to force them over there. And I mean, you always hate to hear it, but you know, proxy camp it to the extent that you're gonna have to force more than one survivor over so they can get to save. Because now we're down to one gen left.
We're down to one gen left, and worth noting, and we saw Jag up here cleansing a dull totem, and I don't know if there's maybe an inner healing in play, but that leads me to believe that instead of inner healing in play, that's more because our survivors here from Rebels are already trying to pre-cleanse Noed, anticipating it.
It could be, because I mean, we've seen Noed a bunch today. Like I can't think of many matches we haven't seen someone running Noed and corrupted. You know, so like, you know, it's they've got to be expecting it, and you may be right. They may be pre-cleansing just for that, but let's see.
Now going to be seeing the save across the way here, and I would anticipate the lack of detection of survivors across the way. At least the one gen does indeed lead me to believe that that's what we're seeing the totems getting cleansed here. Having a hard time is Rugar trying to find their way through the doorway, now instead going to be doubling back towards the shack itself. We did see Jag, the injured survivor, working on this generator. That lets us know we don't have to worry about the decisive strike, because they were working on the objective itself. Now trying to get the flick. Nice job by Rugard, able to get that down here. This gen's sitting about 75% here. So still needing a little bit more progress done. But this will now, in this point, be resulting in the basement. But now I'm confused, because now we're taking the basement. I feel like this would be more of the time where you would want to go with the topside hook and then go right back to pushing onto the gen. So kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, it's a little bit backwards, you know, from what I would, way it would work in my head. But you know, I'm not playing. I'm just casting, but they were able to get the save here. Got the BT.
We see Drax going for the body block as well. That way it makes it just a little bit more time that Jag's able to get out here. Jag also able to bait out the M1 here, able to avoid it as well. It's going to be possibly buying enough time for our last gen to get complete.
Ooh, what a skate, man. Oh my gosh. That was a great move, man. That was a beautiful hit.
All right, so we saw the ace expose himself, which is interesting. It made me think that maybe we are looking at. Yeah, I bet you that's exactly what it was. Remind me to check at the end, check Jag's purse. I'm pretty sure just Trustin Godly was trying to pull the aggro there, so Jag could get adrenaline value off the ground. Unfortunately, it didn't work though.
So that's a 1K. Ready to exit. Let's see how he does this. See how he manages these two exit doors. They're pretty far apart.
Yeah, I mean, we do still here at this point have about 8 seconds left on the no way out, because it did have the 2 stacks, so 36 seconds after the noise notification that we had gotten earlier. So that means now our survivors can start attacking the doors. But If they're already on this door across the way, oh no, not going to be able to make connection here as well. If they're across the way on this door, that's a 3 out.
Oh, says some things you just can't bounce off of with the light. That was one of them. Oh.
All right, so we have Drax, we have Trust in Godly. There, no way. Bro.
Oh, oh, what a hatch, man. I thought he had her until I saw her jump in place, and I'm like, oh no.
That is tough.
Oh, you hate to see it, bro. What a hatch play, man. Oh my gosh.
All right, that's intense. I mean, I think even if the hatch wasn't there, you might have been able to get him before the second hit. It would have taken a very quick hit and very precise lethal rushes to get the down. But talk about just you're heading towards Jungle Gym, and all of a sudden hatch spawns there. That's tough.
Right in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh man, talk about your timing, man. Like that was.
I just imagine like Lil Rugar punching the air. It's like one of those scenes. It's like you gave them everything, and then that's like salt in the wound. Yeah, why?
Why?
That's tough.
Yeah, you hate it.
So we are going to wait for a confirmation in the background as far as our score, but I would imagine with Rebels getting the 4 out there, I forgot to look as far as on the scoreboard, see blood points wise who had the highest score, but that I have a feeling that if we're not at a one of those weird like 1-1s like we've seen in the past because of how scoring works here, which if you're questioning that, exclamation point rules in chat, because things are a little bit different for our Playstream tournament here, but I have a feeling we're looking at Rebels taking a lead into game number 2 here.
Yeah. And Jag did have adrenaline.
Yeah, I forgot to even check that. I'm glad chat reminded. No, I'm just kidding. That's tough though.
Yeah, it's hard to remember. It's hard to remember everything, especially after a play like that.
Yeah, that play was pretty dope.
That just wipes your memory because you're so stumped at how that happened. It's you forget about everything else, and it's like, holy crap, that was pure luck.
All right, so let's open up our killer list one more time. Chat, keep in mind we should have those links over in chat for you guys here shortly as we are getting ready to switch sides here. If you are still able to scroll up, I believe Drax's link was already available from the survivors above, which means you can use that to already go ahead and start challenging your killer for this next round. And then I know that Rambo or somebody will be working on getting the other links dropped for you here shortly. Going to be loading into our last trial of the day. And while we're getting ready to talk about that here, we can kind of talk about how things have set across thus far. So, of course, we had seen Frozo take down the Ruby Wolves, who will be facing whoever wins this matchup around 4 o'clock tomorrow. As far as let's look down in the losers bracket, our first game will be, I don't have these filled in, so I have to remember. It was Calamity over Jester. So Calamity versus the loser of this matchup, actually. So the loser of this matchup will be playing Calamity at 1 o'clock. And then the other matchup is... This is hard to do because all the times are changed around now because we switched things around to help out the EU boys. So I'm technically trying to juggle things back and forth. Hold on. Wait, I said that backwards. No, I didn't. And then, so that means, right?
Ducky says they want a piggy game.
Dude, I'm totally down for a piggy.
Dude, you know how to get a piggy game, don't you, Ducky?
Yeah, Ducky, follow the link, buddy. You make the challenge.
Follow the link, you can make it happen. You
right
can make
now.
a piggy game happen. Do the thing. Do it. Bacardi and Cola. Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'm still sold on what would I really like. So pig or Oni, I think, are where I no, or Pinhead. If I see Pig, I want it to be rule set number 2 with VHS tape because I'm cruel like that.
You are cruel, man. that is like so garbo, bro.
And then if it's a Pinhead, can I get an iridescent configuration so the survivors don't know where it is until a chain hunt starts? Because I mean, just saying,
Oof.
you know.
We got a link in chat. Is that our killer?
That's gonna be the killer there.
Link. There you go, Ducky. If you want to make a piggy game happen, right there you go. That's how you do it. Follow that link. If you guys don't know, Playstream.gg. Follow these links to challenge these competitors so viewers actually have the power. And every dollar goes towards that particular streamer that you're challenging, and also goes directly towards Vigo's court to support us in the next, next season, right? Or is it tournament?
It's so that it's going to be actually up top. There is actually going to be our prize pool as well. So you get the money towards you get the money towards the actual player itself that you challenge if they complete the challenge, and then Playstream is matching those amounts for our overall pool for the day. Well, not for the day, for the tournament.
And there we have the survivor links. Booyah!
There you
right
go.
There in chat. Do the thing. If you guys don't understand the rules, I scroll up just a little bit underneath the Jesterline Studios. That is also me. I put the rules out there for you. Check them out if you're unsure of how the scoring works. Did we get the score from the last match?
You know, I have not yet. I'm just going to kind of let it drive. Honestly. No, I would imagine they're trying to confirm everything in the background. And again, as we are getting ready to wind down a very long day here, myself, Doc here, Shep, we've got the easy jobs. We get to kind of have fun shouting at you guys, calling the stuff. We've got a whole crew in the back that's worked quite a bit to put this whole thing together, especially Rambo. So big shout out to the whole team. But if you see any of those guys that have been working out in the background, make sure you give them a nice high five or a fist bump or something, because they definitely deserve it. Or, if you want to buy, Rambo a pizza, I'm sure he wouldn't, turn that down.
You want to buy me a pizza?
Right.
You keep bringing up food, bro. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm just going to keep filling up with water, but then we're going to have to take a bio break.
A Q break, yes. We only have one more game though, so luckily, we'll be able to take an unlimited one after this. So we saw Sheltered Woods.
Ducky says they did it. Come on, Piggy. Ooh.
So I wonder if that means that that's what we're going to be seeing on Sheltered Woods here, because I think I saw Sheltered Woods was put in.
Yeah, it was. But is Ducky messing with this? Is this another head game by Ducky now? Because we've been seeing a lot of head games today, and everything's questionable.
Something tells me if Ducky says he put it in, he put it in. The question is, was there already another challenge before that, right? Because if they had already been challenged, then they would have. Then that means that one will be super fun. And that's the other cool thing, chat. By the way, if you are putting up a challenge, and let's say it doesn't happen, we've seen earlier today where people have challenged for a Mori, and then there was no Mori. You actually get that refunded back, and you can use that for a challenge later on. So.
Yep, you get a refund on that. So if your challenge doesn't go through, or the killer or survivors do not complete said challenge, you do get a refund, which is, I think, amazing. That's great. It's almost like, hey, I bet you can't do this.
Right.
And if they can't do it, you don't have to give them the money. It's like it's like that old trick you do with your friends, man.
I keep telling myself I need to look at
Playstream. Eat this worm.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't. No. It depends on
double dog dare you. True though.
All right, I'll do it.
just the one time because you asked nice.
Yeah, you can't go down on triple dog. Yeah, can't do it.
Did I tell a score? I can't remember if I even told a score. So right now, heading into trial number 2 of our last matchup of the day, is actually looking at Rebels, currently up 2-0.
Okay, no, you did not say the score. No, I asked about it earlier, but we didn't get anything yet, so we were just kind of running with it.
And that was from our team that was the survivors. Now going to be on the killer side here. So, the pressure definitely being on Pub Stompers. I mean, of course, the good thing is you're in the winner's bracket. So, if you happen to lose here, you still have some life left in the tournament. You can still fight back into the winner's bracket. But the pressure's definitely on.
It's time. It's time.
It's time!
Fighting out of the blue corner.
It is. It's. I tell you what, though, it's weird. After like the long days of like comp DBD casting for me, there's something. It's like bittersweet when you get to the last one. It's like, hey, we're finally here, but it's like, but it's the last game, man.
But it's like we're finally here, but damn it.
Yeah,
it's the last one.
But I want more. It's been a really good day, and again, also shout out to all of our like players. We're going to be ending pretty much right on time after starting almost an hour late due to some technical difficulties, and a lot of that is due to the cooperation from our players across the board. So we really appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all's patience. As far as y'all, the viewers, man, obviously, with it being a Playstream tournament and the fact that y'all are challenging our teams, this doesn't happen without you guys. Y'all are awesome. We have already raised over $550 for a prize pool here. So let's go ahead and take another trip on back into the fog. It looks like the piggy did not come across in time because we do see a doctor coming out.
Here we go.
And this is an interesting build, I must say, when we're looking at the doctor. We aren't going to talk about it until our survivors know about it. We do know one survivor has walked by a totem and has seen the Undying, plus that is going to be the Undying that is getting cleansed right there. Also got the Corrupt Intervention in play here. A little bit of mind games from Lil Rugard is still going to be taking the M1 as they take the vault through the window there at the T-wall. Now going to be moving across the way here. And we are taking chase in the uncorrupt side of the map, which can be risky. However, that is totem number 2 getting cleansed. That is going to be the Ruined getting cleansed. So no more help as far as regression on our generators. But our survivors do know that there is still a blood favor in play, which I feel like is interesting because of just the kit of Doctor himself, right?
Right, yeah. I feel like I kind of wonder if it was a challenged perk built set or something, because like this was a really odd set for a doctor, and really bad for this particular doctor that right off the bat those 2 totems were cleansed, especially the ruin, man. Like that's so powerful, and the fact that it was cleansed within the first 30 seconds is rough.
Yeah, and that's always the big risk when you do bring in a Ruin, even if it is protected by an Undying, kind of like we saw in this case. Sometimes the Ruin and even the Undying might last 4 to 5 minutes. Sometimes you're lucky if it even lasts 45 seconds, kind of like in this case, which does mean as we've only got about 3 seconds left on the Corrupt Intervention, now seeing the Corrupt Intervention actually coming off of those gens, that means that Drax here is a 1 perk Anderson.
Yeah, that's pretty much all his perks gone, and that is, I feel like in this particular matchup that's going to be extremely difficult to do anything with. But we may be surprised. He may pull something out here. The doctor can be a little tricky. We've seen him once today, and I gave my opinions on the doctor and how I feel about him, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, especially on this map with the perks that he's got right now. Like this is a horrible situation to be in.
And then there it is. There's the blood favor getting cleansed. So literally at this point, you've only got your static blast and your static shock and your add-ons. That's all you've got at this point.
Yeah, you're basically perkless doctor.
Which is tough. I mean, and I think this is part of the reason why it kind of goes back to why I was very confused about the blood favor pick, because like you already have in your power where you can kind of shut down the loop with your static shock. But I guess maybe you were hoping that instead of having to play the time, like take the time to circle a loop over and over again until you shock somebody enough, your hope is you just get the M1 and then that pallet's blocked. But It also doesn't help out in Drax's favor here as far as RNG. I'm pretty sure we've seen 2, if not 3 TNLs here, so tough, honestly.
Yeah, this particular map for the Doctor, I feel, is like absolutely horrible. But it's good to get these pallets out of the way. But at the same time, it's kind of an up in the air with the Doctor, because you kind of you can either use those pallets to your advantage to like block them from, you know, vaulting the pallet, or you can get them out of the way so you can catch up to them quicker and stop them from like jumping windows and things like that. But it's just such a tough map for the Doctor, I feel like.
And I mean, especially too, I mean, we know that this Survivor squad here has a lot of experience coming to the table, not just in comp, but even just in, you know, DBD itself. A lot of these names are names that I know have got some time under their belt, we'll just say. So we're going to see generator number 3 getting cleansed. Generator number 3 getting cleansed. Jeez, it's almost time for me to go night-night. Generator number 3 getting completed off in the distance here. And, you know, we have a little bit of a 3-gen up in intact over on this side of the map, as we do see that this generator has a whole bunch of progress on it. That's going to be little Rugard with the sprint burst, able to avoid the M1. All these last 2 gens are getting done. Those things are ready to go.
Yeah. They're just waiting. They're waiting on the save, I feel like, and they're going to pop those gens and run.
Yeah, there's going to be generator number 1 getting cleansed. And here's the other beautiful thing for our survivors at this point. You know the build. You've cleansed 3 hex totems. You know that there is a corrupt intervention. Don't have to worry about no ed. Don't have to worry about no way out. However, we do have to worry about, you know, a Doctor that's running after us while we have 2 injured survivors over on this portion of the map here. Now moving towards the TNL is Psycho Mana. Should be able to make this vault here. However, not sure. Oh, is that a life play actually to build additional distance? And if that's the case, trying to corner up here. Not sure if that was the call, but that is now going to be a down here onto Psycho. Not sure if that's going to buy enough time for our team to be able to not only get Rugard off the floor, but also get that door across the way open.
Yeah, Rugard's up. But now you still have 2 survivors in injured state. I wonder if they're going to try to heal up and get the save. Because like we saw before with the Doctor, I mean, you can make getting those saves extremely difficult on the survivors with your shock therapy.
Now this is going to be tough because it does look like that Drax is going to go, you know, just do the easy thing, camp out your survivor that's on the hook. It's going to be where things get interesting, though, because knowing how kind of the scores work, I think our survivors here from Pup Stompers might have been able to flip this. I mean, we're going into trial number 2 here with Rebels up 2-0. We know that.
I feel like they're not going to get this save, though.
Yeah, but I don't know if you need to.
Right.
You get the heals across the board, across the way, so you get the blood points, because you can probably assume. I think this is going to go down to the tiebreaker on blood points, and if that's the case, I think because you limit the killer here to 15,000, that actually might be Pub Stompers. That might be them being able to pull that off after having not the most desirable of results on their killer side.
Right.
We're gonna have to wait to see for sure from our scorekeepers in the back there. But so let's think about it. We had duplicate Doctors, duplicate Ghostface.
Right, which are 2 really odd killers to have a duplicate of in a tournament. I feel like.
And then I don't think we had any other duplicates. It was all unique killers. That was really fun.
Yeah. I don't think we had any duplicates yet, but we still have another day.
Right, yeah, we still have all of tomorrow. Keep in mind, tomorrow we will be starting at the same. Well, we're actually going to be planning to start on time tomorrow, chat. Starting at 1 p.m. Eastern time, we will be starting with the second round of the losers bracket. And that will be whoever lost here versus Calamity, I believe, if I'm reading the rosters right. Will be this first matchup for tomorrow. And then the other matchup would be the loser from the game. Who was that earlier? It was from Frozo and Ruby Wolves. So Ruby Wolves lost that match. It'll be Ruby Wolves versus... I don't know. We'll let you know. No,
you will know here soon.
No, I'm looking at the unfilled out bracket that I had heading into today. I don't have a filled out one. And we had the switch arounds on the times. But so this matchup would definitely for sure be, yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll tell you tomorrow. How about that? No,
it'll be posted up in the Discord. I'm sure.
Yeah, it'll be posted in the Discord. I'm trying to do a quick one while we're figuring out scores in the back.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, true though. I think exclamation point Discord works, right? I mean, like everyone uses that, right? Yeah, exclamation point Discord works. Yeah. So jump in there, come say what's up, hang out.
Yeah. If you haven't done it already, do it. Do the thing. You know you want to. Yeah, it should be posted up in there, I would assume. And this has been a great day. This is the first Playstream tournament, right? With Vigo
first full tournament. Yeah, we had done a couple of the exhibitions through season 2, but this is the first full tournament.
Right.
And we had a little bit of learning pains in the beginning to kind of help with, I think, transition times between trials. But like we said, heading into that last round, I mean, we wrapped up our 8 o'clock matchup before the end of the 8 o'clock hour. So, I mean, we were able to pretty well end on time, which means if we come in tomorrow and if our players are on top of their game like they were today, we should be able to get through tomorrow pretty well without any too many hiccups. So, well,
right.
I'm gonna knock on wood real quick, but yeah. I think they're doing a blood point crunch in the background real quick.
I think they probably have to, honestly. I mean, it was so close. I feel like those were two very, very close games. As far as like you put the two games together and the outcome, like I feel like it's just a close matchup as far as points go.
And it's kind of crazy because I feel like both won their first matchups in pretty convincing fashion in the first round. And with the experience that we've kind of seen on both sides of these the rosters here, I wouldn't be surprised if whoever ends up losing this like fights back out of the losers bracket and we see this as like the grand final, honestly.
Oh, dude. You and I have seen that in tournaments in the past where, someone fights all the way through the losers bracket, comes back and wins the finals, dude. Like, there's nothing I like more than to see that happen.
Agreed.
Because, that team has to like fight through the gauntlet, in my opinion. They have to, power through the trenches to get all the way back up there and win the finals. I love seeing a team do that. You see a lot of great matches whenever that happens. And then, I feel like that team earns a lot of respect when they do it too. Like, that's worth a lot of respect, being able to pull all the way through that. I mean, every match being, on top of your game, everyone's out to get you, try to stop you from getting back up there. And because they know, if you were in the winner's bracket that long and you get to drop back down, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I mean, we've really kind of seen, honestly, across the board. I even though I know I just said I wouldn't be surprised to see these two teams, I think all of our teams still remaining in the tournament at this point all still have a pretty good shot. We've seen some very good competition really across the board. I would even say from some of our I mean, I know like you had said your boys over in Jesterline have only been together for a couple weeks, but even like I feel like they had a really good first showing in like a competitive scene, even especially for the extra curveballs and stuff that are thrown the way of our competitors here. And are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
So we do have it. The pub stop pumpers are able to come back with a 3-2 victory
my gosh
over the Rebels here. So that will be them moving on in the winners bracket to go against Frozo tomorrow. They'll be the ones competing out for the last. That'll be like the semifinal as far as for the winners bracket. That'll be later in the day tomorrow. And then as far as, you know, we still have what, 1, 2, 3 more losers bracket games to get to figure out who will be playing the loser of that game to figure out the grand final. So all of that is tomorrow. You're frozen. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
There we go. So yeah, I think I think that should do it for today. That'll do. You know, though, I do got to say, $543. I think that was actually before the last game. I think that might even still need to be updated. So again, big shout out to everybody who has come in, has been helping support Vigos, helping support our players here, and been giving us, honestly, just a lot of fun content for the day. Big shout out to Doc for coming in and helping us out kind of on last notice here on the desk. This was a blast from the past, as well as catching up on the desk here. So who knows? Maybe we'll see this duo together again in the future at some point.
I'm down.
And again, big shout out to everyone we got working on in the background. Like, honestly, this doesn't happen without a group of people. And most importantly of that group of people, honestly, the unsung hero over here in Vigos is Rambo, who puts in, I can't even begin to imagine how many hours every week to make sure everything goes on smooth in the background. And he's not even someone who gets to be like Doc and I, who gets to be like a face that you all get to see. Literally is the guy that sits in the background and does all the hard stuff and usually gets like 0 recognition. So next time y'all see Rambo running around, whether it's in the fog, in the Discord, definitely do me a favor and make sure you thank that man, because he is honestly a blessing to the comp scene here. I mean, from the production that looks absolutely amazing to how everything runs has been absolutely dope. So otherwise, Doc, do you got anything else before we get out of here?
Yeah, just like to mention again, big shout out to Shep for earlier. I mean, she was exhausted and stuck it out, you know, for a long time before I could get in to relieve her there. So big shout out to her, because I know what it's like to be up that many hours and be in a casting or hosting position. So that was some tough stuff. But she'll be back tomorrow, and you know, if need be, I will be available tomorrow evening. But I will be watching either way. I can't wait to see what happens. And big thank you to Vigos Corp for having me today. And it was a blast working with you again, Q.
Oh yeah, it's been a long time coming for us being back on the booth together. So chat, we will catch y'all back here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time. I think tomorrow will actually be daylight savings, so we're back to being 5 hours ahead. So that's going to be 6 p.m. CEST. Or just CST. No, CEST, because CST is Central. Otherwise, I don't do all of the other conversions. You're going to have to do that on yourself. Get wrecked, nerds. Until we catch y'all back over here next time, though, for real, man, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, that's Doc. I'm Q. Signing out.
Peace.